Hi everyone, welcome to the live session by Intellipaat. In today's live session, we would be covering everything about cybersecurity from the basic to the advanced level with hands-on demo and interview preparation. Before moving on to the live session, do not forget to subscribe to our Intellipaat YouTube channel and also hit the bell icon so that you don't miss any update from us. Let's look at the agenda for today. We start off with introduction to cybersecurity, after which we have introduction to ethical hacking. Then we teach you how to build a career in cybersecurity, post which we have the various job skills and career prospects in cybersecurity and the differences between cybersecurity versus ethical hacking. Post which we have data security and endpoint security, after which SQL injection, then hands-on demo on cracking Wi-Fi password, cryptography, and lastly interview questions on ethical hacking. Now let's begin the live session.
What is cybersecurity in definition? We can see that cybersecurity is the field that deals with enacting countermeasures against attacks, disruptions, and thefts against and through technological systems via the means of hacking. So there are a lot of foul elements in today's world, especially in this digital age, who know how to use a computer to their advantage to basically achieve all of these things like attacks and thefts and disruptions. And I'm sure you must have heard news as well about this. So cybersecurity is the field that deals with this problem, that counter attacks this problem. So now that we know that all of these things happen via the means of hacking, we need to know what hacking is as well. So what is hacking? Hacking is defined as gaining unauthorized access to a computer, system, or a network. So hacking essentially alludes to when a person tries to hack into a system or gain access to a system by unauthorized means. Basically means that if you go on to Facebook, the legal way of logging into your account would be simply entering your email and password. But what a hacker will do is that he will bypass that measure and get direct access into your account, which he is not supposed to do. So that is what hacking is. So you have a hacker and you have a target system. So this is how it generally works. The hacker has a target in sight. And the systems in today's world are always protected. So there are security measures in place between the hacker or any unauthorized person and the target system. So there are two ways in which the hacker can access this target system. The first way is bypassing the security measures. So as I discussed before, that is the easier way to go about it or the smarter way to go about it. And on the flip side, the hacker can implement some sort of algorithm to basically crack the security of the system as well. There are two ways in which the hacker can accomplish his task. So let us take an example of one such cyber attack. So in 2012, the Shamoon computer virus, also known as the W32 disk track virus, because it affected W32 Windows NET systems, was used against Saudi Arabia's national oil companies. So a group named the Cutting Sword of Justice claimed responsibility for this attack, and it affected about 35,000 Saudi Aramco workstations. Now, Saudi Aramco is the petroleum company in Saudi Arabia. And this caused the company to spend more than a week restoring their services. So because of the sheer loss that was incurred by this organization due to this attack, this was termed as the biggest hack in history. Right. So fuel trucks needed to be fueled up and the business systems were not essentially working for the fuel trucks to operate. And that basically halted the entire business for a week until the systems were restored. So by this alone, we can understand the sheer scale of these cyber attacks can be. So there are a few types of hackers. So earlier we discussed in the Shamoon attack, a hacker that can be an anarchist group. There are other forms of hackers as well. So there is the black hat hacker, and there's a white hat hacker, and there's the gray hat hacker. So the black hat hacker is the hacker with malicious intent. Now, this hacker can be a thief. He can be hacking into systems for money. He can be hacking into systems to steal your personal information and sell it online. And he could be hacking just to have fun, basically, disrupt your day-to-day activities, disrupt your systems, or take your system on ransom. So this is basically what a black hat hacker is, a hacker with malicious intent. Now, polar opposite to that, you have the white hat hacker. Now, this hacker hacks with permission. So this hacker is usually a hacker that is working for an organization that does not want to be hacked. So the organization hires this hacker, tells him to basically hack into their own systems and find out the flaws and vulnerabilities in their system. So that is what the white hat hacker will do. And then there's the combination of the gray hat hacker and the white hat hacker. Now, the black hat intent, the gray hat hacker most times will not have malicious intent. The gray hat hacker essentially does everything that the white hat hacker does, but without permission. Now, this could result in two things. What would happen is the gray hat hacker can take all of the findings that he has found to an organization and say that you have these flaws and vulnerabilities, you can fix them, and the organization can pay the gray hat hacker, or the organization can file a case against the gray hat hacker because of accessing their systems without the organization's permission. Now, naturally, the black hat hacker is absolutely illegal. The white hat hacker is legal because you're doing all of this with permission. And the gray hat hacker is obviously in the gray area itself, because sometimes it could be legal and sometimes it could be illegal, but it's generally recommended to always go for the white hat hacker profession because it's the legal one. So please make sure you keep these things in mind whenever you're getting into the field of cybersecurity. So what is ethical hacking? Right now, just now we discussed what a white hat hacker is. Now, white hat hacking is a profession in itself, and it's called ethical hacking. So ethical hacking is the authorized and legal process of finding out vulnerabilities, threats, exploits in a system or computer network through penetration testing, right? So penetration testing essentially refers to when you try all kinds of hacks and exploits onto a target system and find out in what ways you can access a system that is not supposed to be accessed by those means. So you're a white hat hacker and you've taken up the job of an ethical hacker in the cybersecurity domain in an organization. So you will hack a system with permission, and whatever you find, whatever your results are, whatever you're able to hack and whatever you're not able to hack, you'll log up a report for that, and then you'll send that report to your employer. So all of this information is then sent to the employer. Now it's up to the employer to apply the necessary security patches in order for these hacks to be basically ineffective against the target system. So next up, we can discuss some common hacks that are prevalent in today's world. So firstly, malware. So malware is the most common type of hack, and everybody, I'm sure, who's watching right now has come across this particular entity at one point or the other. These are essentially termed as viruses. For starters, these could be of 3 types or 4 types depending on the threat level that it carries. So we have Trojan horses. So Trojan horses pretend to be something else in our computer systems. They disguise themselves as something else, and they could be doing something like accessing key information about our computer, sending it online to some hackers. They could be doing that. They could be monitoring our system. Other than that, they could simply be installing ad scripts onto your web browser. So whenever you open up your web browser, I'm sure some of you have noticed the installation of some toolbars that were not supposed to be there. So these are essentially the tasks of the malware. You must have also seen some viruses that auto-replicate themselves and take up a lot of space formatting. So all of this comes under malware. And then you have phishing. So phishing is a sort of hack that basically alludes to taking the user's information, the login credentials of that user, for starters, for say their social media accounts or their bank accounts. So basically, what the hacker will do is he'll send you a link for a dummy website with all of these. Space areas, these input areas for your email ID or your username or your banking credentials. And if you're vulnerable enough to actually believe that link, and you don't actually verify the link, what that link is in your URL, if it's the correct one or not, you might enter those details, and what will happen is your details will essentially go directly to the hacker. And if the hacker is smart enough, what he'll do is he'll actually make the effort to redirect you to the correct page, so you never suspect what has happened in the first place. So that is what phishing is. And then we have SQL injection. Now, MySQL databases earlier and even a little bit today are very susceptible to hacks, because once the hacker gets direct access to your database, he can simply run a select script to get the information that he needs. Now, this could be about passwords. Say, if your database contains usernames and passwords, and the hacker is able to get the correct SQL statement into that data space and is able to query your database with those credentials, he can get that information. And same goes for sales data or customers' private information as well. And then you have cross. Now, you may have noticed, if you went on websites that are not HTTPS secured or certified, you might have noticed some pop-ups that suddenly spring up onto your web browser when you click on a certain link or a download button. Now, these are cross-site scripting hacks. So basically, these are hacks that are not running on the target system. The target system is you itself, who is actually trying to access a website. So your web browser will essentially run some JavaScript code, because in today's day and age, all web pages are almost dynamic. So what will happen is this JavaScript can be used to the hacker's advantage as well. So what the hacker will do is that he will write some malicious code in that JavaScript, and then your browser, in order to run the website, will run that code, and then your web browser or your system can get hacked due to that result. So it's always safer to basically browse websites that are certified and HTTPS secured. Then we have a high level of hack, which is called denial of service attack. So you must have heard about DDoS attacks. So basically what happens is, you are running a website, right? You have a server that is equipped to deal with 1,000 requests every minute, say. That is the server's hardware capacity, right? Say if if a hacker gets wind that you have this particular website and he wants to inflict some damage onto you, what the hacker will do is essentially he'll virtualize 1,000,000 requests or 100,000 requests at once and send those requests onto your server. Now, your server, if it's not properly equipped to deal with these DDoS attacks, what the server will do is that the server will try to process all of these requests at once. But the server is only equipped to deal with 1,000 requests at once, right? So the server will crash and your website will go down. And if you're running a successful website, that will result in loss of business as well. And you'll have to pay your maintenance team or your server maintenance team or installation team to basically fix that. So all of that is there. And that is what a denial of service attack is, so that any other user who's trying to access that website will not be able to access it because of slow response times, or basically the crashing of the website's server itself. And then we have a man in the middle attack. So this involves mathematics and cryptography. So basically, if you use WhatsApp or Facebook Messenger or any kind of online messaging tool, you'll see this new notification that has come up in the recent days, which is this chat is now end-to-end encrypted, right? So end-to-end encryption basically means that whenever you send your string message to your recipient, the message is not sent as plain text, right, over the internet. The message is encrypted first using some sort of an encryption algorithm. That encrypted message is then transferred over the internet. to the recipient of your message, and then it's decrypted at the recipient's end, right? So what the man in the middle attack is basically taking that encrypted message in the middle, using a decryption algorithm to decrypt it and find out the real meaning of that message. Now, this might not be that important for personal messaging and whatnot, but it's certainly a very damaging thing to happen if you're dealing with government agencies, and the risk of espionage and national secrets being revealed is very high. So it's especially important to ensure that these sorts of attacks do not happen in those organizations, and they have strong encryption algorithms. So let us now look at the importance of cybersecurity as a profession and field. So why do organizations need ethical hackers? Let us take an example. In short, the summary of this, and the source is Bloomberg Law. $7.5 million had to be paid by Google because of a vulnerability in their systems. Some information about their users were leaked. So information of up to 500,000 users were leaked and exposed due to the software glitches that the Google Plus website had. It is now defunct, but earlier it was existing there. You must have heard about Google Plus. So informations about those users were leaked, and the users basically sued against Google, and the settlement was about $7.5 million. So you can see how costly it could get for organizations if they do not maintain cybersecurity in the services that they provide. So it's essential that these glitches do not exist, and an ethical hacker will do exactly that. The ethical hacker will test the databases, will test the website and the services, and ensure that these exploits do not exist. So hiring ethical hackers can save millions, if not billions of dollars for these organizations. And these ethical hackers can keep businesses securely afloat with the user privacy of that particular service under complete lockdown. So how to get a job as an ethical hacker? Right now, we've discussed all the basic terminologies and what the entire backspace is, the background is for this particular profession. How to get a job? So the best way to go about it is getting a certification. So you may be extremely skilled, you may be an amateur, but the best way to get an ethical hacking job is to get an industry accepted certification, a certification that is endorsed and accepted by the majority of companies all around the world when they're hiring for this particular profession. So a certification will essentially ensure to your employer that you have already been tested as a candidate. So you've already done your homework, you already know about the profession, you already know how to do your job tasks. And that naturally decreases your training cost. The employer doesn't have to train you in anything particularly. And then you can essentially get your job easier and get a competitive edge over other candidates. So how to get a job as an ethical hacker? What certification should you go for? And certification that I would recommend to you is the Certified Ethical Hacker certification. So what is this certification? Let us get into that. So essentially, the CEH certification, the short for a Certified Ethical Hacker, is an industry accepted accolade by the EC Council. Now, the EC Council is an organization which issues these certifications. So similar to the CEH certifications, it issues other certifications as well. So by demonstrating the knowledge of hacking skills to access or assess security and vulnerabilities in a target system in a lawful and legitimate manner. So definitely you're getting a certification for ethical hacking. So you obviously have to be lawful. You cannot be a gray hat hacker in order to get this certification and get a job in it. You need to be legal and legitimate in your ways. So once you've gotten the certification, what does it certify? What can the employer be assured about, right? So the employer can be sure that the candidate knows how to approach the target with a mindset of a skilled hacker, right? So it's important whenever you're penetration testing or testing the flaws of a system that you know the best ways to hack into a system. right? Because a hacker will use the maximum means possible to him in order to get into a system. So you need to be one step ahead of the hacker in order to hack your system first and know how the hacker can hack into your system and not let it happen in the first place. The candidate knows how to detect vulnerabilities. The candidate should be proficient at utilizing all of the hacking related tools in the exam syllabus. So the syllabus for the CEH certification exam contains a bunch of tools, and you need to be proficient at them in order to pass the certification, and you need to be proficient at them in order to get a good job in this particular cybersecurity domain. So let's continue now. Let us talk about the exam itself. Because we are on the road to become a certified ethical hacker. So what should we know about this exam that we have to pass in order to get this certification? So let us look at the exam details straight from ecouncil.org. So CEH is an MCQ exam. It contains 125 questions. The test duration for this particular exam is 4 hours, and the test delivery method is online. The exam prefix, you can see the code is 312-50 and 312-50 for view. So these are two platforms where you can give this test essentially. And the passing score differs from time to time. So depending on the cutoff for that particular year, your passing score can vary, but it's right around 60 to 80%, somewhere in that corner. And it depends on the cutoff. So this is directly from the website itself. You can look more about it on the website. So what are the skills required in general in order to pass this exam? What is the background that is required? So you need to know about your operating systems because operating systems are installed on virtually every smart device like laptops, mobile phones, your smart TVs and everything. These are all running on operating systems, whether it is Windows or Linux or Mac or iOS or Android. So you need to be able to navigate your way around the command lines of these particular operating systems really well. Then you need to have networking knowledge because hacking often alludes to hacking devices inside the network. So you need to have your network terminologies clear and how data packets are delivered within the network in order to exploit it. So networking knowledge is very important as a prerequisite for this particular exam and profession. Then you have hacking knowledge. So all of the things that we discussed earlier on, you need to be proficient and well versed with the linguistics related to these particular hacks and gaining and maintaining access. So essentially getting into your target system and ensuring that you have access to that target system for a continuous period by installing a backdoor onto that system. Then wiping traces. So as a hacker, you need to be able to make sure that whatever traces you have that you've ever accessed this particular system are not there when there is an investigation or something. Otherwise, you will be caught, right? So you need to ensure that there are no traces of you in that particular system. And then cryptography and password cracking. So you need to be well aware about cryptography methods in order to execute man-in-the-middle attacks, password brute forces, basically create an algorithm in order to decrypt passwords or messages itself. Code of ethics. Now, this is the aspect of ethical hacking, and that is the paramount aspect because it deals with ethics itself, right? As a hacker, as an ethical hacker, you cannot go about your profession without any rules. You have a certain bunch of rules, and everything that you do has to be documented and done in the right way. So that is the code of ethics. So you need to know all of the laws and policies and acts related to cybersecurity or cyber crimes in your particular region. And according to that, you have to execute your day-to-day tasks as a certified ethical hacker. And there is a section related to ethics in the CEH exam itself. So you need to be aware of these things in order to solve those questions. So next up, what about the advanced skills that are required for higher positions, right? So we discussed earlier on the basic skills that you need to be proficient in. Now the advanced skills that you need to be absolutely proficient in, like have extensive knowledge about, right? Those are operating systems, scripting. Now, scripting comes in when you're dealing with more advanced hacks, right? So for SQL injection, you definitely need to know SQL. For cross-site scripting, you need to know JavaScript. For operating system related hacks, you need to know your C language, and Python essentially is an all-rounder in this particular domain. So if you know Python, you can essentially execute a lot of good hacks as well. So scripting knowledge is a must when dealing with advanced or higher positions in this particular domain. And then networking knowledge, definitely 100% networking knowledge is required. So let's talk about the weightage of the topics. So let's look at the different things that come in this exam. Firstly, you have your background. So the background accounts for 21.8%. So this is some background knowledge that is required. Analysis assessment, 12.7%. Then you have security, which is about 23.7%. Tools, systems, programs related to ethical hacking, 28.9%. Procedures and methodology, 8.8%. Regulation policy, 1.9%. Then you have ethics, which is about 2.2%. So let us look at all of these. So the topic that comes first is background. So you need to know your network and communication really well, the information security threats and attack vectors. So you need to know the pattern of attacks or the types of hacks that you're dealing with. So you need to know about all kinds of prevalent hacks really well and how they function. Information security technologies, you need to know how your antivirus works. You need to know how your JavaScript blocker works. You need to know how your web browser detects whether a JavaScript code is malicious or not, whether a website is safe to access or not. You need to know about these things because these deal with information security. Then you have analysis and assessment. So information security assessment and analysis deals with whenever you're tasked with penetration testing a system, you need to assess all of the security vulnerabilities in that particular system. So that is related to assessment, and the processes that are required in order to assess this. All of this is basically comes under the assessment processes. Then you have security itself. So information security controls. So you need to know about the countermeasures against security attacks. Then there's information security attack detection. So in order to do that, you need to know if your system is under attack. So the methodologies that deal with detecting this particular attack is called information security attack detection. Then you have information security attack prevention. So measures that are put in place to deter information security attacks are called information security attack prevention. So an example for that would be a firewall. Then you have tools, systems, and programs. So these essentially deal with the specific tools that are used on a day-to-day basis in the cybersecurity domain in order to deter these attacks. So these deal with information security systems. So essentially, whatever security measures are built inside operating systems itself and other software components, information security programs. So within those operating systems, you can install some programs as well in order to basically protect your system or detect any attacks or viruses in your system. So an example for that would be Malwarebytes and information security tools. So these tools essentially provide you with a dashboard to monitor and maintain the security measures on your system. Then you have procedures and methodology. So now we deal with the more complex science and study of dealing with the different types of attacks that can happen, right? So there are procedures that are to be followed. These exact procedures can help us deter most of the attacks. So we have to study these procedures. And there's also assessing the software's feasibility itself. So say you have an antivirus software, which is an information security tool, essentially. You have that software. And you need to assess the feasibility of that software against modern hacks, right? So in that case, you will use these predefined methodologies in order to basically understand if the tool is usable or not for your particular organization. So what is regulation and policy? So we discussed before the code of ethics. So this regulation and policy essentially refers to that itself. You need to be aware about the information security laws, acts, and policies in whichever region you are, and for whichever region's organization you're working for. And then finally, ethics. So all of the laws, policies, and acts aside, there are ethics of your own as well. So you need to have that clear in your head, because sometimes, even if the law says one thing, your company might be doing something that is on the wrong and might be expecting you to assist them in their wrongdoings. So, despite being employed by the company, you are not supposed to do that as a certified ethical hacker. So, some things you should know for yourself as well. And these also are included as questions in your ethical hacking exam. So, what is the average income of a certified ethical hacker? Now that we know everything about this profession and how you can go about it, the certifications that you require, the post that would be available for you in the beginning would be certified ethical hacker, and the income for that would be $75,000 in the US and 7 lakhs per annum in India, and in the UK it's about 46,000 pounds. So this is the average itself. So this is not the starting salary of an ethical hacker or the maximum salary of an ethical hacker. This is what you get at an average. So the more proficient you become at your trade, the more advanced skills you learn as you move further in your career. This could increase to up to $150,000 in the US to about 300 to $400,000 as well. So that depends on the seniority of your position and the experience that you have in your particular field and the organization that you're working for at the scale of that organization, essentially.
When I say CISSP, it talks about data security. It talks about data security. So when we talk about data security, the data security can be, it is based on the triangle of C, I, and A. So when I say data security means if you want to secure your data, you should, you should always take care the CIA. Here C stands for confidentiality, I stands for integrity, A stands for availability. The data security means you should always, if you want to secure your data, you should always think about these three quadrant of your triangle. When I say three quadrant, you should, focus towards these three things in order to secure data in your organization. When I say confidentiality, confidentiality means your data should be remain confidential. When I say confidential means your unauthorized user should not get access to your data. That's the definition of the confidentiality. What do we mean unauthorized user? Unauthorized user means those users who are not intended user to get a or access to your data. Okay? Confidentiality can be breached two ways, intentionally or unintentionally. Okay? When I say confidentiality is breached by intentionally, let's say I am a data custodian for my data. Means I am an administrator to secure my data. If I not take certain measures, if I not take care my data properly, then it would be a intentional, breaching of my confidentiality. When I say it would say unintentional means I have taken certain measures, I have taken appropriate measures in order to secure the data, but still my data confidentiality has been breached. Okay? Because the hackers are always smarter than the administrator or the data custodian, isn't it? There are so many threats available for to breach the confidentiality. There are so many ways confidentiality can be breached. And I say there are so many ways your confidentiality of data can be breached by the shoulder surfing, isn't it? When I say shoulder surfing, what do you mean by shoulder surfing? Shoulder surfing means, let's say you have opened a confidential file in your system, and one of your colleague or one of your trespasser just got he tried to see what you have opened your system, and if your system is not protected. Means there are filters you can apply. If somebody wants to see through the through over your shoulder, he will not able to do it, because that will prevent, isn't it? There are several type of attacks through which confidentiality can be breached, isn't it? One attack is called sniffing, or there are attacks called, there are social engineering attacks. So what do you mean a social engineering attack? Social engineering attacks means, let's say, I know Santi has worked with the boss. Just now she told me here in the firm. I can get some, I can do a engineering, mind engineering, social engineering to get the data, how the data in boss they secure the data. In that case, I can take certain type of, attack parameters, in order to get the, copy of the data in boss. There are several ways, okay? But there are several countermeasures in order to prevent the confidentiality of data. The countermeasures for the confidentiality attacks are: we can do encryption, we can do network padding, we can do strict access control. We can make our access control so strong that it would be impossible for the user to breach into our system, isn't it? We can train our administrator in such a way that it would be difficult for them to make any, silly mistake or intentional mistake. Okay, there are several ways you can achieve confidentiality, like data hiding. You can hide your data so that the hacker will get difficult, or they will face difficulty to get a copy of your data. In that case, you can achieve your confidentiality. When I say data hiding, after data hiding, you should take certain measures for the countermeasure. You should protect your hiding areas. Otherwise, it will give a birth of a concept called security through obscurity. Security through obscurity. I'm writing this particular thing. If you want to search in books, you can find it. When I say security through obscurity, that means you will always feel that whatever you have done, it is appropriate. But hackers are always smarter than you, isn't it? That's why you are seeing, if you will open the newspaper, or if you'll go to the any social media to search like how many data breaches happened this year, you can find so many data breaches, or so many company got hacked by the hackers, isn't it? So you should hide your data, and you should take certain measures, like the hiding area should be, properly secured, so that it will not be a data security through obscurity. There is like another concept called seclusions. Seclusions, let me write this seclusion meaning. Seclusion is this. Seclusion means you can put your data, confidential data, out of path. Means, let's say you have a exit path to internet, and you have a ingress path to your company. You should not keep your confidential data in that particular path. You should keep the confidential confidential data in such a way that if hacker will breach your normal ingress and egress point of your company, they will not get the confidential data so easily. There is another concept you can implement in your company so that you can achieve confidentiality, that is called isolation. You can put your data into a isolated area so that the disclosure would be difficult. Is it correct? Okay. Now let me take you through the integrity, the second pillar of the CIA triad or the triangle. Integrity means unauthorized user should not modify your data. There are three standard golden rules of integrity. There are three golden rules of integrity. One, authorized user should not make any changes. Second, unauthorized user should not make any changes. And third one is data should maintain internal and external consistencies. Let me explain you this thing. Okay. When I say authorized user should not make any unauthorized modification. Let's say Julia, I said Julia is a information security head for a company, but she has access to information security system. Let's say in that company they have a sales team and they have some data. Bring Julia into leading a information security department in the organization. She might have some privilege to access to the sales firewalls or sales team some data storage area. In that case, Julia should not make any unauthorized modification, or Julia should not make any mistakes in that particular area which will create a problem for the organization. So please remember, if you are authorized user, you should not make any unauthorized modification or unauthorized mistake into your organization. That is one golden rule of the integrity. The second golden rule of integrity, what I said, unauthorized user should not modify your data. Okay, it is a standard one. You should understand it, because what I mean to say, its data should not be modified by any of the any of the user which doesn't have access to the data, or he is not a legitimate user for the particular organization. Now when I say it should maintain internal and external consistency, means if you see the data from outside, you should see how it looks like. If you see the data from inside, it also the behavior or the data value should not be changed. Means if you see internal data, you can the internal data and external data should be in consistency. There will be no changes of the behavior of the data, or there should not be any changes, any variable elements in between internal data and external data. So when I say there are numerous attacks which they focus to breach the integrity of the data. When I say numerous attacks, let me highlight few of the attacks. Virus, logic bomb, errors in coding, intentional replacement, backdoors, system backdoor. Okay, you can prevent. You can prevent this type of attacks. You can implement hashing. Hashing is a prevention, through which you can prevent you can check your integrity of your particular data. There are so many measures you can take in order to you know in order to verify whether the integrity of the data has been lost or not. When I say the integrity has been violated, integrity violation could happen by intentional and unintentional way also. When I say intentional way, like same like which I said in confidentiality, if you have not taken the right measures, then your integrity could be breached. What I mean to say, let's say you haven't done you haven't incorporated your hashing technology properly. In that case, the attacker can change the hashing technology, hashes of MD5 of your data, and yeah, they can modify the content of the data. Then in that case, the integrity could be breached. Okay. When I say unintentional way, same. Hackers are always smarter than the administrators or the preventer or the protector of the data. Okay. Now, please note, confidentiality and integrity, they always go with hand to hand. Why I'm saying this, if you can't achieve integrity of your data, then I don't think that confidentiality would remain unintact. It will also break. So confidentiality and integrity, they always go along with hand to hand. Okay, please note this. Now the third quadrant of the CIA triad is availability. When I say availability, I'm saying data should be for available 24/7 whenever you need to use. Means data should be available on demand based, or whenever we require, data should be available. Okay. Now there are numerous attacks also. They focus towards the breaching of the availability of the data. The one attack, the famous attack, if everybody is aware, I guess, denial of service attack, DOS attack. There is one other attack is called distributed denial of service attack. Another attack is natural disaster like earthquake, floods, storms, fire. These are the natural disaster attack which can breach the disaster, which can breach the availability of your system. Okay. Now, when I say DOS attack, it's a denial of service attack. Every system, every particular system, they have a combination of IP plus port number. This is called socket. We have a available socket for every system. When I say available socket, if the attacker will always try to focus to block or utilize this particular socket of the system.
Just a quick info, guys. At Intellipaat, we provide cybersecurity online training in collaboration with EC Council, completely mentored with industry experts. For more information about the course, please do contact our course advisors. Now, let's continue with the session.
So that if this system needs to be used by other administrator, they will not get any timely or on-demand access to that particular system. Is it clear? Availability, guys? Now, there is another concept called non-reputations. Non-reputations. Non-reputation means you can't deny whatever you have done. You will be not in a position to deny yourself that I have done this. Okay, that is called non-reputations. Opposite of non-reputation is called repudiations. You have ability to deny. That is called reputation. Ability to deny. Here, don't have ability to deny. Let me give you an example to understand this non-reputation and reputation concept. Let's say you have logged into a firewall. In firewall, we have logging features enabled. Means it is recording the logs, who is logged into the firewall, who is not logged into the firewall. Let's say you logged into the firewall and you have done some modifications, unintentional modification. The logs are being recorded and you forgot to delete that particular logs, or that logs is being forwarded to the Splunk server, means you don't have any access. In that case, next day, if something goof up, if somebody will ask questions, why did you do this? In that case, you can't deny because there is a proof that you have logged in with your username and password, isn't it? Let's say your username and password got hacked, but the company hasn't taken certain measures, like two-factor authentications. In that case, if somebody has hacked my particular, system, my particular credential, they can log into my system. In that case, you have ability to deny, like saying, you can tell your manager saying you haven't, enabled two-factor authentication. The hacker has done some brute force attack to get my credential, and they have got it, and now they have logged into the firewall and they have done some modification. I haven't done. You can check, like it was never came from my system. You can check the IP address, from which IP address the hacker or I have been, the user logged into the particular firewall in order to do any modifications. In that case, you can be saved, isn't it? So is it clear non-reputation and reputation concept? Okay. Now there are some other security concepts which go along with a CIA in order to provide security, data security to the organization. That concept is called AAA service. When I say AAA, A stands for authentication, A stands for authorization, and A stands for counting. Okay, actually, this is AAA service, but we say IEEE. Okay, I means identifications. Okay, and A means authentications, A means authorizations, and last A means auditing. And then one more concept is there called accounting. Okay, so when Santi asked me a question like, we have a proof that you have done that. That means you have recorded a log, isn't it? That means you have done the auditing, proper auditing in your system. That means you have proper recording of a log in place in your organization. Now, when I say identifications, identification means basically it's your username. Basically, your username to log into any system. It's basically when you try to log into your system, it is the username, the first entry you put in order to log in. I can give you another example of the identification. Like you can swiping your smart card, wearing your proximity device, saying a phrase, speaking a phrase. Okay, these are your identification or process ID of a Linux system. Every process in a Linux has a process ID. Process ID is just the identification of your system. Okay, when I say identification, it's a mandatory thing in order to log into any system. If you don't have identification, then you don't have power to log into particular system. Now, next one is authentications. Along with the identification, you need to provide your password. Combination of your identification and password you will put so that you will able to log into particular system. So when I say combination means you should put your password along with your username to log in to particular system. And when I say authentication is a mandatory thing so that you will able to log into particular system. When you logged into a particular system, then you have there is a concept called default to none. There is a concept called none. You don't have any power to do any modification to any of your company or any of your system. What I mean to say, let's say you are hired to a new organization. And when you are hired to a new organization, you have been your username and the password has been created by the administrator. Basically, till that point, you don't have any power to do or take any action into any of your system, isn't it? The next one is authorization. Authorization is decide what you can do when you log into a particular system. When I say it will authentication, particularly, it will decide what action you can take into your system. The authorization is based on the access control metrics, whatever we have defined in particular system. That is, that access control matrix generally, defines what action you can take into your system. I'll give you one more example for authorizations. Let's say you logged into a particular system. You logged in, but I have only given you a read permissions. That means your authorization level is only till read the particular system. When I say I have given write access to that particular file system of your, to you, that means you have right to do any modification to that system. Okay. Next one is auditing. Auditing means monitoring. As I have already given one example, auditing means recording the logs, recording your events, what you are trying to do in your system. And this auditing would be helped to make you countable. If you have done auditing properly, then you can accountable. You can held somebody accountable for his particular work. The example I have given non-reputations. Non-reputation is always dependent to your auditing and accountability. If you haven't done your auditing, monitoring properly, then you can't achieve non-reputation in your environment. Okay. The next concept is protection mechanism. You can, along with this particular CIA plus IEEE, you can apply some protection mechanism in your organization in order to protect your data. Let me write some of the protection mechanism concept quickly. Layering, abstraction, encryptions, data hiding. Let me quickly tell you the concept of this data protection mechanism, what I have wrote here. When I say data protection mechanism, you can protect your data by applying those mechanisms as well. When I say layering, you should protect. Layering means defense in depth. Defense in depth. When I say defense in depth, you should not put your data with one security controls. Let's say this is confidential data. You should not put your one perimeter in order to breach your particular data. You should put layering. The layering means you should put your protection mechanism in linear fashion. Linear fashion means one after another. If somebody has breached this, he has to, breach this one as well. If this two has breached, they have to breach this one in order to get a copy of your data. That is called layering or defense in depth. Now, next one is abstraction. Please note, abstraction provides efficiency. When I say abstraction provide efficiency, that means you can put your similar kind of data into a group. Abstraction means group. Similar kind of, let's say these are my sensitive data. You can group them and you can put in such a way that you should put your control in such a way that the data should not be breached so easily. Okay. Now encryption. Encryption means changing the meaning of the original meaning of the data. You should imply or you should configure encryption in order to prevent your, you should embed it, or you should incorporate encryption in your environment in order to prevent or protect your data in your organization. The last one is data hiding. The data hiding is another concept, like I said, security through obscurity. You should put your data in such a way that the hacker will, struggle to get a copy of the data. So that data hiding, you should also prevent your hiding area, so that the hacker will face so much of difficulty to get that particular data. Now we should start about goal, mission, objective of a company. What do you mean by goal? What do you mean by mission? What do you mean by objective of an organization? When I say the goals, mean it provide a overall context for what the organization wants to achieve in particular time period. When I say organization is trying to achieve, basically, what is my goal? My goal is to be 5 billion company in 5 years down the line. Okay. When I say I need to be a 5 billion company, then I have to think about, like, if I will be not 5 billion in 5 years, I will be not able to survive. So mission, the second concept is mission. Mission means it is a statement of the organization purpose for the reason of existence. That means if I will not reach 5 billion down the line, 5 years, my organization must not able to survive. That is called, okay, let me share some of the, the now next one is objective. Objective means the objective are the maps used to reach the goal of the organization. What I mean to say, in order to reach in order to make 5 billion revenue, I will take certain measures in order to be a 5 billion company in market. That is called goal, mission, and the objective. Your organization should be, aligned your security functions. What I mean to say, your goal, it's organizational goal, your mission, and your objective. These are the three things. Now, these three things is from the organizational level. Okay, your security functions in an organization, there is a security function, different security department, right? This security function should align to this goal, mission, and objective of your company. So we should make our security policies, we should make our security suit towards our goal, mission, objective towards our company. Okay. Now, when I say my goal is 5 years down the line, I want to be 5 billion company. That means I'm setting a, in order to reach the goal, I need to set a strategy to be a 5 year, yeah, I need to be, 5 billion company, revenue company in 5 years down the line. When I say strategic plan, this plan is a long-term plan, and this plan is made by management. When I am saying these strategic plan generally formed by the top management of the company. When they prepare a strategic plan to support organization goal and organization mission and objective, they will prepare in such a way that it will suit to their they should reach to that particular goal. When I say strategic plan, it is like the top level plan. The next plan is your tactical plan. Tactical plan means it is the mid-level plan. Our management had decided that in order to reach 5 billion, I need to have a particular strategy in my mind. If I have strategy, then in order to satisfy the strategy, I need to make a tactical plans. Please note the strategical plan generally, it's a long-term plan, like it is 5 years or 4 to 5 years plan. When I say tactical plan, it is like 1 year yearly plan. Yearly plan, when I said you can change your tactical way of handling, reaching towards your goal. You can change every year. You can adopt a new tactical plan to reach your particular strategy in 5 years. Now, in order to support these two strategical and tactical plan, there is a called operational plan. In organization, we have these three plans in order to satisfy, in order to reach your organization into, it will drives you to reach your goal. When I say operation plan, please note operational plan are very short-term plans. Operation plan are like you can hiring some of the new staff to the organization or step-by-step implementation procedures. These things you can say the operational plan, like daily life, how you tackle the security incident evident, or how we tackle our budgetary stuffs, how we tackle the teams. These are the operational plan in organization. Okay. Now, if you ask me the example of tactical plan, now in order to reach a 5 billion company, I have to acquire a company, and that acquisition would happen like based on the needs to satisfy your goal. So tactical plans, you can have the examples like acquisition plan, or you can have some mass hiring in order to satisfy, in order to reach your particular goal, or you can have a system development plan in order to reach your strategy. Now, when I say strategical plan, it's very evident, right? That means it's a planning horizon. I have done my management has done the planning to reach the particular goal of my company. Okay. Now, if I say these plans in organization, this plan is called top-down approach. This plan happens through top-down approach, not bottom-up. Please remember, this is a top-down plan. The plans always flow from the management till the till the end of the to the end people like users or the administrators in the organization. Okay. Now, in order to support this particular thing in organization, we should know our data classifications. Okay. But before going to the data new flow of the data classification, I would like to give you the concept of, I would like to explain the concept of due care versus due diligence. Due care versus due diligence. When I say due diligence, please remember due diligence is a data gathering activity. It's a data gathering activity. When I say data gathering activity, that means basically you will do some fact collections, or you will do some, log collection, or you will do some survey in organization in order to take certain action. When you do a data gathering for in your organization, you will, based on the data gathering activity, you generally take action, isn't it? Let's say, let me give you an example. Let's say, in order to take a decision whether employees should come to the office during this COVID-19 situation or not, you will do a survey around your organization. When you do a survey in your organization, basically you are doing due diligence because you are collecting the data. Now you have collected the data, and the data said that the survey is saying 90% people are not able, they don't want to come back to office during this pandemic situations. In that case, if our management is taking a decision like they will go opposite way how the employee thinks, then they are not doing proper due care. What it means, if you have done a due diligence properly, or if you have done data gathering, then you should take a right action. You should not take a wrong action. In order to, this due care means it's a prudent man rule. Prudent man rule means you should take a right or correct measures in order to satisfy your particular organization needs. Let me give one more example. In organization, like there are some areas like we have dedicated electrical area, right? Where we have transformer or electrical equipments. And these electrical equipment, like these things are very dangerous, isn't it? If our organization would not have done the due diligence properly, means they haven't assessed particularly what are the danger this area carries in the organization, they will not take right measures. Now, let's say they have done the due diligence properly, like the employee should not go near to the particular electrical area. So in order to do that, they have to put some type of notice around the particular place. If they have placed the notice, but if somebody not doesn't follow that, then in that case, that person would be liable for particular his activity. Our management will not held liable for that particular activity. Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Now, I will ask one question to everyone right now. Like taking firewall backup, is it a due care or a due diligence? Taking firewall backup.
From my end, I would say it's a due care because you're taking a measure to avoid something in future.
Okay. So it would be a due diligence, something. Let me explain again. If you're taking firewall backup, that means you are doing due diligence. You are gathering the data. Testing the firewall backup would be a due care. Means, let's say you have taken the firewall backup for a year and you have never tested. After 1 year, your firewall breaks. In that case, if you try to recover your system with the backup, it will not work because it was never tested whether it is working or not. So taking firewall backup is a due diligence. Testing the firewall backup is a due care. Is it clear, something? Okay. Let me give one more example. When you go out from your home, you generally, put your locks, right? Isn't it? Now you have put your locks, but you haven't checked second time whether it was done properly or not. Okay. So if you're checking the second time, like whether it is done or properly or not, that means you have done your due care also along with your due diligence. You have locked your door along with you have checked it is working properly. Okay.
Like a
Is it
double
clear?
check.
Yes, deploying firewall in the organization. What will it be a due care or due diligence? Deploying firewall in the organization.
Deploy a firewall is a due diligence. That's what I think.
Deploying a firewall. You are deploying a firewall in order to prevent the attack, isn't it? You are taking right a prudent man care. It's a due care. Deploying firewall and collecting the logs is a due diligence. So please note, let me explain one more time. Due care means taken a responsibility for activity that take place in the organization. Taken reasonable care in protecting the organization. Taken necessary steps to protect the company, its resource, and employee from possible threats. That is called due care. Okay? If you are not doing your due care properly, then you are doing negligence to the organization. When I say doing negligence, then you might be, held responsible if somebody fire you in the court. Let me give you one more example of due care and due diligence again. Let's say there is a weight floor in your organization. There is some issue of the floor. It always keep weights. It is always weight. Your company knows, your management knows, or your facility manager knows that that floor is weight. If somebody will slip off, then they might broke their legs. Okay. In that case, your security manager or your facility manager should put a caution notice saying, "Weight floor, please be careful." If they have done properly, they can save their funds in the court because they have taken a reasonable care in protecting the organization employee. Is it clear? Do you care?
Yes.
When I said due diligence, please know it's a data gathering activity. Now let me ask one more question. Training employee in security awareness or training employees in security awareness, is it a due care or due diligence? Now, training employees in security awareness. Basically, you are training the employee in your organization that you are taking reasonable measures. You are awareing. You are not doing any survey. You are not collecting any data. You are just making awareness among your employee. It's a due care. Okay?
I have to study this a little harder afterwards.
No. It's very easy. Try to think what I'm saying. Whenever I'll say, just think in this way. Whenever I'll ask a question for due care and due diligence, is it, towards collecting the data or gathering the data? If not, it will be due care. And other way of thinking is when I say you should take right measures, you should take reasonable measure to protect your organization. That is a due care. When I'm saying I'm giving training to my employees or I'm giving training to my personnel in organization so that they will be aware of latest threat. That means I'm creating awareness, isn't it? I'm creating awareness in mind of my employees so that they can well burst to the attacks what is going to happen to the organization. In that case, to be due care. Is it clear?
Okay, then what is due diligence again? Sorry.
Due diligence means it is a data gathering activity. It's a data gathering activity. Data gathering means it's a data collecting activity, you can say. Okay? Basically, putting firewall and collecting the logs, taking backups and gathering the data. Testing the backup. I am testing the backup. I'm taking a reasonable care so that the backup I should make sure myself this backup will work during the critical situation of the organization. Is it clear?
Okay.
Should I ask one more question? Last question. Doing survey to find out whether I should give gift to the personnel or employee in our organization. Will it be a due care or due diligence?
Even I would go with diligence.
Yeah, it's a due diligence also. That means you have understood correctly. Okay. So please remember in this way, when I say it's collecting some information, that means it's a due diligence. When I'm saying I'm not collecting information, I'm asking whether you have taken right certain measures in order to protect the data or not. Okay, is it clear? Now let's go to next topic is called, organizational process. In organization process, we should know our data. We should know our data, and we should know how critical is the data for the organization. When I say how critical is my data, that means I will think about, let's say I have 1 TB of data. If I know out of 1 TB data, only 10 MB data is critical for me, then I can only protect 10 MB data with high protection. I should be put all the protection mechanism like layering. I should put encryption. I should put all the security mechanism in order to prevent. But I should not think about all 990 MB data, isn't it? I should give minimum level of security because that data is not important for me. Is it understandable? Now, when I'm saying this data classifications, in order to know which data is important for me, for my organization, I will do data classifications. Classification means I'll segregate data based on their sensitivity, based on the criticality. Now, what is the objective data classification? The objective is very simple, to put right controls. In order to put the right control, we should do the data classification. So what is the goal of data classification? In order to find out a right security control for the data. When I say a right controls of my data means I should not provide equal level of security to all data, all type of data in my organization. I should know which data is critical for me. I should know which data is important for me. When I say I need to know which data is important for me, then I have to do data classification. Please note, data classification can be done based on the value of the data, based on the usefulness of the data, value of the timeline of the data. It could be based on the association of the personnel of the data. Means if it is a CO data, then we should think about it's a CO data. So we should think about, we should protect our CO, all emails, all data of our CO. There are several measures, several things we should take care when we'll do data classification. When we do data classifications, we will get to know that these are the data which is very critical for my organization. Now, there are 2 types of data classification in our work areas. When I say 2 types, in government there is a data classification scheme, and in a private we have separate data classification scheme. In government and military we have data classification scheme. I hope you guys are still seeing my screen, right? In government we have data classification scheme like top security, top secret, then secret, then confidential, then sensitive but unclassified, and last is unclassified. These data classification format we have in government organization. So government organization has data classification format like top security, secret, top secret, secret, confidential, then sensitive, then unclassified. When I have, let's say I have data of 10 TB, I should do a data classifications to find out how many out of 10 TB, how much data I should put into top security, how much data I should put into secret, how much data I should put confidential, how much data I should put into sensitive, how much data I should put in unclassified. If I know this, then I can, if I know that this is my top secret data, then I will put necessary level of security or security controls so that I can prevent the disclosure of the top security data. Please note, if top security or top secret data got breached by the organization, then the organization means government or military, then that government or military, they will be in grave danger. They will be in grave danger Okay. So when I say secret data, if secret data got breached in your organization, in your government sector, then it would create serious damage for the organization. Okay. Now, when I say confidential data, it would create a damage to the government or military organization. Similarly, unclassified means I'll explain what is unclassified, but please just hold your breath. Let me explain you now how the data classification happens in private organization. In private organization, the data classification happens like this. They have confidentiality or proprietary data at the level 1. Okay. Proprietary, confidential or proprietary classification label. The second classification label they have private, and third classification label is sensitive, and last one is public. Okay. So please note, if confidential data of a private organization breached, then it will create a grave danger for that particular organization. When I say private data got private means the employee who work for the organization, their data got breached for the organization, then that organization would be in serious damage state. When now I am saying sensitive data means the organization would, they will damage their reputations. Like this, they do their classification in both private and government organization. Restricted data means,
Yeah.
restricted means you can say this data is restricted data, right? You're saying.
Yes.
So restricted means if somebody will get access to restricted data, then the organization would be in grave danger or a serious damage. You should define that. So basically what I mean to say, your personal data with the organization, that also contain value for that organization, isn't it? So you should do your classification of that particular data. So we are going to read now who will be responsible for the classification of data. In organization, there are different type of roles are available in order to do their data classification. Please note, data owner always does the data classification. Data owner, there is a role called data owner. Basically, this data owner is somebody from the senior management. Is it clear? Answering to the Santi's questions, I have a restricted data. My personal data to the company could treat that this is a restricted data. Then company could put that particular data, company means the data owner could put that particular data into private categorization also. Let me simplify this answer. Let's say I have given my personal detail to my organization. Then the personal detail always lie with HR department, isn't it? When it lies with HR department, HR head will put this particular my personal restricted data into private area. Now, another way, like my company, I work for a R&D company. Their R&D scope is always very confidential or restricted data. So that means only this data should be at the top of their classification level. Is it clear? Now let me ask a simple questions. Do you think your public classified data should should be protected? Okay, cool. Now when I say classifications, there is one more term called declassifications. It's very important. Declassification is necessary in the company. Means I have classified my R&D data right now as confidential. Okay. Over the time, the data value should change, isn't it? After 2 years, the data might not be confidential. The data value could decrease and I can put into the sensitive level, isn't it? So that I can save some money because I was investing 1 billion to protect my confidential data. I was spending 300 million to protect my private data. I was providing like spending 100 million to providing securing my sensitive data. Are you able to follow me? So you should have declassification, means you should declassify your data, or you should review your classification scheme very frequently. You should review your classification of your data, okay, in order to save money. Okay, now let me tell you who does what in organization. There are different roles in the organization. There is a role called data owner. Data owner is somebody from the top management, is the person who is responsible for data classification. Please note, data owner is the ultimate responsible for the data protections. If your data got breached, then the ultimate responsible person would be the data owner. Okay? If your data owner haven't done proper due care, then he will be held responsible in case of data breach. A second point is their second role called data custodian. I have done the data classification in my organization. Now I can hand over, I'm from management, I have done the data classifications. I can hand over to a person who will maintain the data. And that person is called data custodian. Data owner hire data custodian who maintain the data, means it will take backup, it will take regular health checks of the system, it will validate the data integrity of the system, it will check whether the data is properly in certain shape or not. This data custodian hires somebody called data steward. Data steward, please note, he checks whether data is fit for use or not. Okay. Basically, data steward responsibility is to check whether data quality is maintained or not. It's a optional responsibility. Please note, it's an optional responsibility. It's not a mandatory responsibility. Data custodian also can do this particular data is fit for use or not. He can do, but he has a, he has the authority to hire somebody. I'll give an example. Our management has done the data, classifications, data owner. He has given to security team in order to maintain the data, like check regular logs whether a hacker is trying to attack me or not, take regular backup or not. Now my department hire a data analyst who will check whether the data integrity is maintained, whether the data is fit for use or not. Over the time, he will check the data is in good shape or not. Okay. Now another responsibility. So you understood this chain. I guess you are understanding. So next, if you are not stopping me, then I will continuously move on. Next responsibility is user, the end user, who use the data, isn't it? Like us in our organization. Now there is one more responsibility is called security professional, like the InfoSec team in organization, security professional, the InfoSec team in organization. What they do? Basically, they check, is there any attacks or is there anything happening which will hamper the particular data integrity or something. Please note, the InfoSec team could be also, data custodian as well. Okay. Now, let me tell you some concept. Okay. Now, I have, due care, I have understood due diligence, I have done classifications, I've done everything. Okay, isn't it? Now, if I will not take a necessary policy, do you think this thing would be maintained smoothly in the organization? I don't think so. We should make a security policy so that, we should formalize our security policy so that if somebody violates anything, then there will be consequences. So security policy is a broad statement produced by the senior management that detects the role of security within the organization. Is it correct? Is it clear to understand? Now, characteristic of security policy. Security policy should be non-technical. When you write security policy in your organization, or the management or the data owner or the top management, when they write the security policy, it should not be technical. It must be generic, non-technical, and easy to understood. Please note this point. It must integrate security into all business process and function. Santi, what do you think? Your business should drive the policy or your policy should drive the business? Your business should drive security policy. Your security policy should not drive the business because we are getting money from the business, isn't it? Please note the security policy must be reviewed and modified periodically or the company environment. When the company environment changes, the security policy must be modified or reviewed. Okay. Now it must you when you do any changes to your security policy, you should do a version control so that you should refer to older version as well. So you should always refer to the latest version. So in case of any changes, if somebody wants to validate what are the changes you have made to the last policy to this policy, they can validate that particular thing. Okay. Now type in organization, there are three type of security policy. They are like organizational specific security policy, issue specific security policy, and system specific security policy. Let me write it. When I say the security policy could be three types: organizational security policy, issue specific security policy, system specific security policy. When I say organization specific security policy, it focuses on issue relevant to every aspect of our organization. When I say issue specific security policy, it focuses a specific service, department, or function that is distinct from the organization as a whole.
Just a quick info, guys. At Intellipaat, we provide cybersecurity online training in collaboration with EC Council, completely mentored with industry experts. For more information about the course, please do contact our course advisors. Now, let's continue with the session.
When I say system specific security policy, it focuses on individual system. Let me give you an overview. What do you mean by this organizational security policy? What do you mean by issue specific security policy? What do you mean by system specific security policy? When I say organizational specific security policy, it is a security policy. It is an index of the security policy. Basically, it defines that we have like these are the standard policy in our organization. There is a concept called accepted use policy, AUP, acceptable use policy. That means it is a commonly produced document that exists as part of overall security documentation infrastructure. Acceptable use policy defines like if you are getting a system from your company, how you should use that particular system. You should not use for any particular your personal stuff, or you should not use for particular that type of particular that system for any specific work related to your personal job. If you will violate acceptable use policy in your organization, there would be a penalty. There could be termination from the organization. So please, if in organization, the organization specific security policy should be, you should abide by the organization security policy. If you violate the organization specific security policy, then there will be a consequences. Every time there will be a consequences. Like I will tell you one security policy. You should work at least 8 hours in a day. The work time would be 8 hours. If you're not maintaining 8 hours, you might get some notification from the management or from your management saying you are not maintaining what was the agreement when we hired you to the organization. The second one is issue specific policy. It focuses specific service, department, or functions distinct from the organization as a whole. Like I can create a specific policy for my IT department. I can create a specific policy for my BPO. Like policy would be BPO employee should work 24/7 because they need to give support, isn't it? Now, when I say system-specific policy, I should create a policy like in my organization, I should use encryption. That's a system-specific policy, isn't it? Now, different security policy work together to meet objective of comprehensive security program, isn't it? There are policy types are there, regulatory policy, advisory policy, and informative policy. When I say regulatory policy, it ensures that organization is following industry specific regulation or standard. Examples of regulatory policies are HIPAA, PCI DSS, etc. These are the standard policy. Let's say you work for credit card company. The card company should follow the industry standard PCI DSS. When if you are working for any European, or if you are working for any European company, you should follow you should abide by the GDPR. Okay. Similarly, you should, if you are dealing with any private data of your organization, you should follow HIPAA. Yeah. Now, second one is advisory policy. When I say advisory policy strongly advise that employee or user on the type of behavior, like your behavior, like what should be your behavior in the organization. Advisory means advisory policy strongly advise the employee, saying what type of behavior and activities to be followed in the organization. Examples are policy for handling medical or personal data. These are the advisory policy. Advisory policy could be like my advisory policy should be like now COVID-19 has broke up, so you should send a advisory notification to everybody saying please take necessary measures while going out or something, because personal is the more valuable for the organization, isn't it? Now, next one is informative policy. When I say informative policy informs the employee of certain key topics. Example, policy explaining the goals and mission of the organization. Informative means our CEO has decided that our organization want to be 1 billion company in 1 year. That could be informative policy. In order to informative policy means saying if you're not following this particular things, then there would be a consequences. So it could be informative policy could be your password should be 12 characters. Okay. Now, in order to support the policy, we have different functional implementation of the policies. When I say functional implementations, there are functional implementations called standards, guidelines, procedures, and baseline. Please note, your policy should abide the land of the law. Means if you are an Indian company, your policy should support the local law regulation requirement. Then you should check your organizational policy. Then you should check your functional implementation of policy, like how you can implement your policy into the organization. If you want to implement your policy into organization, you can do you can follow the standards, you can follow guidelines, you can follow procedures, you can follow baseline. I hired somebody. Now means I joined, so I should sign a bond. Current company saying that I will be not join if I quit OD, I will be not joining to my competitive organization of OD, Tesla, or all this. Okay? Now I have signed like NCA. Please remember, NCA stopped me to change my job. NCA just created difference in your mind saying you have signed a bond. If you leave the organization, I'll drag you to the court. The company will create a deterrence. Means create a fear in your mind saying that you should not do this. If you do this, you will be in trouble. But you change the organization, will drag you to the court. In that case, the company is not able to win if you change the company by saying that whatever the compensation you are getting OD, it was not satisfying your daily liabilities. It was not enough to survive in current situation in the market. So please note, NCA is just created in the mind. Okay, now you sign in the NCA. No. When you join the company, our organization should have some important policies or important important stuff in order to that you should not organization and later point in time you should create any problem for the organization. So they incorporate some type of concept separation of duties. Separation of duties means critical activity or activity should not be done by a single person. It should be done more than 2 persons. Okay, that means let's say critical activity. If that person is doing, if single person is doing a critical activities, then that person create a dependency for the organization, isn't it? If I'm saying dependency for the organization, then we need to create a problem for the organization. Now, let's say I have divided work more than 2 people. Okay. Now I create I divided the critical work between two different persons. Okay. So basically, I'm trying to avoid collisions. That's the term called collisions. Collision means two people come together to collude against the organization. Let's say I have divided critical activity between 2 people. Okay, I have divided among you and Julia. It's in US and you sits in UK. You don't have any direct, personal relationship. So you know each other. So if you want to collude against that company, you need to have a valid support from Julia, because in order to go against the company, you need Julia's help. Isn't it? Yes. Separation is prevent collusion, because they are always afraid. If I leverage Julia could put to the management saying, Santi wanted to do some collusion, isn't it? So please note, duties avoid. Okay. Now job responsibility. I should divide the job responsibility based on the head. Okay. Like I have a job responsibility. I create the responsibility based on your need to know. Whether you wanted to know this particular person, wanted to know particular information or not. To create the responsibility on the least privilege. Least privilege is in your permissions I can give you to perform your task. Duties. Duties or tasks. Okay. Yeah. Now another concept. Now I did a separation of duties. I have responsibility. Now job rotation. Job rotation means it will benefit 2 ways. In the big companies, right? They have incorporated job rotation in the company. Job rotation means you are in a particular bank, working for a bank like JP Morgan. You are in a position for, okay, will come suddenly to you saying, Santi, you go for 2 weeks leave, or you can go to the different department, or you can take your personal leave and go for a holiday. In this period of time, they will work. Okay, so that is they will find out whether you have done any fraud, done again any modification, any sabotage, or any misuse of information from the particular organization, and job satisfy what
the backup.
it is a backup
when you there's another person who also do this job.
Yeah, basically it will avoid that redundancy. It will create a redundancy. Means
yes.
The company will not you. It will create a redundancy. years. Okay.
Just one doubt I have. There are few organizations who have this NDA as part of the offer letter, right? So
Yes.
that is acceptable, right? You need not have a separate policy, but it's there in your offer letter where are all
When
the
you
other
sign
terms.
you sign your offer
accepting
letter,
that.
you're signing NCA.
So it's abiding.
Yes, it should abide. Otherwise, there will be consequences. You should be fired from the organization, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah. There are few organizations who have separate form, and there are few organizations who club it in the offer letter. Both are
Yes. Requirement. Yes, true. Now, there is one more concept called cross-training. Cross-training means you should cross-train between the departments so that there should not remain with particular. So you should do cross-training in your position. Right? Yeah. Now,
yes.
this is for personal security we have taken care. Now, I found that a particular person has done some sabotage by doing rotations. I have sent you a mandatory. Okay, I have found that you have sabotage. Now I have to give you a pink letter. I have to fire, isn't it? If you fire a particular person, you should take certain measures in the organization. You should not fire a particular employee at the beginning of the week or end of the week. That should be the standard. You also should give the opportunity to the person so that he should a new job into the week time. You should file mid of the week, like Tuesday or Wednesday. You should not file beginning weekends or beginning of the week. Okay? Because beginning of the week will come to mode. You should not do it. You are going to fire an employee in US, right? Earlier, they fired through email saying pink slip, right? You used to give pink slip saying I'm giving you are no more required to the organization. Yes. Your laptops, your smart cards, everything you go here. The pink slip is no more valid. Why? Because you are being given the company assets, isn't it? Smart cards. So you should not write the email. You are not been required for organization. In that case, the company might be in trouble. So they call the person and they should take the person into the meeting room and they should be discussed with the personal manager along with whom the HR and the security guard. If the security guard is required, he can manhandle. He can manhandle, isn't it? Yeah, so that so you should bring somebody so that he can the HR and the when you are in a meeting room with the person, you ask me, please submit all the whatever company is provided, you submit here, then the security guard should escort that till the gate, and he will make sure that that person should not return back inside. Return back to the office gate, not to the office gate. Means, let's say you fired somebody, that employee may be disgruntled. Employee, you know that meaning?
Yes. They may get disturbed and never know the state of mind at that point in time.
Yes, absolutely. So that could create a problem for the organization. So you should take these certain measures when you are firing.
Right.
Now we have done with the how we can manage in organization. Okay. Now, second one is vendor consultant and contract agreements and controls. In organization, how you manage the vendors, because people, personnel also to the vendor, isn't it? We hire a vendor to come into our office to manage them. We should have equal in NCA in order to manage them. Okay. So now, in order to manage the vendor, we should have a separate team.
Hi everyone, welcome to the live session by
When I say
Intellipaat. In today's live session, we would be covering everything about cybersecurity from the basic to the advanced level.
Organization is a monetary If you breach this SLA, you will be penalized.
Yeah.
You're penalized and you need to pay the money. Okay, like your, let's say, company internet service to you. Yes, the company should meet whatever agreement during the service offering. Yeah. Now, this is SLA. Okay.
Outsourcing policy, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So like you choose your vendor properly and you do the assessment before you source something. That's category.
Yes. Now we have done everything. How we can manage our personnel, how we can manage our vendors, and in the first chapter we have seen how policy is required, why policy is required, why baseline policy is required, right? We have done that classification, and we have done through CIA. Now the thing is classification we have done to find out the right controls, isn't it?
Correct.
Now you have done the classification. Now you have to do the risk assessment, isn't it? To find out the control. The risk assessment means that's called risk management. Risk management means the organization will do a risk assessment to the particular assets or particular data in order to find out what are the risks associated with particular data, and they to bring down the risk into accepted level. Basically, they will try to mitigate. No mitigate. They will try to bring it to acceptable level. Means, let's say, example. Let's say I have an asset. Okay, that asset cost is $10. Now, in order to protect that asset, I need to spend 12,000 rupees security countermeasures. Otherwise, somebody can test that the particular data. In that case, if you need to do assessment, do you think to protect your $10,000 data, you spend $12,000? No, right?
No.
So do your assessment.
I can't spend something which is more than asset value itself.
Yeah. Let's say you are staying in Bangalore. The villa is okay, but you want to protect the villa. Bangalore is not safer for people who are coming from outside. So if you want to protect your villa, you have to hire 5-6 security guards, and all the 5-6 security guards and your security might cross 2 crores. You think you'll be in a villa in Bangalore? No, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you think you should do a risk assessment properly in order to find out whether you should do the risk assessment by the particular thing or mitigate the risk. You should accept the risk. I'll teach you in such a way like you know very strong in risk management. Okay? Now, in order to go to risk management has a big umbrella. Okay, inside risk management, there is a concept called risk assessment, risk analysis. Risk analysis is nothing but it's a study of finding out what is the control we should do risk analysis in 2 ways. One is quantitative, another one is qualitative. There are 2 ways we will do risk analysis in order to find out which control best fit for my protecting that asset. Once I do a risk analysis, I'll give my report to whom? Sorry, I'm just having I have done my report has to go saying in order to protect these firewalls, okay, if I buy Palo Alto firewalls, it cost me $10,000. If I buy it cost me $1,000. If I buy ASA, it is $600. But these are the 3 firewalls. These are the they will mitigate. Then this report is and management through the risk management, they will decide which firewall they should put into the organization, whether Palo Alto, checkpoint or ASA. And let's say Palo Alto, they will think like in our environment, our base will be secure, and I can bring this into a acceptable risk.
Yeah.
You can't mitigate 100% risk in your organization. You can't.
Yes.
You are able to meet 100% of your organization. Okay.
We only try to reduce it to where the
Acceptable level.
impact.
That is correct. Yes. You should. Yes. You should mitigate. You should bring down the risk to the acceptable level. So that if something will happen, that will not hamper the organization. Okay. Now, in order to understand risk management concept, you need to understand the circle. Like there are so many terms. You need to understand what is threat, what is risk, what is exploitation, vulnerability. When I say circle, if you understand what you want to do risk analysis, you have to do a risk analysis to your asset. Asset could be two types. Asset could be two types. One is tangible, another one is intangible. I said tangible asset. Tangible asset means the asset which you can touch and feel it. Intangible means that asset which you can't feel, like your data is your intangible asset. Okay, your tangible asset is your physical asset, your web server, the tangible assets. So asset could be tangible and intangible. Now we say yes. Now every asset has a vulnerability, isn't it?
Correct. Yes.
Vulnerability means loopholes or weakness in the system. Okay. Now threats. Means what do you mean threats? Threats means potential threat. Could be man-made or natural. Like man-made means terrorists, thieves, anything who try to impact your threats. And threats like floods, all these are natural threats. Now, when the threats exploit your vulnerability, exposure happens. Getting me? Threats exploit your vulnerability, exposure happens. When exposure happens, every exposure is a risk. Every exposure, every time when the threat will exploit you, exploit your vulnerability, then it means you are in risk. So risk means realized risk. Realized risk means you are being attacked by the threat. So in order to protect or prevent your risk, or in order to reduce your risk, what you will do? You put countermeasures.
Yes.
So
Yes.
so sets two types, tangible.
Yes.
Now every is vulnerability. Vulnerability is exploited by the threats, and threat exploit your vulnerability. Exposure happens when exposure. Every exposure is called what? Risk. Every exposure, every instance of exposure is called risk. And risk is there. You will try to mitigate to the countermeasure, isn't it? So now you understood the term. You are well versed with the term. Now let's see this flow, right? Analysis you will do in order to find out what will be the analysis. Risk analysis you can do two ways. One is qualitative and another one is quantitative. When I say quantitative, please note quantitative means it will give a dollar value. It will give a value, but means it will give option like it is high,
Good,
low,
bad.
medium, yeah, good, bad. It's just a optional option list. It is an option list. Okay. So now when I say quantitative, there are two things. One is asset value, okay, and second is exposure. Exposure means I said right when your vulnerability is exploited by threat, exposure happens. Exposure is always in percent. Means let's say your asset is now you have a vulnerability in asset, and that vulnerability of that asset would exploit. It will expose the asset by 2%. Okay, means 2% of 100 rupees would be lost, or it would be lost. 2 by 100. 0.0 0.0 means you will lose 1 rupees, 2 rupees.
2 rupees here. Yeah.
If your
Yeah.
exposure is 2%, means 2 by 100 means 2 rupees. Isn't it? So exposure is 2%. Now,
Yes.
if you expose one time, how much you using? That is called single loss expectancy. So once you expose, you're using 2 rupees, right? Isn't it? So your single loss expectancy is how much?
2 rupees.
Absolutely. Yes,
Yeah.
single time you are exposed, how much you are using? 2 rupees. Now tell me, in a year you are exposed 4 times. How much you are using? 6 rupees.
Yeah, 4 times the same. It doesn't impact again and again. The value doesn't change. Percentage doesn't change.
Yes, so it's 2%, 2% exposure.
Okay.
Okay.
8
So,
rupees then.
so we got 8 rupees loss, isn't it? When we got 8 rupees loss, then please note it happens 4 times, right? That is annualized rate of occurrence. A year, how many times it happens? Okay. Now, single expectancy, right? Single low expectancy means in a year, if I am getting how much I'm losing.
Yeah, understood.
Now, in a year, let's say I have been exposed 4 times. Now, 4 into my single loss expectancy. Essentially, into a row is annualized guess of expectancy.
Understood.
So A is equal to SLE into ARO. Yes. Okay. Now, this is vulnerability, then exposure, then risk, then countermeasure. Okay. So I said two types. One is tangible, is intangible, tangible, and asset could be two types: man-made or and every asset has a vulnerability, or if asset has a vulnerability, threat exploit the vulnerability. When threat exploit the vulnerability, exposure happen. Every exposure is called risk. Okay. In order to mitigate the risk, you can countermeasure. Once you apply the countermeasure, the asset you can reduce the risk into acceptable level. Now, the concept called like risk analysis. We do cost benefit analysis. Cost benefit analysis in order to find out what? In order to find out whether this control is suitable for that. Can reduce the risk, provide a cost benefit analysis with impact of the threat and cost of countermeasures. Okay. Basically, we try to find out the benefit and how much we are spending on the cost on the countermeasure. Okay. So these are the goals of risk analysis. Identify assets and on the organization. So in order to do a cost benefit analysis, it has to identify the value of the assets, determine the likelihood that a threat exploit vulnerability, because likelihood is how often this threat will exploit vulnerability. Okay, determine the result of those. If this threat exploit vulnerability, what will be the business impact? Based on this, they will do a provide a cost benefit analysis between the impact of the threat and the countermeasure cost of the countermeasure. Okay? This is the risk analysis. So we have done, like I said, the risk analysis can be done is quantitative and one is qualitative. Okay. When I say quantitative, it will give a dollar value. It will give a dollar value, and the output is always a dollar. But in qualitative, it's like I or you want it to be, or it will give some kind of opinions in quality stages. Please note down the pros and cons of the quantitative and qualitative. If you come to the quantitative process and metrics, expressed in terms, this is accurate and credible. Our management understand dollar value. So this quantitative is always preferable by the management. But the qualitative one, it doesn't dollar value. So the calculation is simple because user will take opinions, user will take a survey in order to find out whether that particular risk analysis or particular has, what would be the impact. You do the cost benefit analysis based on opinion in terms of quality. Now, coming back to quantitative analysis, the demerits or the cons of quantitative, it is a probability. You do a lot of mathematics, so it is like complex. It's all you do, you calculate, multiply, so it's very complex in nature. Okay, in order to do the quantitative analysis, we need informations like expectancy, all these things we need. In case of quantitative, the assessment is subject nature, so it is very easy to calculate. Okay, and it doesn't have any dollar value, so management will accept this one. Okay, so standard way to know the quantitative and qualitative assessment. Now, let me explain a bit of quantitative assessment. In case of quantitative assessment, we need to know a few things. Okay? Now, in order to know the quantitative analysis, you have to start with value. Okay, so asset value. Is asset value. Okay? Now, next you need to know exposure factor. Exposure factor is EF. It is always in percentage. Please remember. Now, once you know this thing, you have to calculate a single loss expectancy. This is SLE. Please remember, SLE is equal to AP into EF. Okay? Now, once you know this single loss expectancy, you can know the annualized rate of occurrence is called AR. Now, the last one is annualized loss expectancy. This is called ALE. Please remember, ALE is equal to SLE into error. Okay? Once you do this, after finding out the annualized loss expectancy, we do a first class benefit analysis. All good?
Quick info, guys. At Intellipaat, cybersecurity online training collaboration with mentored with industry experts. For more information about the course, please do contact our course advisors. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, I'll give you a small problem to solve in order to find if you are able to crack this one. Asset value is $10,000 and exposure factor is 20%. Yellow is once in 10 years. Please find out what is ALE and ALE.
So 2000 ALE 200.
Okay. So if you straightforward like 10,000 into 2,500, so you can say like 2,000. You can multiply this expectancy and arrow. So you multiplication 2,200 into 0.1, right? 1 by 200, 1 by 10 years, right? 1 by 10 is 0.1, right? So it is 200. 200.
Yes, 200. Right.
Now, how we can find the value of this countermeasures? That is another formula, okay? Please notice, like this ALE, right? We calculated ALE, right? Please note this ALE before countermeasure minus ALE after countermeasure minus annual cost of countermeasure. Means, let's say in this case, your ALE is 200. Okay? Now ALE is 200. You have countermeasures. Okay? after applying the countermeasures, A will become 100. Okay, it will reduce, right? It will reduce the exposure, right? Isn't it? Now, you in order to reduce to 100 rupees, you spend 50 rupees as a analyzed cost of countermeasure. Please note, if this would be positive, then you will accept the or you will buy the countermeasure. Okay, if this value is negative, then you will not select the countermeasure. Is it clear? Why it will, if it will make yeah.
Yes.
What I mean to say, let's say you're in a problem. Let's say the age is red and you countermeasure, the new age have 100 rupees, but in order to save rupees, you spend 150 rupees for the countermeasure. But at the end of the days, you are losing rupees, isn't it? So you will not select a countermeasure.
Yeah.
So in this case, you will not select a countermeasure. Is it clear? Now there is another concept called residual risk. Residual risk. See, you apply some countermeasure, but still you can see. So now residual risk. There is a concept. See, the initial value was this one. Is it? Applied some countermeasure, then it became 200. Am I correct? Now, still some risk is left over, right? The leftover risk is called risk. Leftover risk is called, or the risk which is staying inside the countermeasure is called residual risk. Please note, residual risk is total risk minus control gap. Okay, control gap means how much you reduced with the countermeasures. Means that total risk was 200, you applied the countermeasure now, so you can see the residual is 100. Is that clear? Okay. Now there is another concept. If you have understood this correctly, a concept called delayed loss. Delayed loss. Delayed loss means it is secondary investment. It means, let's say one exploitation happened, okay, but you suddenly able to realize the loss. But later point of time, you are realizing the loss. Means, let me give you an example. Let's say your company got hacked, or your company got hacked by a attacker. Okay, but he couldn't take much thing from the out of the company. He published some of the data into internet. Okay, and by seeing that, okay, your market reputation of the company could, down, or it could be reduced over time. Delayed loss is something which you not or realize. It's like you can realize later time. I can give you one more example. Let's say you met an accident and you lost one of your hand. In that case, you'll think like another hand I will be able to manage. But you'll realize the loss whenever your hand would be able to do another some work, that time you will realize that you have lost something. That is called realized or delayed risk. Okay. Now coming back to qualitative. Qualitative, it's like opinion based. Say it could be opinion based, or it could be based. Like in company, they do in they will call different person from into a room, and they will try to do a brainstorming about it, and they will find out. They will talk about it. We are we have a which is in our what would be the security loopholes you are able to see. In that case, you will do a survey or you will brainstorming among your colleague or department in order to find what are the risk propositions the outside. So these are the I'll give you examples of qualitative qualitative assessment. We do brainstorming, we do story reporting, we do survey, we do questions, we do checklists, we do Delphi techniques. Delphi techniques explain a little bit. Delphi technique is also an important one. Delphi technique. In Delphi techniques, what happened? It's a anonymous one. What do you know? Anonymous. They, distribute everybody, and they will give you like a scenario, please tell me your feedback or tell me your opinion about this particular risk assessment. Then you can submit your answer, and you should not mention your name, anonymous. They will not ask what about the risk. Till now, you have done qualitative and quantitative analysis. You have done cost benefit analysis. Now you find out like these are the countermeasure I should go in order to prevent my risk. Now you will find out options like what response to your risk, whether should response to risk, because you have response to now you have done a cost benefit analysis. Now you that cost benefit analysis. So management now to response to risk. Response to risk could be 6 ways. One is they can reduce or mitigate, then assign or transfer, they can accept the risk, and then deter the risk, they can reject the risk. These are options management can do that. Please note, management should not reject any risk. If they will reject a risk, that means they are not doing the duty properly. Please note, there is no option or there is no to reject the risk. Okay. Now, when I say or mitigate, in that case, they will use the countermeasure. They will pass the countermeasure and they will implement the countermeasure to reduce the risk into appropriate level. Now, when I say assign risk, they might buy insurance. They might buy when I say assign risk, we will transfer the risk through insurance. They can buy, they should not do that, but in transfer the risk to a third party and they done that particular work by the third party. Accept the risk. Accept means when this value will become negative, all the countermeasure. If you are seeing, if you apply any countermeasure, still this value is coming negative. In that case, they will say, okay, we don't get any benefit out of the countermeasure. So accept the risk. Okay. They will, they will try to, avoid a particular. They will say, no, there is a risk. We should create a fear among others so that there should not be, happen this. Next one, what I say, let's say they do a single sign-on in company. So they analysis. So after this analysis, they have out if we roll out the single sign-on in the company, that would be several other problems will arise in the company. So let's not do. Let's stick to the authentication procedure. Now, last I already explained, not any particular risk. Is it clear till now? Now you have selected the countermeasure. Okay, you have selected the countermeasure. Management has decided that I have to implement the countermeasure for these assets. Okay, we should implement the countermeasure in either one of these layers. This layer called administrative control. Okay, now this is called logical/technical control. So after selecting the implement either here, when I say administrative, we have decided that we are doing the project, but we need to tell employees, let's do some survey or let's do training. So if they will, on the training process, they are implementing administrative control. Now, if the technical controls that your project would not be known to many people, then they will apply technical control so that people will not be able to know. Now, when they are doing the project, they want to implement a fence, they want to implement it around the particular process, they will be physical control. Okay, so the controls in 3 types. Okay, please remember, technical controls are down. Technical controls are IDS, IPS, clipping labels, access and release, constant interface, and biometric methods, and controls in the organization. When I say control, like I said, it could be survey, it could be report review, it could be personal control, it could be testing. Please note, testing is administrative control. Please note this. Administrative control is okay because is done with management, and management is done and things that become administrative control. Okay.
But Deepika, sorry.
Yes.
When you say testing, you mean the testing that the developers implement. Yeah, then is it not a technical control? Because we are looking at it from a technical angle, right?
Yes, but whose decision that we need to do a testing?
It's part of the project.
Management is.
That way.
No, it could be a part of the project. It is a administrative control. In order to find out the fault in order to find out fault in the program, in order to find out the fault in the coding. So it's an administrative way of getting tests. Okay. Please note this is very important. Testing is administrative control. Okay. Personal control is administrative control. Supervision is administrative control. Physical controls are like fence, lights, protections, blocks, pages, strikers, dogs. Like we have dog guards right around the office. Video cameras. When I say video camera, it could be here. When I say video monitoring, it could be here. Okay. Okay. Is it clear?
Yeah. So to my understanding, so three level. One is single resources. So within resources is going to be administrative, and technology is part of infrastructure related, and then physical means that's basically just physical related security. So if we based on this category.
Okay. Now, certain type of control type. Please note. Control type. Next one. It could be preventive. Now, fourth one would be corrective. Corrective, compensative. Okay. And more is there. I guess. Seventh one's directive. These controls available type of control. When I say directive control, the control which create fears in the intruder's mind. Intruder mind. Let's say you have a CCTV camera. When somebody wanted to get into offices, they will see like this office is monitored by CCTV camera. Then in their mind there will be a deterrent to so in that case they will to get in. Okay. Some controls are preventive in nature. Our firewall is a preventive control. Like our fences, fences are also in preventive in nature. Our IPS is a detective control. Our IPS is also a detective access control. Supervisions is also detective control. Incident investigation is also one type of access control. Now, corrective access control means somebody has your system. Now, you take necessary measures to rectify that system. And in that case, that would be a corrective access control. Is there any doubt in corrective?
Is corrective related to recover?
No, there is a difference between recovery. Recovery control are the extension of corrective. It is a extension. It is extension of corrective.
Okay.
This is like bigger picture. This is smaller picture. Like to say, let's say system, you have an antivirus system, but that is not sufficient to prevent this. Okay. In that case, your system got attacked. Okay. But once your system got attacked, you can buy another antivirus to rectify your system so that it will work in a better way. Okay. In recovery, it's just like you can see, like it's like a picture, like just your environment. In that case, you will apply recovery access control. You will apply recovery controls in order to get to to the site or get So basically, you will enable a secondary side in public access control to return to your business. Okay? So directive access control is it will direct which way we should go. Okay? The compensating control is just a secondary nature. Note, compensating is secondary control. What do you mean compensating? Compensating means, let's say, control in place, but that control is not sufficient to prevent. In that case, you can buy a secondary access control that will be called compensating control in order to mitigate your risk. Is it clear? All the control types? Okay.
But I want to ask you log file. What type of log file?
Log.
You
This one.
implement a log file. What type of
log file means you have implemented log file. You are monitoring a log file.
We implement a log file. Yes.
Basically, you are trying to because you implement a log file that you can view the logs and you can find out what was the event occurred during your incident or something. Okay. Basically, in the organization, we have logs in the log file or stored into the file. So if you want to refer what happened in the past, you can go to the log and you will act as a detective access control to find out what was happened previously. Okay. Now there is a concept called security control assessment. Please remember that this is a different concept. Please, if you couldn't, just let me know. Okay. It's like just a formal evaluation of your security mechanism against the baseline. Whatever the baseline we have set or the expectation from the security control. Basically, it will evaluate. It's kind of audit issue. Okay. Good. Now next one we will go to BCP. Okay. Now I wanted to ask, what do you mean by BCP?
Business
that's correct, but what it is?
Assuming that this is a critical one, yeah, and if you have to continue with your business further in the event of a disaster occurring.
Management should not reject any risk. If they will reject the risk, that means they are not doing the due care properly. Please note, there is no option or there is no room to reject the risk. Okay. Now, when I say reduce or mitigate, in that case, they will accept the countermeasure. They will buy some countermeasure and they will implement the countermeasure to reduce the risk into appropriate level. Now, when I say assign the risk, they might buy insurance. They might buy. They should. When I say assign the risk, they will transfer the risk to a third party through insurance. They can buy some. They should not do that particular thing in-house. They can, transfer that risk to a third party, and they will get it done that particular work by the third party. Now, accept the risk. Accept means when this value will come negative, all the countermeasure if you see my screen, if you're seeing my screen, if you apply any countermeasure, still this value is coming negative. In that case, they will say, okay, we are not seeing any benefit out of the countermeasure, so let's accept the risk. Okay. Then third one is deter. They will, they will try to, avoid that particular. They will say, no, there is a risk is there. We should create a fear among others so that there should not be, happen this. Next one is avoid. When avoid, I say, let's say they want to do a single sign-on subscription in company. So they are doing a risk analysis. So after risk analysis, they have find out if we'll roll out the single sign-on in the company, there could be several other problems will arise in the company. So let's not do single sign-on. Let's stick to our original authentication procedure. Now, last one is reject. I've already explained. You can't reject any particular risk. Is it clear till now? Okay. Now you have selected the countermeasure. Okay. You have selected the countermeasure. Management has decided that I have to implement the countermeasure for this particular assets. Okay. When you select the countermeasure, you should implement the countermeasure in either one of these layers. This layer called administrative control. Okay. Now this is called logical/technical control. So after selecting the countermeasure, you can implement either here. When I say administrative control, let's say we have decided that we are doing a project, but we need to tell our employees, let's do some survey or let's do a training. So if they will, onboard a training process, they are implementing administrative control. Now, if they are doing any technical controls, like that particular project will not be known to many people, then they will apply some technical controls so that people will not able to know. Now, when they are doing any project, they want to implement a fence, they want to implement a barrier around the particular asset. In that case, they will do a physical control. Is it clear? Okay. So the controls could be in 3 types. Okay. Please remember, technical controls are, please note down this thing. Technical controls are IDS, IPS, clipping labels, access control list, constant interface, encryptions, and biometric methods. And there are several technical controls in the organization. When I say administrative control, like I said, it could be survey, it could be reports and review, it could be personal control, it could be testing. Please note, testing is a administrative control. Please note this, administrative control is testing. Okay, because always testing is done by the management, and when management is done anything, that would come into administrative control. Okay.
But Deepyan, sorry.
Yes.
When you say testing, you mean the testing that the developers
Testing means
implement.
anything. It
Yeah,
could be
then
anything.
is it not a technical control? Because we are looking at
No.
it from a technical angle, right?
Yes, but whose decision that we need to do a testing?
It's part of the
The
project.
management is.
That way, if you see.
No, it could be a part of project, but it is a administrative control. In order to find out the fault in the technical, in order to find out the fault in the program, in order to find out the fault in the coding. So it's a administrative way of getting the errors. Okay. Please note, this is very important. Testing is administrative control. Okay. Personal control is administrative control. Work supervision is administrative control. Similarly, physical controls are like I said, fence, lights, cable protections, laptop locks, badges, swipe cards, dogs. We have dog guards, right, around the office. Video cameras, men traps, alarm. When I say video camera, it could be here. When I say video camera monitoring, it would be here. Logical control. Okay. Okay. Is it clear?
Yeah, so to my understanding, so these 3 levels, one is involved resources. So if we involve resources, it's going to be administrative, and technology is part of infrastructure related. And then physical means that's basically just physical related security. So if we can
Absolutely.
based on this category, it might be easier to understand.
Okay. Now, there are certain type of controls we have. Okay. Control type. Please note. Control type. Next one. It could be deterrent. It could be preventive, detective. Now, fourth one would be corrective, and corrective, then compensative. Okay, and that's it. And one more is there, I guess, a recovery control. And seventh one's directive. These are the controls available, type of control. When I say deterrent control, the control which create fears in the intruder's mind. When I say intruder minds, let's say we have a CCTV camera. When somebody wanted to get into our premises, if they will see like there is this office is monitored by CCTV camera, they in their mind there would be a deterrent would be created. So in that case, they will fear to get in. Okay, preventive. There are some controls are preventive in nature, like our firewall is a preventive access control, like our fences, physical controls like fences are also in preventive in nature, detective in nature. Our IPS is a detective control. Our IDS is also a detective access control. I can tell you like a supervisions also one type of detective control. I can tell you, incident investigation is also one type of detective access control. Now corrective access control means somebody has somebody has hacked your system. Now you have to take necessary measure to rectify that system. Then in that case, that would be a corrective access control. Is there any doubt in corrective?
Is corrective related to recover?
No, that's why I asked. There is a difference between corrective and recovery. Recovery control are the extension of corrective. It is an extension of corrective access control.
Okay.
This is like bigger picture. This is smaller picture. Like what I meant to say, let's say your system, you have an antivirus in your system, but that antivirus is not sufficient to prevent the attacks. Okay. In that case, your system got attacked. Okay. But once your system got attacked, you can buy another antivirus to rectify your system next time better way. Okay, that is corrective. But when recovery is just like you can see like it's like bigger picture, like disaster strikes to your environment. In that case, you will apply a recovery access control. You will apply recovery controls in order to get back to to the alternate side or get back to the business. So basically, you will enable a secondary side in case of recovery access control, returns. Is that clear? So directive access control, it will give you a directions which way we should go. Okay. Similarly, compensating control is just a secondary in nature. Please note, compensating is a secondary access control. What do you mean compensating? Compensating means, let's say you have a control in place, but that control is not sufficient to prevent the attack. In that case, you can buy a secondary control that would be called compensating control in order to mitigate your risk. Is it clear? All the control type? Okay.
But I want to ask, what is log file? What type of control is log file?
Log.
If you
This one.
implement a log file, what type of control?
Log file means you have implemented log file or you are monitoring a log file.
We implement a log file, yes.
You implement means basically you are trying to detect it, because you implement a log file so that you can view the logs and you can find out what was the event occurred during your incident or something. Okay. Basically, in the organization we have log files, isn't it? In that log file, logs got stored into that file. So if you want to refer what happened in the past, you can go to the log file and it would act as a detective access control to find out what was happened previously. Okay. Now there is a concept called security control assessment. Please remember this is very important concept. Please If you couldn't understand, just let me know. SCA, okay? It is like just a formal evaluation of your security mechanism against the baseline, whatever the baseline we have set, or whatever the expectation from the security control. So basically, it will do a evaluations. It's kind of audit we should do. Okay, good. Now next one, we will go to BCP. Okay. Now I wanted to ask, what do you mean by BCP? You
Business
guys,
continuity planning.
that's absolutely correct. But what it means?
Assuming
Yeah.
that your business is a critical one, yeah, and if
Mm-hmm.
you have
Mm-hmm.
to continue with your business further
Mm-hmm.
in the eventuality of a disaster occurring, yeah, then you need
Mm-hmm.
to have a business continuity plan in place, which helps you to handle that situation in a much more prepared manner. It helps you to recover from that kind of a situation. So that is
Okay.
how
Fine.
I look at BCP.
Okay, let me explain in a simpler way. You are absolutely correct. See, in an organization, we have service and function, business into different part, service and functions, right? We have service and we have different functions. So, in normal process, what BCP does, whatever service and function running before disaster, during disaster, after disaster, there should not be any changes. What I mean to say, service and function, it was running before the disaster, during the disaster, after the disaster, it should run smoothly. There should not be any interruption of the service and function in your organization. So BCP will ensure that during disaster, your business or service or your functions will not hamper. Is it clear? Okay. Now I'll explain you one concept of BCP. See, if you are seeing my screen, there is this element RPO, RTO, and WRT, right? This is an important point. So please note, RPO stands for recovery point objective, okay? And RTO stands for recovery time objective, okay? WRT stands for work recovery time, okay? Work recovery time, okay? When I say work recovery time, you should understand the meaning what I am trying to tell on this, okay? Now what this term stands for and why I'm telling it's really important. Just try to understand. I'm going taking you through. So every organization, they have a backup strategy, isn't it? Like we have to do our device backup every 12 hours, isn't it? Let's say if you see the first line RPO, this one, I'm not able to write anything, but if you see the first line RPO, last backup, okay? This is the RPO, the lower one. Are you able to see this particular thing? Yeah. See, every organization, we have a backup strategy, right? Let's say we take every 12 hours, we take backups. Okay. Now, if you see the first line from the left, last backup is at 12 o'clock. Okay. 12 o'clock, we have done the backup. Okay. Now, this 12 o'clock, we have done successful backup. And if you see the arrow mark ends at, after 1 hour, isn't it? The arrow mark, and let's say the system unavailable at the top, if you can see that. Okay, guys, give me a moment. Let me share from my computer as well, so I can modify something there, because this picture I'm not able to modify or something. Okay, let me draw up here quickly. See, because I need to show you. This is 12 o'clock, and this is every 12 hours I do backup in my device. I do backup for my asset in every 12 hours. Okay. Now, 12 o'clock, the backup happens. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like this. Okay. Now, in this time, disaster strike. Now, at 1 o'clock, disaster strike. If you see here, from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, I am not able to, the date, this particular data I'm losing, right? Isn't it? This particular data I'm losing. So basically, this particular data I'm losing, right? Means I'm not able to find the backup of data from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock because I don't have any backup, right? Isn't it? This particular thing is called a recovery point objective. Okay, recovery point objective. Now I have realized the disaster has striked here. Now till from this time to this time, I have started my recovery process. Means I will start to build up my system because the disaster strike, my firewall is corrupted here. So I will take 2 hours to recover the system. When I said 2 hours, till this time, this is called recovery time objective. This recovery time objective, I have restored the system. Means my firewall is online, isn't it? Now, from this time to this time, I will take another 1 hour to recover my backup from 12 o'clock. Then this time is also a recovery time, isn't it? Please note this RTO plus WRT is always less than to maximum tolerable downtime, MTD. Sorry, MTD. Okay. Now let me explain what do you mean MTD. When I say MTD means until, let's say, a disaster strike to a business, MTD will tell you like up to this time my company will able to survive, my business will able to survive. Once this time exceed, I will be not able to survive in my to do my business. Okay, that is called MTD. To declare the MTD, we need to do a, like I should define MTD. Let me give you an example. I have a call center. In call center, the MTD would be less than 1 minute, isn't it? If the maximum tolerable downtime would be more than 1 minute, then there would be a lot of call drops would happen. There would be so much of impact the company can't bear, isn't it? The company would not bear because the clients or the customer, they will impose so much of fine towards this SLA breach, isn't it? So MTD for the bank is very less, like few seconds, isn't it? That's why in order to meet the MTD, we have HA concept and we do our backup strategy in such a way that the MTD or the recovery strategy we form in organization in such a way that it should always less than to the maximum tolerable downtime. So please remember your RTO plus WRT is always less than 2 MTO. In otherwise, the company will not able to survive. Okay. Hope this concept is clear. Now I just open the slides.
Just one point in line with the discussion, which Yulia also pointed, is defining the RPO, my recovery point objective, from where I start recovering. Yeah, that becomes very crucial when we are defining MTD, right, Dipyan? Because I should say I'm going to recover from this point only. Yeah, that is
RPO
the
means
starting
how much.
point.
RPO defines how much data you are losing. Okay, but MTD defines how much time you should survive without serving the customer. You get my point? Like SLA defines, right? When you buy internet for your company, you do a agreement with the customer, with the client, with the service provider, saying you should, if your internet would be down for more than 5 minutes, then they will impose so much of fine. Like they will impose a fine which would be more than the cost of 1 year service. Okay. So in that case, do you think that service provider will able to survive if they will down more than 5 minutes? That business will never survive, isn't it? Okay. Is it clear?
So what
Now
will their
in bank,
strategy be? Okay.
the strategy is in order if you have like in a bank, okay, you have very less MTD. So in that case, you can incorporate HA, high availability. You can put red configurations, but red is not
RAID
red is
configuration.
sorry.
It's RAID configurations, RAID.
Yes,
Okay.
RAID, RAID.
Yeah.
So, but this is just a fault tolerance, but it
Yeah.
doesn't. This is fault tolerance, not
Dipyan,
resilience.
1 second. Yeah, 1 second. Sorry to again, I think we are just drifting a little. I'm asking my question back. For me to define my MTD, yeah, if you look at the diagram that you were explaining, my
Yes.
RPO has to be very clearly understood and agreed upon. I will
Yes,
not
of
be able
course.
to recover this part of the data. That's the standing point there.
Yes, you will not able to recover this particular data. You should have an agreement, isn't it?
Yeah.
But but MTD is nothing to do with your RPO. What I mean to say, MTD means maximum tolerable downtime without serving to the customer. Like what I mean to say, let's say Amazon, okay? During peak hours, if their service would be down for more than 10 minutes, their reputation will goes down, isn't it? Their market share will go down. The Amazon will not be trustworthy for the customer later point of time, isn't it? But
Yeah.
let's say the system crashed for 5 minutes, they lost the backup of 5 minutes. It hardly matters for them, isn't it?
So is MTD has anything with service level agreement? So where we have service level agreement on the contract.
Yes. It is directly proportionate, isn't it? MTD and SLA is directly proportionate. Like I said, my SLA is just 5 minutes. So you should think about your maximum tolerable downtime is just 5 minutes. Okay, is it clear? Now, if you have understood correctly, let me go back to the BCP topic again. When I say BCP, I'll draw up whatever I said the definition of BCP. See, this is before business has service and functions. Same during register, business, service, and functions. Sorry, I'm not able to do proper drawing due to this pen. After this is business, service, and function. What I mean to say, BCP will ensure that business continuity before, during, and after disaster strike would remain smooth. There would be no change. That they will make sure. Okay. Now there is another concept called disaster recovery planning. What is disaster recovery planning? What is the objective of disaster recovery planning? So let's say the disaster strikes here. Okay. This disaster recovery team will ensure, let's say this primary site got corrupted or primary site got destroyed. This disaster recovery planning will kick in and they will move this particular business into standby site, and they'll try to restore the service and function so that it will work as smooth it was before the disaster kick in. Is it clear? As per CISSP IC square, BCP process has 4 main steps. Please note: project scope and planning, business impact assessment, continuity planning, and approval and implementation. Let me write it down. I think that Santi also said yesterday I should write. As per IC square, there are 4 pages: project, scope and planning, business impact assessment. Please note this is very important. BIA, continuity planning, and last one is approval and implementations. Okay, these are the 4 main steps as per the BCP process. Now, when I say project scope and planning, what it means? It means we have to find out what would be the scope in BCP process. As I said, BCP objective and goal is to run the business during the disaster, before the disaster, after the disaster in a consistent manner, isn't it? So in order to find out which business would be part of BCP, they will do a business organizational analysis, isn't it? When they will do this project scope and planning, they will find out in this first step, there are 4 major steps. One is business organizational analysis. When I say business organizational analysis means, write down. When I say business organizational analysis, it will find out or identify the department and individual who have stake in BCP process. Examples are, let's say, senior management, HR, operation teams, IT, facility. It should find out whose team has a stake in the business organizational analysis. When I say I find out what are the critical business I need to serve my BCP, then I have to do second step is BCP team selections. In BCP team selections, I will find out a representative from all the respective department who has spec in the BCP process. Okay. Now next one is resource requirement. In research requirement, in that case, see this in order to do this complete BCP process or in order to continue this project, we need resource. We need to plan in such a way that we will get additional resource so that it can support. So please note, in research requirement, we access resources required during different phases like BCP development, BCP testing, training, and maintenance of BCP implementations. Now, the fourth one, the last one, a legal and a regulatory requirements. When I say legal and regulatory requirement, it will apply to your organization or industry. What I mean to say, let's say your organization is at India in New Delhi. This New Delhi is having different land of law. So we should, when we create a BCP process, we should always think about what is the law of the land. So we should think about if we'll create the BCP process, will it impact the company from the local law and regulations or not? Please note, you can include any legal counselor or you can hire somebody who can help you in this particular step in order to see what is the law of the land at the local area. Is it clear till now? It's completely theory. Like there is nothing we can, explain you because generally what he's trying to say, if you want to do in business or project scope and planning, like whenever any project you kick in the organization, we first define the scope, right? Isn't it? We define the scope, then we do the planning how we can address the scope. So like this. In this PCP also, we are finding out which are the department which need to be served by BCP team. Then we are forming a BCP team. Then we are finding the resources for the BCP team. Then we are seeing the local law and regulations. Now the next step is business impact assessment. This is the most important thing. Here I understood, I already explained, in this particular step, we will think about MTD. Okay, I'll explain you in detail. Okay, BIA identifies the resources that are critical to the organization for ongoing viability and the threat posed to the resource. What I mean to say, it will identify what are the critical business in the organization and what if these are the critical business for the organization, then what are the threat posed by that particular to that particular business elements. Okay, it also assesses the likelihood that each threat will actually occur and impact the occurrence will have to the business. So basic objective of BIA is to find out the resource which is critical to the organization from the threat point of view. Okay, like in this BIA, it will find out these are the critical business entities, and this critical business entity has posed what are the threats. Okay, so BIA can be done in two ways. If you are talking about find out the likelihood of each threat will exploit or impact your business, you need to find out in two ways. Same, quantitative and qualitative. Same way, we need to find out like formulas, whatever formula we have used for SLE and ALE, and here it would be like you will find out the opinions or you will find out you will find out through Delphi technique, you will find out some type of output. Okay, so BIA involves the following things. Please note, it identifies the priorities, right? It will identify the business which is very important for the company. Okay, so when you want to identify the business which is critical for your organization, you will think about asset value. By seeing the asset value, you can identify, you can prioritize which is critical asset for the organization, isn't it? Now, second, it will try to find MTD, maximum tolerable downtime, the maximum length of time a business function can be inoperable without causing irreparable harm to the business. This is the definition by the IC square. What I mean to say, this would define that once you cross this MTD, the business will not able to survive. Similarly, I have explained what is RTO, RPO. Hope you guys also remember. Please note RPO or RTO always less than 2 MTD. Okay. Now this BIA does the risk identification in case of it does the risk identification based on the type of risk. Risk come from BIA done the risk identification in two ways. One is whether it is a natural risk or it is a man-made risk. Okay. Similar example, you know it. What is natural risk? Like you can say hurricanes, earthquake, or volcanoes. These are the natural risks. Similarly, man-made risk are like fire, theft, terrorism, isn't it? Now it will find out the next thing that is called likelihood assessment. Likelihood assessment, in which term you will find out the likelihood assessment. By knowing, if you know the arrow, you can assess that how frequently you are going to get the hit by the disaster, isn't it? Now, after knowing these two things, it can do a impact assessment. When he does a impact assessment, it can do through two ways, quantitative and qualitative. Okay. Now, after doing these three steps, it can do a resource prioritization. Okay. Basically, it will prioritize the allocation of business continuity resource to various risks that you identified and assess in preceding task of BIA. So I would like to check. So have you got the goal of BIA?
Yeah, definitely.
What was the objective?
Yeah, it's important. But what I don't understand is why we do scope first, BIA later. I thought BIA and scope should do it together, or at least.
No, as per the IC square, if you see, these are the steps. They are saying, let me explain why. It's an important question that you asked. Let's say I have identified there are 100 projects in the organization. Out of 100 projects, only 10 projects are having tech in BCP process. Okay. Now out of 10, I have to find out which resource or which business is critical for my BCP process. In order to find out which business is critical for me, I have to do a business impact assessment. Is it clear?
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Now,
because if business impact, when you do business impact assessment, you will decide what is in the scope, what is not in the scope, right? So, for example,
in business impact assessment, we are not doing what is in scope or what is not. We are doing it in project scope and planning. We are just finding out which business are having stake in our business process. Okay. Now, see. Let me explain in a simpler way. Let's say in our organization, we have 500 different projects. Okay. Out of 500 different projects, we have decided only 50 projects has to be in BCP process. Okay. Now I have to find out, I can't give equal equal level of BCP, focus. I should not give. I will not able to give equal focus to 50 business, right? So in order to find out which business I should give more focus, I have to do a business. I have to do a business impact assessment in order to do the prioritization of my business.
Deepyan,
Yeah. Yeah.
taking your same example, which you said, out of 500, you're focusing on the top 50, which is your
Yeah.
scope.
No.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you would have
Yes.
arrived at that number 50 based on the impact that this 50 is going to have on my organization.
No. What I mean to say, in BCP scope and in BCP scope, I will find out like out of 500 project, only 50 I need to see through BCP process.
What is the
Like
criteria to go for only 50?
those who will pay the money for the BCP team, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just a quick info, guys. At Intellipaat, we provide cybersecurity online training in collaboration with EC Council, completely mentored with industry experts. For more information about the course, please do contact our course advisors. Now, let's continue with the session.
They will pay provided they'll say this business is critical for me. That's why I'm ready to pay
See,
for this.
those who will pay more, they will have more priority, isn't it? Those who
Not only
give,
priority,
yes,
see,
yeah,
anybody
go
who
ahead.
will pay, whether it's the management or the customer who's ready to invest on this business, yeah,
Uh-huh.
they will
No,
invest on it provided the impact is quite high for them.
it's getting echo, so I'm not able to explain. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what I
So
meant to say, see, let me explain. Let's say I have 500 business in organization. Okay. Out of 500, I have find out that 50 have business have nominated for BCP process. Okay. I have identified that these are the 50 business which is critical, or this 50 business has sponsored for BCP stack, isn't it? Now, out of 50, I have to see, cannot give equal number of priority all business. First, I will think about which business is critical for my organization. So in order to find out, in order to prioritize which business is critical for my organization, then I have to do a BIA. Please note, see, if I'll give equal number priority to everyone during disaster, it would be a trouble, isn't it? Everybody will say, my business is very critical. Can you please check my business area? My business is impacted? Similarly, everybody will come in the same time saying, check my business. Why it is impacted? You said it is in BCP, it should not be impacted, but it is impacted, isn't it? Let me go back to the first business organizational analysis. In business organizational analysis, we have a in project scope and planning, we have a subtopic called business organizational analysis. In business organizational analysis, we identify all the department, all the individuals who have stake in BCP process. What I mean to say, let's say I have 500 projects across my company. In across 500, I will find out. Let's say I find out 50 has a stake in my business BCP. But this 50, out of 50, I need to see which business will have more critical. Like IT, our IT networking team is more critical, isn't it? If network is down for some time, it will create a disaster for the organization. So I should give more priority to the BCP team, to the network team, isn't it? This is what IC Square is saying, not me. Okay. Now, please note, during this business scope and planning, we should include senior management into BCP process. Why we need senior management into BCP? What would be your answer?
Maybe you need budget.
Absolutely. You need money, and you need to also find out the person who can, control everyone. Like 50 business, I said that it is 50 business tech in BCP. Now everybody will come during disaster saying, my business is getting impacted. Can you please check? Okay. So in that case, if they will see a senior management is present in BCP team, they will properly behave towards BCP team, isn't it? Now, continuity planning. What do you mean continuity plan? If you see, so continuity planning means they will develop the strategy how the BCP can continue, can run. Okay, so there are several phases into the continuity planning. In continuity planning, it focuses on developing and implementing continuity strategy to minimize the impact realized risk during that BIA process. Okay. Now there are several, business continuity strategy we apply in our company. Number one, strategy development. Then second one is provisioning and processes. Third one is plan approval. Fourth one is plan implementation. Fifth one is training and education. Let me take you quickly this one. Okay. When I say strategy development, this page bridges the gap between BIA and continuity planning phase of the BCP development. The BCP team must now prioritize the list of concerns raised by the quantitative and qualitative, because we have done the BI. In BIA, we have done quantitative and qualitative analysis. We have identified which resource are prioritized resource for us. So we'll develop a strategy in order to address, in order to bridge the gap, whatever we have identified during the BIA process. Now, second one is provisioning and process. When I say provisioning and process, I am talking about three things: people and building/facilities, and third one is infrastructure. When I'm talking about people, please note, people are the most important or most valuable asset for the organization. If a disaster strike, the people should be moved out from should be taken out from the company at most, at the first stage. After the people, once you make sure that people are secure, they're out from the organization, then you should think about your facility. You should think about your different devices or assets. Okay, then you should think about your infrastructure. Okay, now third one is plan approval. When I say plan approval, your BCP should be approved or endorsed by the top level management. Okay, what I mean to say, there should be a clear directives from the top management, or there should be a clear approval for the BCP in order to continue. Okay, now next one is plan implementation. The BCP team should get together and develop an implementation schedule that utilize the resource dedicated to the program to achieve the state process and a provisioning goal in a prompt a manner as possible, given the scope of the modification and organization climate. Okay. Now, training and education. Training and education means everyone in the organization should receive at least a plan overview of briefing. Means they should get a training about BCP. Like if you remember, every organization, they conduct fire drills. They conduct, some type of, rapid, testing process. They will make sure that everybody is responding well to the disaster. Okay. Now, next one, the last one is BCP documentations. So documentations is very important in BCP. You should document, otherwise it is, it is not worthy to have BCP process in the organization. So if you document the BCP process, it ensures that BCP personnel have a written continuity document to reference in the event of any emergency. What it means to say, you should have a written step-by-step procedure or any historical BCP records which will suggest you, like, let's say, I'll give you an example. In 2012, tsunami hits to Japan, and Japan during the tsunami impact, they have taken these certain measures in order to escape, or in order to save the business to be impacted hugely. Okay, so documentation plays significant role in BCP. Okay, there are different documentations. There are different documentation in BCP. Please note, this is very important. BCP documentations. There are different type of. One is statement of importance. Second one is statement of priorities. Third one is statement of organizational responsibility. And fourth one is vital record program. These are the BCP documentation. Okay. When I say, if you see statement of organization responsibility means business continuity is everyone's responsibility. Okay. Because this statement of organization responsibility, it comes from senior executive, and it basically says that it creates a sentiment in between the people that business continuity is everyone's responsibility. It is not only a single person or BCP team's responsibility. When I say statement of priorities, it means if the senior management gives a signature to BCP documentation, then it will carry more value than any other one. Okay. Statement of priorities means, let's say, I will give an example. You create a BCP documentation and it has a sign of your manager. Whoever under that manager, they might follow that. And those who are not under that manager, they might not follow that. So in order to make it prioritize a document, it has to have a signature from the top management so that everybody will follow that particular documentations. Okay. Now, statement of importance. It reflects the criticality of the BCP to the organization continuity viability. So this statement of importance, they said how important is BCP for the organization continuity viability. So they will define this BCP is required. If BCP fails, then the organization might fail in future as well. Now, last one is vital record programming. Vital record programming means this is a documentation that should outline a vital record program for the organization. This document states where critical business record will be stored and procures for making and storing backup copies of the records. Basically, this will tell where we should store our vital record or the necessary important record in a BCP in our organization. Is it clear? We have completed the BCP with this. Yeah, this is just like a theory. You can write like what we say importance. Like I said, right? It is like statement of organization responsibility. You can write in such a way like business BCP is everybody's responsibility, not a single person responsibility. When I say statement of importance, it will define how business continuity is very vital for the organization. When I say statement of priorities, when somebody from the senior management, they sign the BCP documentation, it carries a lot of values, isn't it? Like this, you should, when I say vital record program, you should think about where we should store our BCP documentation in the organization. Is it clear? Threat modeling. What do you mean threat?
It's a kind of a risk, right? It's a weakness that is there in the solution.
It's not a risk. Threat is a potential intruder, isn't it? Threat could be man-made or natural, isn't it? Threat result risk when it exploit the vulnerability and it create a exposure, isn't it? So what do we mean threat modeling? Threat modeling generally it means, let's say you are developing a software. In that software, you need to do a threat modeling. What do you mean by threat modeling? Threat modeling means you will identify, you will categorize, and you analyze the threats to that particular software which you are going to create or which you are going to develop. You should do the threat modeling at the initial or the beginning or during the design phase of software development. If you have not done your threat modeling properly, then you are not addressing the threat in a proactive way. If you have done the threat modeling properly, that means you have addressed your threats in a proactive way. Please note, if you haven't done that, you can do the threat modeling in a reactive way also. But please note, proactive way of threat modeling is very efficient than the reactive way of threat modeling. Okay? When I say threat modeling is a process through which you identify the threat, then you categorize the threat, then you analyze it. Okay? Then you do a proactive measure during design and development, or you take a reactive measure when a product has been deployed. Is it clear or not? You should understand threat modeling, otherwise it would be very difficult in CSSP exam, because threat modeling is the, you should always see your threat in a in a different approach. You should identify your threat, otherwise it is difficult, when you do any software development or when you do any project development in your organization. Now, Microsoft, when they develop any software, they do a approach of threat modeling that is called SD3 plus C. When I say SD3 plus C, it means software by development, software by design, and software by deployment. Means they takes care of the threats during all these particular stages. All these stages, they address the threat. Okay. Now coming back to threat modeling. When I say threat modeling flows in three ways. First, you need to identify threat. Then you have to, once you identify threat, then you have to bucketize, means you have to categorize threat. Once you categorize threat, then you will analyze. In order to identify threat, you should follow three approaches. The approach are, let me write it, otherwise it will be difficult for you guys. Okay. There I said threat modeling goes through this way. Identify, then categorized, then analyzed. Okay. So when I say identify, in order to identify the threat, you will follow three steps. Focus on assets, focus on attacker, and focus on software. When I say focus on asset, what it means? This method use asset valuations, result, and attempts to identify threats and the vulnerable assets. Basically, it will identify how valuable is the asset, and it will identify the threats to the valuable assets. Is it clear? Next one is focus on attacker. When I say focus on attacker, sometimes it is possible to identify potential attacker and threat they represent based on their goal, okay, or their techniques and procedures. Technique and procedures. So when I say focus on attacker, you should focus towards the attacker. Let's say you create a web applications, or you are creating a applications. Then you should think about, if I will create this particular applications, then what type of attacker will target me? What will be their tactics, their techniques? What will be their procedure in order to attack me? Okay. Now, third one is focus on software. When I say focus on software, you need to identify the potential threat against any specific features or mechanism you created in your software. Okay. When I say these are the three process to identify the threats. The next step is you need to identify, you need to do the categorization, isn't it? You need to categorize now. When I said a categorization, you need to categorize the threat, isn't it? In order to categorize the threat, you need to apply a method called tried. This is a method to categorize the thread. When I said categorize the threads, A stands for spoofing, T stands for tampering, R stands for repudiations, I stands for information disclosure, D stands for denial of service, and E stands for elevation of privilege. Okay. Now let me explain you one by one. It's very important to identify the threats. When I say threats could be, now we identify the threats, isn't it? We know what could be the damage this particular threat can create to the my software or particular things. Now, based on their behavior, I have to categorize, isn't it? When I say spoofing, what do you mean by spoofing? What do you mean by spoofing, guys? Can you please know what do you mean by spoofing? Spoofing means falsified identity. Falsified identity means I can spoof your address. I can spoof. I can say I'm Santi. I'm a manager of this company. I can spoof. Spoofing generally means falsified identity. Spoofing can be used against IP, MAC address, username, system name, wireless network device, or SSID, email address. You can spoof any of this. You can falsify, saying, I can falsify your email address. I can call to your organization saying, I'm Santi. Could you please give her laptop whatever she has forgot to take? I can do a spoofing. Based on the threat's behavior, I can identify what type of attack, what could be the damage it can create to my assets. Please note, when I say spoofing, it generally try to hamper the authenticity, isn't it? Because it falsified your identity. When it falsified the identity, basically it hampers the authenticity part, isn't it? Okay. Now, when I say tempering, what do you mean tempering? Tempering means you can play with the integrity, isn't it? Tempering means any action resulting in unauthorized change or manipulation of the data. Basically, based on the threat, you can define what the threat can create, what the threat can do to my organization. It can do a tempering. When I say tempering, it can breach the integrity of the organization. Is it clear? Now, next one, R. R for reputations. Reputation means ability to deny. Non-reputation means you can't deny. Just opposite you said. Okay. So reputation means some type of attacks, they have power, they have power to deny. They will perform some type of attacks and they have power to deny, saying they haven't performed any type of attack to the organization. So based on that, you can categorize that this could be one type of reputation attack. Now, information disclosure. Information disclosure, some threats, they have intention to disclose the information of the organization. When I say information disclosure, what I am trying to say, which CIA part of the, could you please answer? Which CIA I am talking about? Which part of the CIA? Information disclosure?
Confidentiality.
Confidentiality.
Absolutely. Yes, true. Absolutely. So next one is denial of service, DOS attack. If I'm saying denial of service, which part of the, CIA targets?
Availability.
Absolutely. So based on the threat action, you can categorize those threat targets for denial of service. You can categorize one type of. Now the next one is elevation of privilege, the most important thing. When I say elevation of privilege, means they will play with the authorizations. Means I have given Santi as a read-only access to the particular system. Now she will figure it out how to upgrade her access to root. That is called elevation of privilege. Is it clear? Elevation of privilege is nothing but, to try to upgrade their access from, lower level to higher level. Is it clear? Give me a quick thumbs up if you have understood stride. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we have identified the threat. Now we have categorized the threat, isn't it? Now what will be the next step? We have to analyze the threat. When you will analyze the threat, what you should do in your organization? When you want to analyze your threat, you will do what you will do. Try to think. You will diagram. You will determine and diagram. You will diagram through which particular way the threat can come inside the organization, isn't it? So basically, you will draw a flow chart. You will find out which way the threat can come my organization. See, these are the threats we have. Let me give you an example. I'm developing a software. Okay, when I'm developing a software, I should do a identification of my threat. Let's say I'm developing a Amazon kind of software or application in my organization. When I'll develop that type of software, I should think about what would be the threats. What would be the threats to that particular software? So I will identify those threats, and after identifying the threat, I'll try to find out what they can do with the software. Means those, let's say, my partners like Flipkart or Amazon, they can try to play with my availability, isn't it? They can try to do attacks to my particular application in order to make me non-functional. So they should do in that way. So I have identified. Now I have categorized. Now if once I categorize, then I have to think about how I can restrict them in order to attack me. That is called potential diagramming or potential determining of my threats. Okay, when I do a diagramming, basically I'm trying to find out what would be the flow of the particular attack, what would be the input points for the particular attack, what would be the trust boundaries of my application. These things I will try to find out through the reduction analysis. Now I have find out what are the reduction analysis. I have find out how they can come into my organization. Now the next step is analyze. I will do a rating to my, after doing the analysis of my threat, I will give a rating to them. When I will give a rating, that rating is called trade method. Please note, this is very important. When I do a rating to my threats, that is called a trade method. Trade means D stands for damage potential. Trade means damage potential. D stands for damage potential. R stands for reproducibility. E stands for exploitability. Then A stands for affected users. And D stands for discoverability. Okay, these are the important things you should remember. When I say dread, how bad would an attack be? How bad an attack be? Because I am doing an analysis, isn't it? When I say reproducibility, how easy it is to reproduce the attack. So how easy you can reproduce, how you easy to re-attack. Okay, how much exploitability means how much work is to launch an attack. Okay, similarly affected user means how many people will be impacted. And last one is discoverability, how easy is to discover the threats. Is it clear? Is it understandable? Okay. Now with this, I have completed threat modeling. Now there are few things we need to see about laws, the last chapter of domain 1. Okay. Let's start laws. What do you mean laws? Let me tell you what do you mean laws. Laws will bind us to the rules and regulations, isn't it? Law will bind us to rules and regulations. Without law, do you think you will follow the rule and regulation? No. Generally, there are three standards laws in any country if you go. These standard laws are criminal law, civil law, and administrative law. When I say criminal law, the criminal law is called benefit of, it is like beyond the reasonable doubt. Means you should not doubt that he has murdered. Criminal law means it is like murder, robbery, anything. It will, when criminal law happens, it, resulted to penalties, prison, or some kind of, long-term prisons or something happens during the, if you have done any criminal law. Similarly, civil law. Civil law forms like, it's like civil law actually, it happens between two, it happens between, if some dispute happen between you and your company, it will come under civil law. Real estate transactions and employment matters, these things comes under civil law as well, isn't it? Now, third one is administrative law. Law and legal principle created by administrative agency to address number of areas including international trade, manufacturing, environments, and immigration. Those things are coming under administrative laws. These are the standard laws we have in generally in the any country if you go. But we have computer laws as well. Computer laws are Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, Computer Security Act 1987, then FISMA, Federal Information Security Management Act. These laws, please, I would recommend just go through the book and you will find out what exactly these laws are trying to say. Because there is nothing I can explain through the laws because it's very straightforward. When I say Computer Fraud Abuse Act, if you have used any computer, federal computer for making any attack, then you will be held responsible for that. You will be sentenced like this for that. Okay. Now, in laws topic, laws particular domain, there is an interesting concept called intellectual property. What do you mean intellectual property, guys?
Something belongs to a company related to their domain knowledge.
Intellectual property means it is your inventions. It is your creation of mind, isn't it? It is a literature. It is a some type of design you created, some type of innovation you created. Like McDonald's, they have a special burger. They prepare specially, right? Their sauces are so unique, isn't it? That is their intellectual property. You can protect your intellectual property by copyrights, by trademarks, by patents, by trade secret. We'll go through one by one quickly. When I said copyright, what do we mean copyright? Copyright means, just to note down, it's a expression of ideas. Copyright laws guarantee the creators of original work of authorship. Copyright means as I said, it is the expression, isn't it? The copyright comes under like literature works, musical works, choreography works, or any architectural works, or any coding if you're writing, that comes under Copyright Act. Please note, if you have hired for your organization and if you have wrote special kind of program, then that is not your copyright. That would be the copyright for the organization because that comes under work for hire. Means company has hired you in order to perform your duty. And if you have developed something, then in that case, it is not your own property because they've hired you in order to perform some duty, isn't it? Is it clear, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. So please note, if you have done any copyright and you can protect your asset for 70 years, you can go to copyright registry. And in US, I think Julia is quite aware, like in US, you can go to the copyright, you can You can go to particular copyright department, you can get a copyright of your particular assets, and you can secure the asset for 70 years. Nobody will do a copyright for that particular software for 70 years. Is it clear?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So in US, basically, if you have created something, then you can reserve that for 70 years. And after 70 years, you can also renew for some many years, so for some more years. Okay, that is called copyright. Okay, there is a rule called Digital Millennium Copyright Act. Through the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, you can prohibit attempt to circumvent copyright protection mechanism placed on protected work by a copyright holder. You can prevent copy prevention for CD and DVD through the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. Okay. Now next one is trademark. Please note, trademark has a limitation, a time boundary of 10 years. There is a department in US that is called United States Patent and Trademark Office. You can go there and you can register your trademark for 10 years. Each 10 years, you have to renew your trademark. If you buy any product, you can see there is a TIM symbol called R. R means register. And you can see there is a symbol called TM. TM means trademark also. Okay, you can see in both the way that your particular product is trademark and it is been issued a license by the US PTO. Okay. Now next one, patents. Patents is, you need to remember, this is very important, I'm saying again, when you want to register a patent, the patent must satisfy the three main requirements. The patent should be, patent means it's just an invention, or it is just a creator's invention, isn't it? When you want to register a patent, it must be new, it must be useful, it must be obvious. Please note, these are the three important factors in order to register a patent to USPTO. The patent should be, or the invention must be new, the invention must be useful, the invention must be obvious. Is it clear? Please note, in this patent can be registered on your name only for 20 years, not more than that. Okay. Now next one. If you notice here, patent, copyright, and trademark all have a limitations. Means they have to after certain period of time, this particular copyright, trademark, and patent expires. It will not be your name. What I mean to say, after 20 years of your patent, that patent has to go to public knowledge. Means it has to be uploaded to internet, or it will come to into public disclosure. But if you see like this, McDonald's or Pizza Hut, they use separate, they use a invention, like they use some kind of, invention, like they have developed the sources which they do not want to disclose to the public. So in order to protect this type of issues, like I can explain one more thing. Microsoft developed Windows software, right? If they have, registered under the Copyright Act, they will get a license for 70 years or 80 years to, tell everyone that is their property. But after a certain period of time, disclose which algorithm they have used or which program they have used in order to develop the Windows machine. So this time bound, kills everybody, isn't it? So in order to avoid this type of problem, in US they have developed a concept called trade secret. In trade secret, actually, the trade secret doesn't have any limitations. They don't have any time periods. Okay, and if you cannot in trade secret, the company is not bound to disclose what they have used or how they have developed that particular thing to the market. Okay, so if you have, let's say Microsoft, in Microsoft, if somebody has disclosed their intellectual property, then they will be held liable with the law called US Economic Espionage Act 1996. Through that, they can be punishable. Are you able to follow me, guys, till now? Now, software licensing. Software licensing, let's say when you buy a software from any, let's say you buy a Windows 10 software from Microsoft, you should buy a license, isn't it, along with the software. There are 4 particular license types when you buy any software. Those licenses are contractual license agreement, shrink wrap license agreement, click-through license agreement, and cloud service license agreement. Let me write it quickly. Software license, contractual agreement, shrink wrap license, just click through, and the 4th one is cloud service. Okay. When I said contractual license agreement, means I'm talking about it is a written license agreement between you and the vendor. Okay, and this outlines what will be the responsibility of each other. If you violate this license, then you are, generally if you buy any new car, they said if you do the servicing or if you open the engine outside, your license or your warranty would expire, isn't it? They said like this. And I said shrink wrap license, it is just like if you buy a mobile, there would be a polythene outside, isn't it? They say if the seal is broken, then don't buy it. And if you open that particular seal, you have agreed the agreement. Okay, click through a license agreement. When you go to any Gmail, or if you create any Gmail or any accounts in internet, you have to scroll down till the end to in order to accept the license agreement in order to use your particular software. Now, cloud service license agreement, same like in order to use the cloud service agreement, you need to sign some type of, it's just extension of a click-through license agreement, because it is next step of cloud, click-through a license agreement. In that case, in cloud server license agreement, you generally supply your credit cards or your account information, and they make an agreement with you. If you use this, then you need to pay certain kind of money during your, if you use excessive things. Okay. Now, the most important thing, IC square ethics. See, in exam, you will get at least IC square ethics questions, at least one. At least I got 2 questions from IC square ethics. Okay. So you need to remember IC square ethics. In order to remember the IC square ethics, I'll give a formula. The formula is so simple. Papa. Protect society, the common good, necessary trust and confidence, and infrastructure. That is the first code of ethics. Second one is act honorably, honestly, justly, reasonably, and legally. Third one, provide diligent and competent service to the principal. Okay. Fourth one is advance and protect to the profession. Don't think they will ask the code of ethics straightforward. They will give a scenario, and that scenario they will say which code of ethics, if you reveal this particular information, which code of ethics you are violating. Okay, so you need to understand, like if I say provide diligent and competent support to the principal, means this third one, and I'm saying this means you should not disclose. If you're working for a organization, if you're working for Microsoft, you should not reveal any of this stuff for the Microsoft. You should not reveal any information about your principals. Now, when I say advanced protect to the professions, that means you should you should support. You should, let's say you and me are CSSP certified. So let's say I'm doing something wrong. In that case, you can report to the IC sphere saying he's doing something wrong. Now I'm saying protect society, common good, necessary public trust and confidence. You can say it to the public. You can do some kind of social work in order to protect the society. You should share, like you can give some tactics or methods how to protect the spoofing attack, how you can prevent social engineering attack. You can tell and you can ask the people not to fall into social engineering attack. Like this, you should remember code of ethics. It is very, very important.
Just a quick info, guys. At Intellipaat, we provide cybersecurity online training in collaboration with EC Council, completely mentored with industry experts. For more information about the course, please do contact our course advisors. Now, let's continue with the session.
But there are two code of ethics preambles also. Please note, there are 4 code of ethics and 2 ethics preamble. There are 2 preambles. The 2 preambles are, first one is the safety and welfare of society and common good, duty to our principal and each other, request that we adhere and be seen to adhere to highest ethical standards of behavior. That is the first preamble. Second one is, therefore, strict adherence to the code is condition of certifications. Okay? I think I have done almost all the topic. Now, what is domain 2? Domain 2 is all about your asset security. What do you mean asset? Asset means which have value to the organization. Okay? Asset could be tangible and intangible. When I say asset could be tangible and intangible, that means when I say tangible, you can look and feel of that particular asset. When I say intangible asset, that means you will not able to feel the assets. When I say intangible assets, I can give you example like our real data is an intangible data. Okay. Now, how the data life cycle, how the data got created in organization, what are the life cycle of data, this domain will talk about this particular data life cycle. Okay, then we will talk about roles and responsibility in the organization. Then we will talk about retention policy, how we can configure retention policy in the organization. Okay, being a cyber security or information security guy, you should take care your asset mean 2 things, right? Isn't it? Intangible and tangible asset. Now, when I say you being an information or security guy, your primary responsibility is to take care your data, isn't it? Now, if you know the data life cycle, then you can put appropriate control in order to secure the data. Okay, so we'll talk about data or information life cycle. Then we'll talk about how you can classify the data. Now, once you classify the data, then you will think about how we can manage the data. Data would have 3 states, isn't it? I said data has 3 states, means data can be stay in 3 ways, or data has 3 definite states: data in storage, data in motion, and data in use. Okay, so we need to, if you are seeing the asset security for perspective, you need to think how you can secure the data along the 3 definite states of the data. Okay, now when we know when data in motion or data in transit, we can enable so many type of countermeasure in order to secure our data. So data at rest, that's the biggest risk, isn't it? If you are putting your data into a drive, then you need to think about like the soft disclosure. What do you mean soft disclosure? Means the hacker can get access to your data. Okay, so you need to prevent the logical access to the data, isn't it? And also you need to think about the physical access to the data. Okay, so we'll go through in detail about these particular steps. Then coming back to data in use, you need to think when data is being used in the computer, or it is being used by firewall or proxy or load balancer or different entity in the organization, how the data is getting, appropriate security. So we'll talk about that particular aspect as well. Then we'll talk about how you can destroy the data. I guess you guys have gone through the who I'm just hoping I can give you example, like most of the techie kids, they go through the Breaking Bad series, isn't it? So if you have seen the Breaking Bad series, there was a scene, there was a content in that particular series, like their information was captured through their laptop, or their data was captured by the federal FBI or drug enforcement agent. Then Mr. White or somebody who was there in the role, they found out a way how they can destroy the data without having physical access to that particular data. If you remember properly, they have created an electromagnetic wave in order to destroy the data which is in your hard disk or in a computer. Hope you guys have gone through that. You have gone through that particular series. If not, I'll play that particular series so you can able to remember that particular terms through that particular course of this particular domain. Then we'll talk about how you can then we'll talk about retention policies, how you can keep the data. We'll talk about protecting privacy. Then the privacy concept we'll go through, and that would be the end of this particular domain. Okay, so let's start. The various form of asset, like I said, asset could be information, asset could be hardware, asset could be networking, asset could be software. But there are two particular segment of asset. Asset could be tangible and intangible, whatever example I have given. Now, coming back to asset, I have explained the assets. Now, let me take you through the information life cycle. Information means data life cycle. How the data get created, or how the data got accused by the organization. So data, these are the life cycle of data. Like you can create any data, or you can do acquisition of that particular data, then you can use the data, then you can archive the data, then you can destroy or dispose of the data. Okay, so if you go through that different life cycle or format of the data, there are actually broad 6 definite stage of the data. But as per different book, there are different type of concept. This particular 4 steps was given by the Sybase. If you go to Sonaris, they've given 6 steps. But I would prefer to remember in 6 ways. Data, when you create a data, then you will think about how you can store the data. Okay, then when you store the data, then you can think how you can use the data. Now, when you are using the data, then you will think about how you can share, like you can move the data from one person to another person. Now, the third, fourth, fifth one was archive. Okay, archive means how you are keeping the data, how you are storing the data. Now, next one is how you can destroy the data. Now I can ask one question. So what do you mean by, what is the difference between store and archive, or backup and archive? What is the difference between backup and archive, or storing and archive? Julia, Kwabina, any idea?
I think store means store current data. Archive means archive data for history purposes for a long period of time. But store is only for current ones.
Absolutely. So please remember the difference between store and archival. Archival means data is not in use. Data is not in use means you have archived for future perspective. Let me give you an example. If you will not keep your data for any specific period, or if you are not following the data retention policy given by the law of the land, then you might be not doing your due care properly. Every state, every government has a different data retention policy in the organization or in the particular continent. Every government, they have a data retention policy. Now, when you create a data retention policy or data archive, by seeing the data retention policy, you will archive your data, right? Every government, let's say India government, they have a data retention policy of 3 years. In US, it might be 5 years. So by seeing the data retention policy, you can create your data archival. Okay, because let me give you an example why this data archiver is very significantly necessary. Okay, let's say in government we have a rule or law of the land says you should keep your data for 3 years, but you are not following the government instruction. They will not come and check everything like whether you are keeping your data for 3 years or not. But let's say there was a dispute happened in your organization and you want to prove yourself that you haven't done anything wrong. Your organization has not done any particular thing wrongly, then the court might ask you, show me the data which you have kept, because we have this law of land says we have a data retention policy for 3 years. If you have kept your data for 3 years, then you can show the code. But if you don't have any proof, like you don't have data to show the code, then in that case you can't prove your that you have done particular thing. If you remember correctly, I said non-repudiation and repudiation concept. You can infer non-repudiation and the repudiation case of this particular concept, data retention. So what is the difference between backup versus archival? When I say backup, data is in use. When I say archival, data is not in use. Is it clear? So now, privacy. There is a term called PHI versus PII. PHI stands for, I guess, Julia, you are in US, right?
Yes.
You would have, yeah,
I know it very
PHI
well.
and yes, protected health information is PHI and PII is, and you can tell me, but you know, PHI, what is PII? What is your understanding on PII? PII is personally identifiable information. How you can identify personal based on the identification. When I say PHI, it's your health information. When I say PII, I'm talking about personal identifiable information. When I say PHI, it's all about your health informations like your insurance, you have diabetes, or if you have any healthcare issue, then you can particularly that information will come under PHI. But when I say PII, you can infer like your MAC address could be your personal identifiable information. Your name could be your identifiable information. Your address could be identifiable information. Your bank username could be a personal identifiable information, or you can say like there are different example of PII. If you go through this slide, there is a distinct slide we have created here, the difference between PHI and PII you can see. So when I say, see that examples like your email address, your name, your biometric data, your telephone number, or your fingerprint or social security number in US is also your PII. But when I say PHI, it's about your medical health record, like patient history in the hospital. That is your private health informations. And please remember, these are the very important part. The organization should always take care of these two things very cautiously. If they will not take that information cautiously, then they will be, might be in problem in the future. Now, when I say if the organization is not doing PHI and PII properly, that means what exactly they are not doing. Is it due care or due diligence? What I mean to say, let's say the organization, for organization, PHI and PII are having so much of value, isn't it? If they're not able to secure the PHI and PII data properly, then what exactly they are missing? Is they are missing due care or due diligence? Or securing the PHI and PII is a due care or due diligence? Yeah, it's due care, not due diligence. Let me tell one more time, Julia. I think I have, you are still in confusion about this particular two concept, confusion on these two particular areas. When I say due diligence, please remember, due diligence is all about data gathering activity. When I say due care, it's based on your data gathering activity, you will take a right decision or appropriate decision. Then that would be a due care. Now, in my example, I said organization hasn't taken proper measures or countermeasures to protect the PII or PHI informations. In this example, if you think in different way like due diligence and due care, when organization collected your PII and PHI information, then they have done a due diligence, isn't it? Now they have collected PHI and PII information of the particular candidate. Now they have to think about how they can secure it, isn't it? If they are not able to do the security properly, they are missing due care. They are not taking appropriate measures. That's why they are failing on taking the due care properly. Is it clear? Or let me give you one more example about due care and due diligence. Collecting logs from different source in order to take a right decision is a due care or due diligence.
I think that's due diligence.
Collecting logs is a due diligence activity. But my other part of question is collecting log and taking right decision.
That's due care.
Then it would be a due care. Yes. Okay. Now one more example. Taking regular backup of the firewall. Is it a due care or due diligence?
Due care.
I think that's due care.
Taking regular backup of firewall.
Yep. Due care.
You are taking backup means you are collecting the data, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But taking the firewall backup and testing that firewall backup, then it would be a due care. But when you take the backup of the firewall, then you are particularly doing due diligence. Joining everyday CISSP class with Intellipaat and collecting necessary, notes or slides from Intellipaat would be a due care or due diligence.
That's due diligence.
Absolutely. Now, I think Julia has understood this. Now, sending money to parents is a due care or due diligence. It's a different question, isn't it? It's not a CSSP question.
That's due care.
Yes, it's a due care because you are taking right measures. Is it clear or not? Now we have seen like how you can classify the informations, or how the data got created in the organization. Now once data got created, what will be the next step? We need to think about data classification part, isn't it? So when we do data classification, who does the data classification? I have already given the a bit of description about the data classification, and based on what are the measures they do the data classification. Who is responsible in organization to the data classification? Can I have the answer, please, quickly?
A data owner.
Absolutely. Data owner is responsible for data classifications. When I say classifying the data, what is the ultimate goal of the data classification? What do you remember? Why do we need data classification in the organization?
So that you can have the appropriate security controls for the information.
Absolutely. Yeah, yes, you're correct, Kavina. So when you classify the data appropriately, then you can choose the right control for that particular data. When I say right control, let's say we have so much of data in the organization. We can't give, equal security to all the data. Okay. In order to protect the data proper way, you need to classify the data into appropriate groups or classifications. When we do classifications, we can find out which data is more appropriate or which data is critical for the organization. When I find out the data is very critical for the organization, I will able to do data classification properly. When I able to do the data classification properly, then I can do the right controls. When I explained about the data classification part, I have said like there is a concept called declassifications. What do you mean by declassification, guys?
Means the data used to be classified and now is not.
Declassification means, let's say this particular data is categorized as a top security for now, but after time or after years, the data, isn't it? So declassification is a important part or is very necessary thing in organization in order to, in order to declassify that particular data from the necessary, based on the appropriate value, you can declassify that data. So please remember, declassification is very essential in data classifications. Okay. So now I say data classification. Data classification, there are two different data classification is available through the ISC². Data can be classified in a different way in government or military organization, and data can be classified in a different way in non-government or in the private organizations. Okay, when I say in government organization, they have different classification mechanism like top security, secret, top secret, secret, then confidential, then unclassified, or no damage. Right? Similarly, in private organization, we have different classification scheme. Classification in private organization, we have classification scheme like confidential, then we have private, then we have sensitive, then we have public. Now let me explain. When I say in government or top secret data, if top secret data got breached, then the government would be in exceptional or grave dangers. Okay. Now when I say the serious data has been breached, that means that particular that particular government or government would be in serious damage. When I say confidential data is breached, then you can say like you are in normal or you are in danger state. Okay, so we have different classification mechanism in government. Now, coming back to private organization, we have confidential, we have private, we have sensitive, and then public. When I say confidential data is getting breached, then it creates a exceptional or grave danger. Let me give you an example of confidential or proprietary data breach. Let's say about a R&D company like Mercedes-Benz. When I say Mercedes-Benz, their R&D data would be a confidential data, isn't it? Now that R&D data, they're about to launch a new vehicle which will give like 100-kilometer mileage with the petrol fuel. So they have developed a particular schema or a architecture or a engine which can give 100-kilometer mileage. They pour 1 liter of petrol. Okay, that particular diagram or that particular concept got leaked. In that case, Mercedes-Benz would be exceptionally grave danger because that particular concept has been gone to the wrong person or the competitors. Then their movement or their growth can be stopped, isn't it? Okay. Now, when I say private data for the private organization, it's about the employee or the personnel they work in that particular organization, their data like PHI and PIA data. The PHI and PIA data of personnel is collected by the organization. Now the organization should think in such a way that they can keep that PHI and PIA data in a very secure manner. Please remember, if they are the personal identifiable data or personal health information, then the company would be in serious danger. Okay, serious damage. If hope you remember, like there is a company called HCL in India. I heard it through the newspaper. They have there was a incident happened with them. Like some of the people, some of the employees' salary information was leaked. In that case, they were in a serious damage because private information of the employees or personnel were leaked. So they were in serious damage. Now, say similarly, sensitive damage. Sensitive means, the data which is having value or the data which is sensitive in nature, then it would be created damage for that particular organization. Okay. Now, public means no damage, but you should give the priority or the security to your public data. I believe I have explained all this particular concept thoroughly when we have gone through the classifications part. Okay. Now, when these are the criteria, if you're seeing my screen, these are the criteria for the classification, like how you can classify the particular data. You can classify the data based on the usefulness of the data, the value of the data, age of the data, how old is the how much, like let's say this is fresh, recent data. You should keep the data, you should give the priority of the fresh data. Okay. Similarly, these are the classification criteria. You can do the classification of the data. Please remember, classification is very important for the CSSP perspective, because you should understand thoroughly the classification, how the organization does the classifications. So I'll ask a particular question for the classification. So you need to find out which one is odd, which one is particularly odd to remove, like which is not useful for data classifications. Let me give you the example. Okay, value of the data. It's fresh data. Also, number 2, quantity of the data and usefulness of the data, which will be not used to classify the data.
There will be quantity.
Yes, quantity would not be an aspect to classify the data. If it is confidential data, it doesn't matter with the quantity. So your quantity will not decide how you can classify the data. Okay, is it clear? Okay. So there is a important concept you need to understand: sensitivity versus criticality. When I say sensitivity, then it directly affects the trust and reputation of the organization. But when I say criticality, it will directly affect the availability of vital business functions. What do you mean by sensitivity? Sensitive means it's very sensitive for the organization. Means the loss of this sensitive data, could, reveal to a unauthorized person. So when the sensitive data is revealed to a unauthorized person, then it will directly hits the reputation of the organization. What I mean to say, let's say your company was given, like you are dealing with European clients' data, private data. In that case, you are not handling that European people's data properly, then particularly your reputation as a company will lost. Like if you've seen, I hope you guys have remember, like Henderson. There was a company called Henderson. Like it used to be Big Five in US, but there is a company called Henderson. They have done something wrong with the auditing in US, and they have lost the reputation in US. That's why they have changed the company name from Henderson to Accenture. The current company in the market, Accenture, was having the previous name was Henderson. I hope Julia and Fabina, you guys are aware about this particular stuff and how their particular market reputation has gone down. I'll give one more example of sensitivity. Let's say in your company there was something happened, like some somebody reported that this organization doesn't give value to the particular employee or particular personnel who works for the organization. Then that company might lose the reputations in the market, like this is not a good company, because this sensitive information, like how they treat to the employee, it's leaked to the market. Nobody wanted to join. Their reputation is down. Okay. Now criticality means, let's say Amazon portal. It's like very critical in nature. If they are down for 1 minute, then it will create a huge impact on that particular company. It will play the availability part of the organization. Okay. Now in an organization, we have different role and responsibility. When I say different role and responsibility, we have based on the nature of work, we define the role and responsibility in the organization. There are different roles, like the roles called data owner. Data owner, or they are also called information owner in the organization. They are the individual or a group who has created or acquired or purchased the information directly responsible for it. Means they are just a creator of the data, you can say. Okay, so data owner, there are separate different responsibility, we have for the data owner. Like I said, classification was done by the data owner. Okay, now determining the cost of replacing any particular information would be a responsibility of also data owner. Okay, now the second responsibility in organization is data custodian. When I say data owner can create the data, but they are from like I have already explained this particular thing. They are like management people, because they are the top, utmost responsible person in the organization of the data, about the data. Now, next role and responsibility is data custodian. The data owner, like they are from management, they will not able to manage or maintain the particular information which they have created. So they will appoint data custodian in the organization who will manage the data on behalf of them. Okay. Now, when I say data custodian, means they have different role and responsibility in that particular their work area. When I say data custodian, like they will maintain the particular data, they will take backup of the data, they will identify data steward for every data set. When I say data steward, they will appoint data steward. The data custodian can appoint data steward. Let me write it out so that it will be really easy to understand for you guys. Let me know if you can see my note. Right? Now, data owner, they like management, right? Okay, so they will not able to do all the manageability of the part, because they create or acquire the data, right? Now they appoint something called data custodian. Now they manage the data, but they have power to appoint somebody called data steward. Please remember, when I say data steward, they are mainly responsible find out whether the data is fit for use or not. Means basically they will do quality analysis of the data. So when I say data custodian, it's like manager, like operational manager, project leader, or administrator, or application developer, or you can say database administrator also. They're part of this particular data custodian. Okay.
I have a question. What about system owner?
There would be a responsibility. I will come. See,
Okay.
system owner means critical information like top secret data is flowing through a particular device. This device who manage, they will call owner. Okay, but we'll come to this part. This is because this particular domain, they will talk about clearly about the role and responsibility of that particular in our organization. So we'll discuss all role and responsibility from here. Okay, please note, data custodian is responsibility. Their responsibilities are safe custody of data, storage of the data, transportation of the data, implementing the roles and responsibility, or implementing the business rules and technical rules into that particular, like implementing the firewall, implementing proxy, implementing a particular strategy, like which can verify the whether the backup is happening properly or not. Okay, now they will ensure, this data custodian, they will ensure security controls or safeguard. How they will find out, they will implement the security controls to the data. they will implement their security control of the data. Like they will manage or implement the security control. But now I'll ask one question. Who select the security control or countermeasure in organization? Like I'm developing a solutions. Now I'm looking for a risk management perspective. In risk management, I have given a to I have done a data analysis or I have done a risk analysis. Now I found out like there are three different of the firewall I can put in order to protect my data or in order to protect these solutions. Now, who has capability to decide which firewall you should put in that particular in order to protect this particular solution?
Is it senior management?
Yes, senior management, because you will submit your risk assessment or risk analysis to the management, and the management would responsible to select the right security control because they are the ultimate responsible person if the data got breached in the organization. Okay, is it clear? Now next responsibility, data owner. Oh, sorry, my bad. System owner. When I say system owner is a person who owns the system that process sensitive data. Means, like the example I given, this is my firewall. This firewall process top secret data, secret, confidential, all the all the data. Now this firewall would be managed by somebody, right? So that particular management team or though the person who is responsible for that particular asset is called system owner. Now I'll ask one question here. Let's say this is a firewall. This firewall is processing top secret data, and this firewall is also processing secret and confidential data. Then this asset would be in which category? Would it be in top secret category, or it would be secret category? It would be confidential, or it would be which type of category? What do you think is?
Top secret.
Yes. Now I'll ask because it doesn't matter if you are if a firewall is processing top secret data and it is also processing all the lower category data, then that firewall would be in top security or top secret label. Is it clear? Okay. Now I will give one more questions. The data owner is on leave. Okay. Data owner is on leave. Now, some data got created automatically by the tools, but the data owner is on leave. Okay. Now, the data custodian is managing that particular data, but data is not yet classified with the data owner. In that case, the data owner will give what would be the value or what type of protection the data custodian will give that particular data. Until the data is categorized by the data owner, data custodian will give what type of protection to the data?
I think should be higher security level, right?
Yes, it should be higher security. There is a question you might face in a valley, like the data owner is on leave. Now, data custodian is managing the data or the tool or they're responsible to manage the data. Now, some of the data got created by the tool, but it is not yet categorized because the data owner is on leave or he's not present there. In that case, which level of protection the data custodian should provide to the particular data? So please, guys, please remember, this is CISSP exam. They will check your logical thought process. Okay. Please remember, security is utmost priority. So whenever this type of questions you will see, you will try to find out the top level or which will give the best security to the organizations. Okay. Now, if in questions you will find some pattern like I have monitored, the company has a monetary issue. In that case, what would be the lowest priority or lowest security they can provide to that particular data? If money is having problem, they should think the right countermeasures. They should inform, or they should, the data custodian should tell the data owner, see the data got created, you are on leave. What should I do? Or he will find out, he will send an email to that particular group of people who does the classification in the organization. Okay, is it clear, guys? Now the next one is business owner or mission owner. What do you mean business owner? They are like, you can say like program manager. You can say program manager or information system owner in the organization. Okay. The responsibility of business owner or mission owner are, they can overlap with the responsibility of the system owner or be the same role. They are similar like system owner. They are ultimate responsible, isn't it? I'll give an example, hierarchical example. Let's say you have CEO, then you have different business owner or business head in organization. Or in every business, let's say this is sales and this is your retail area and this is your online. Then let me tell this is not sale, this is your store. You can say something like this. So every area you will have some system owner. So this system owner or business owner, they have the same responsibility in every organization. Now, when they will classify these people will be responsible to classify the data. When they classify the data, they will assign the data to data custodian. Now, data custodian can appoint the similarly way. If you see here, a similar flow, they will, in organization, data steward. Okay, is it clear? Please note, business owner might own a processes that use systems managed by other entities. What I meant to say, this is business owner of IT. This is sales or retail. Okay, they don't have capability to manage or to maintain the IT system like their firewall, their proxy, or their particular router switches. So they will particularly take help of the business owner of IT in order to, survive, in order to do the business in the market. Is it clear? The role and responsibility of business and mission owner?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, guys, please note there is an important concept called data controller versus data processor. Please note, data processor are the processes or the personal, like they're the personal data, they're the person, they maintain or they process the data on behalf of data controller. Let me give an example. Your data, let's say this is Julia and this is Pavina, their data lies with the bank. Okay, this is bank. Now your personal data, your bank accounts, everything lies with bank. Now the bank appoint a service organization to maintain their devices, like they have appointed Infosys, Indian company. In that case, this Infosys would be work as a data processor to the bank. So bank would be data controller and Infosys would be as a data processor. Is it clear? So please know data controller definition. Data controller determines what they determine. The data controller determines the purposes for which and the means by which the personal data is processed. Okay. Now I'll give one more example. Every company, they outsource a third party to process their payroll informations. Like this is called AWS company. They hire a company called IBM to process or manage their payrolls data for their employees, employee X, Y, and Z. So their information, this person's information always stay with the data controller. Now data controller appoint data processor to maintain or they process the data on behalf of data processor. Is it clear or not? So please note, data processor processes personal data only on behalf of data controller.
Can data controller and data processor be one entity?
Yes, let's say AWS doesn't, they don't appoint anyone to, manage their payroll systems. In that case, AWS would be work as a data controller and data processor as well. Is it clear?
Yeah.
This is really important. Trust me, if you are not able to understand this particular concept, then it will be really, you need to ask me, you need to engage me into. I will try to give different example in order to make you understandable on this particular part. This is really, really important. Now there is a concept called data remnants. But do you know data remnants? Data remnants means it's a leftover data. Data remnants means what will be the leftover data with the hard drive. Okay. Remnants means please remember like this: leftover data. Whenever you use pen drive or you use anything, you just do a format or erase before giving to any other person, right? But if you do a erase, but if after erase, if some data left over to that particular hard drive, then that concept is called data remnants. Okay, so please note the definition of data remnants: the residual representation of digital data that remains even after attempting to erase or remove the data is called data remnants. So in short, you can remember data remnants means it is the leftover data. Okay, is it clear?
Yeah.
Just a quick info guys, at Intellipaat we provide cybersecurity online training in collaboration with EC Council, completely mentored with industry experts. For more information about the course, please do contact our course advisors. Now let's continue with the session.
Now there are two ways you can delete the data remnants in the how you can remove the data remnants in your storage or in your pen drive or something. What is the thought process, guys? Just try to drive me. So I'll try to see like what about your thought process in this data remnants case.
Yeah, I just trying to figure out what circumstances there's any data remnant. I mean, you mentioned delete something and then left over something. I mean, how can that possible? So I just trying to figure out what is the real case.
Yeah, I'll give so many examples. See, when we try to delete the data, right, actually, we are not erasing all the data. We are just removing the logical representation or logical storage area of the data. If you use appropriate technology, you can bring back whatever the data you deleted. Okay. So please, you should keep in your mind, if you're doing erasing, you are not, eliminating or removing 100% of data from the disk. Actually, there will be always a remnants in that particular hard drive. Okay? It's clear? Now we'll take you through that particular concept. I'll try to. Okay? Now, data remnants can be addressed in two ways. There is a concept called degaussing. Degaussing. Degaussing means creating a heavy magnetic field which realign the magnetic field or magnetic media, and it will rearrange the magnetic media or in your or magnetic field in your particular CD, DVD, or SSD. Oh, sorry, my bad. It's only effective for your hard drive, magnetic hard drives. It is for not effective for CD, DVD, and SSD. Not effective, but it is effective to to remove the data from the magnetic hard drive. Okay, it is very efficient to remove or that destroy the data from the magnetic hard drive. But this degaussing is not efficient, for the SSD, CD, or for DVD. In order to remove the data properly from CD, DVD, SSD, you can use different technologies. Like the ultimate way to destroy the data from CD, DVD, or SSD is destroy the complete CD, DVD, or SSD. Is it clear? So please note, degaussing would, it will help to remove the remnants of the data from magnetic tape, floppy disk, and hard drive. Hard drive means it is talking about traditional hard drive, not the recent one. Okay, but this is not effective for this particular. Please note this. This is really important. In order to destroy this, the data remnants on this particular CD, DVD, there are several technologies available to delete or to remove the data remnants from this particular CD, DVD, SSD. But please remember, the ultimate way to, or the final way to remove the complete data remnants is destroy this particular thing. If you want to destroy this particular three things, you can use so many different technologies to destroy, like this particular CD, DVD. There is a concept called disintegrator, or you can use some type of liquid chemical to decomposes this particular CD, DVD, or SSD in order to remove the remnants of the data. So when I say, let me take you through again. When I say data remnants, then I'm talking about the leftover data after you erase or delete the data. Now, let's say there was a leftover data in your magnetic tape or floppy drive or traditional hard drive. You do a degaussing. Degaussing means you will create a heavy magnetic field so that the magnetic lattice would be disarranged. So if it would, rearranged or disarranged, in that case, it is very hard to, rearrange the magnetic drive to find out the content out of this floppy drive or magnetic tapes. So degaussing is only useful for this particular three things, but it is not useful for the brand new CD, DVD, SSD, and all this. So in order to delete the data from CD, DVD, SSD, we can use different technology, but the ultimate technology is to delete the data from CD, DVD, SSD is called destroy it. When I say there are multiple technology to delete the data from CD, DVD, SSD, there are technology called erasing. There is technology called clearing. There is technology called purging, which will use, to destroy or delete the data from the particular CD, DVD, or floppy drive. So when I say erasing, please remember, erasing media simple means you are doing a deleting operation. You are doing a delete operations from the CD, DVD, or you are trying to select a file in your computer and you want to delete that file from the computer. Then you are just trying to erasing the data from your system. Please remember, when you try to delete a data, particularly if the data is not removed completely from the memory, okay? The actual data always remain in the drive when you try to delete operations. Okay, let me give you an example. Okay, this is your memory. Okay, it's like it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, like this. This is called like memory segments. Okay, let's say your data you kept in between 0 to 2. Okay, now you delete this particular data, but actually this data is still there. Okay, the data never removes from your directory. Okay, it always remains on drive. When you'll try to rewrite the data on this particular data area, it will try to rewrite that particular area. Basically, when you will rewrite the data, then this particular data, the previous data would be erased completely from your drive. Okay. Now there is a concept called memory leak. Anybody, any idea what is memory leak? So our processor allocate it use the RAM to, execute the data. Like it will give like, this is the slot, like a different application in your computer, right? Like process, like application 2, or application 3. Like similarly, we have different application in a computer, isn't it? Processor will allocate application 1 that you go with this particular time slice. I'm giving a memory where you can execute your data in memory, because every application, they need a memory to execute their code or execute their functionality. But the processor allocate that particular memory to execute this application 1. But after the execution, the application should release this particular area, and it will tell the processor, I have executed my code, or I have executed my functionality. Now you can take back that particular segment of memory. But some application, like bogus applications, or the application which is not, coded properly, they will not release that particular memory. They will stay. They will remain here. Data remnants. They will create a data remnants here. And in that case, processor will declare that memory segment from 0 to 3 is in leak state. Means I'm not able to access, or I don't have control on this particular memory segment. Is it clear or not? This is called memory leak. Okay. So please remember, say if the processor feels like this particular memory is in control, or this particular memory segment is not released by application after execution, then it will declare that this particular memory segment is got leaked. Okay. So if it is leaked, then it will not allocate that particular memory segment to any of the applications. So if you have seen in your personal computer, some of the application, they will acquire the memory space, and they will never release that particular area for processor to use. Okay. Any doubt till now? Because these thing we do every day in organization, but actually we never realize that we are doing all this thing in organization. Okay. Now next one is clearing. Clearing means, please note, clearing or called overwriting. Please note, clearing or overwriting is a process of preparing a media for reuse. What do you mean reuse? Let's say this media is been used in top secret, or it has been used for confidential data. Now you want to use that particular media or hard drive for lower category data. Then you can use this clearing method to particularly reuse that particular media. Okay. So please note, if you're using this clearing or overwriting technology, it is not easy to recover, the data which was initially with the, let's say this particular media was used for top secret data. Now you want to reuse that. Then you can use a clearing or overwriting method in order to prepare that media to use lower classification data. So this clearing method works like this. Clearing method, how it works, let's say this is my hard drive, or this is my SSD. How it works, it will try to write, because it's a overwriting one. It will try to write with a letter called 0, 1 overwriting, or how clearing work. Okay, I'm just explaining clearing now. So this is SSD. Okay, now I will write 0, 1, 0, 1, 0 like this into this hard drive. The next process is complement of this particular whatever first character I have tried to write on SSD. Complement means 0 become 1, 1 become 0, 0 become 1, 1 become 0, 1 become 0, 1, 0 become 1, then 1 becomes 0, and 0 becomes 1. Again, I will try to get that particular SSD. And third one is I will put a random bits. I'll take any bits like 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1 or 0, 1, and I will try to write on this for hard drive, this hard drive. So basically I'm writing three three steps: one step, second step, and third step. So please remember, the data before writing this first step is getting overwritten 3 times. So if you use any traditional tool to revert what was written before this data, it's very hard to write that. Okay, but please note, there are some advanced tool is there. You can use to find out the original content of the data. Okay, now the next concept is called purging. Here I said, right, purging is nothing more, it is more intense of clearing. Means you will do this particular process multiple times in order to prepare the media for reuse. Okay, is it clear? So purging means is more intense form of clearing. Purging means more intense form of. Okay, is it good? Please note, if a media is labeled as a top secret, then it will remain top secret until it is destroyed. You can't reuse a top secret media after doing clearing or purging, but you can use any lower segment classification media in order to for reuse. Is it clear? Now, the last and ultimate step to destroy data is called destructions. Destruction means it's the final step of the life cycle of media. So if you use destruction, then it is very hard because you completely destroy the data. Okay, there are several methods you can use to destroy the data. You can use several way to destroy the data. You can use incinerations. There is a concept called incinerations, crushing, shredding, disintegration, or dissolving with caustic or acidic chemical. These are the ways to destroy the particular media. Please note that destruction or destroying is the best way to destroy any type of critical or top secret data in the organization. In domain 2, we have discussed about a different strategy, how we can, get rid of the sensitive data. Means if any sensitive data got remain after deleting or after you are erasing from a drive, then what are the steps you need to perform in order to get rid of the sensitive data remnants or sensitive asset. The asset also carry the sensitive information. Okay, so how we can get rid of those assets, you need to find out. We have gone through the methods. Okay, now time is why this PAI and PHI is so critical. So when PAI or PHI it comes if it comes into European Union or EU, it has a significant value. What it means, let's say a company wanted to do a business with European Union. In that case, they have to follow some kind of privacy regulations. Means if you are dealing with an European Union or European countries users private informations, then you need to very very careful in order to make yourself that you are maintaining properly. Okay, so there is a rule in early 2015. If a company wanted to do a business with any EU member states, like any European Union states like Germany, France, all the European member states, they have to, when they are private, when the company play with the private information of the EU states, they have to follow the safe harbor principle. When I say safe harbor principle, safe harbor was all deployed before 2015. Like if any US organization they wanted to do business with any EU states, EU countries, then they have to satisfy safe harbor principle. But in 2015, that has been outruled. Means that particular rule has been upgraded and it has become GDPR, General Data Protection Regulations. So when the GDPR comes, they have certain definite rules. If you are playing or if you are dealing with any private data of the any European Union states. But before going to GDPR rules and regulations, so what it means, let's say a company in US, they are dealing with any European states, any company, and there is a private data exchange happening between the company in Europe and the company in US. In that case, let me draw it up so it would be very easy to understand, and this is a really good concept to understand.
Okay.
Yeah, this is European Union state. Okay, and this European Union state, they have a business, with any US company. Okay, in this case, who would be the data controller? US company would be the data controller, isn't it?
Right.
Now this US company, they have hired a company called Wipro in India, to work with this, align with the US states company. Okay, like they have this US company, they have outsourced some of the work to Wipro, which is in India. Okay, so in this case, Wipro would be a data. Okay, so please remember, if if a US company is doing a business with European Union company, then the safe harbor, or earlier it was before 2015 it was safe harbor, now GDPR. Okay, this GDPR is applicable to data controller as well as the data processor. What it means, this data controller and data processor, they have to obey, they have to follow this GDPR principle. Okay, is it clear?
Yep.
Okay. Now, if these two company, if they breached this safe harbor principle or GDPR principle, they might be fined of 20 million.
Wow.
Or up to 4% of the entire global turnover of the preceding financial year of that company. Okay, you are able to understand this concept. This is a really good concept. Now, if they are following the data processor and data controller, they are following the GDPR principle, let's say they are following properly, but hackers are always smarter. I say from the day one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, some data breach happen here with the data processor. They have to notify the data controller as well as this US states within 72 hours of the data breach. Okay.
Okay.
Now, there is a concept called right to be forgotten. Okay. This concept is, let's say, this is a company like, let's say, Tesco or Mercedes Benz is a company in Europe. And one of the Benz employee said, I don't want to outsource, I don't want to give my private data to the US company, neither US company, nor to the data processor. So in that case, this right to be forgotten will come into place. This principle will say you should forget the particular persons. You should not, deal with the particular person's data in data processor and data controller. Is it clear? Okay.
Sounds good.
Now, GDPR has 6 distinct rules. Okay. Let me explain one by one. Okay. First rule is lawfulness, fairness, and transparency. Okay. Lawfulness, fairness, and transparency. It means personal data shall be processed lawfully, fairly, and in a transparent manner in a relation to the data subject. This is the first rule. Purpose limitations. This is in the note. The slides will give. This is all there. Okay. Purpose limitation. When I say purpose limitations, if you have, because this GDPR, they deal with the personal law, private information, right? Isn't it?
Yep.
Now, if you have taken any private information about someone, you should process the private information lawfulness, fearless, and transparent way. The second one is purpose limitation. Means if you have collected the personal data for a particular purpose, you should not use for any other purpose. What I mean to say, let's say I have collected some data. I should not sell that data to other vendor for advertisement or by taking some money.
Oh,
So
nice.
purpose limitation means personal data shall be collected for specified, explicit, and legitimate purpose, and not further processed in a manner that is incompatible those purposes. Okay. Now third one is data minimizations. Okay. Personal data shall be adequate, relevant, and limited what is necessary in relation to the purpose for which they are processed. Okay. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Fourth one is accuracy. Personal data shall be accurate and where necessary kept up to date. Means you should not, if let's say if you have collected some data, okay, and that that particular information that about a let's say I have collected information about you, okay, you are staying in European Union or you are staying in Germany. By time some of the personal information of yours got changed, so I need to update my database as well. That means I need to maintain a completeness of the data, or I need to maintain a accuracy of the personal data. Personal data, whatever accuracy definition say in GDPR, personal data shall be accurate and where necessary kept up to date. Every reasonable step must be taken to ensure that personal data are inaccurate, having regard to the purpose for which they are processed and erased or rectified without delay. Okay. Now, first one is storage limitations.
Sounds good.
Storage limitation means personal data shall be kept in a form which permits identification of data subject for no longer than necessary for the purposes for which the personal data are processed. Means personal data shall be kept in a form which permits identification of the subject for no longer than is necessary for the purposes for which personal data are processed. Okay. Now, sixth one is integrity and confidentiality. Means wherever you are storing the data, you should always maintain integrity and confidentiality of the data. Personal data shall be processed in a manner that ensure appropriate security of personal data, including protecting against unauthorized or unlawful processing, against any accidental loss or destruction or damage. Okay, is it clear? These are the standard 6 principles. If you are violating these 6 principles and if you are doing business with any EU states, then you will be fined up to much?
4% of their annual global gross.
Yeah, turnover.
Mhm.
Okay, 20% or 20
20
million.
Mhm.
20 million as well. Okay. Now the next concept. Now the concept roam around here. See, the US company is dealing with the EU states. Okay. Now US has outsourced that particular service to Wipro or some Indian company. Okay. So in order to relax or in order to minimize the GDPR regulations, you can use certain things to reduce the GDPR burden. The first concept is pseudonymization. Pseudonymizations. Pseudonymization means, just remember like this, it's a alias. Okay, means alias. What it means, let's say instead of the private data, you can use any alias. What I mean to say, if you have noticed carefully, if you have went to any medical, if you went to any hospital or somewhere, they always use medical, some ID instead of the name. Patient number 6, patient number 5 instead of your name, because your name is your private data, isn't it? So let's say I have this company, this US states has transferred their data to US company. But US company, when they will send the data to the Indian company, instead of putting the real name, in the table, in the real name table, if they will put like 3030 3131 like this number instead of the name, then it is a alias, isn't it?
Right.
Then in that case, the GDPR is not that to that particular company. What I meant to say, GDPR is not applicable. Let's say this particular data, instead of this name, let's say this is Dipayan, this is Julia, or this is X, this is Y. Instead of this table, I'm sending this, code, this code. Okay, I'm sending a alias. Now this data got breached. Then it would be difficult for the hacker to find out what this name, what this alias stands for, the which private data. Are you getting my point?
Yes, it's pretty easy to understand. Yes.
It refers to the process using pseudonym to represent other data. Means it use alias to represent other data. There is another concept of pseudonymization is called tokenization. Instead of the name, they'll use token number 10, token number 11, token number 12, or like this. It's exactly similar like pseudonymizations. Is it clear?
Yep.
Okay. Now, the pseudonymization and tokenization, they are, pretty much, prone to inference attack. Okay. It's not appropriate, or, it's not that much efficient when, it comes for the, GDPR relaxation or on the data processor and data controller. There is another concept called anonymizations. Okay, so don't confuse with this particular wording, because this word you need to understand thoroughly in order to attend the questions, because these are the toughest one in domain 1. You need to remember these terms in order to attend the questions in the exam. Okay, so there is a concept called anonymization. Okay, when anonymization, it is the process of removing all relevant data so that it is impossible to identify the original subject or person. Okay, if you have done anonymization properly, then GDPR is no longer relevant for anonymized data. What it means, let's say I have a table. Okay, in table I have data like Dipayan, Julia, X, and Y. Okay, these are like my in data, my age. Okay, my email address, my health checkup status or something. So I need to use anonymization to remove the relevant data, so that it would be impossible for the hacker to identify original subject of the person. Okay, is it clear? So what I mean to say, if you have done anonymization properly, then GDPR is not applicable for the data processor or the data controller. But there is another concept called data masking. Data masking means Dipayan age is, let's say, 35. Julia age is, let's say, 35 or 37. Okay, X age is, let's say, 40, and Y age is, let's say, 45. Okay, so in data masking, instead of Julia age, I'll put Y's age. So it would be very difficult. It would be very difficult for the hacker to get any anonymized or data masking data to crack on. Okay, so if you have done anonymization properly, or if you've done data masking properly, it is way difficult for the hacker to crack the particular data. Is it clear till now? All good?
Yeah, but anonymization, I'm not quite clear. I know data masking because that's what we do in our company. But what is anonymization?
Anonymization means it is the process of removing all relevant data so that it is impossible for the hackers to identify the personal data. Let me give you an example. So basically, let's say, let me prepare another table. So my name is, this is name, like first name, last name, okay, then age, then location, like this. Like my first name is DN, or your name is Julia, let's say Y. Sorry about that. So Kavena Z, like this. So instead of DN, I'll put a D and Y. J, I will put, JZ. So it basically, I'm just, puzzling around the data. So I'm removing the relevant data. I see if somebody found this table, I have, instead of N, I have put Y. So he will not able to find the relevant data, isn't it? Is it clear? Masking means it will completely mask the complete table, and there would be a formula in order to find out what exactly is, what are the data got masked.
I know data masking. That's what we did. I don't know what is antonization. I can't recognize your handwriting. Maybe it's called antonization. What does that look like? That's what I'm saying.
This one, right?
Yes, the one on top. Yes, that's the one.
What I mean to say, see, this is my first name. A personal data is a second name or last name. My age. This would be age, or this would be locations. So my name is, let's say, D, and my last name is N. Okay. Instead of, I'll put first name here, but instead of N, let's say this is your Julia. Let's say I'm just giving an example. Your last name is Julia Y. Instead of D's last name, I'll put Julius name here, last name here. So basically, I'm really removing the relevant data from the table. Is it clear?
Yeah, but how are you going to use it if you remove it? I mean, if data masking, you have to unmask to use it, right? And if your data, I mean, I just want to say we can hide, we can remove all we want, but when we want to use it, how we're going to use it?
No, they see, if you this is like when you keep your personal data in your storage. So would be the face of the personal data. Like what is the purpose of the anonymization? Like if you're storing any personal data of somebody, if that got leaked or if that got hacked, that should not give a negative impact to that personal, isn't it? Now I'm
Yes.
storing this copy of the data in my database with changed. I'm removed all the relevant data. Okay. So in that case, if this copy of the data goes to the hacker, it is meaningless, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's meaningless to the company as well because you
No,
remove everything.
no. If it is not meaningless for the company, why I'm saying, let's say my database, when database will access this particular data, they will use some formula to rearrange that particular data so that they will process appropriate data. You're getting my point?
Okay,
Like
now
you said,
yeah, now
there
I
would
know.
be a macros enabled in the background which will rearrange when the database wants this particular data. Is it clear? So you will see this particular thing in domain 8 when we'll go through detail about database. Okay.
Okay.
Now the next concept, scoping versus tailoring. Before going to the scoping and tailoring, now we have identified the assets for the organization, right? So when we manage, when you want to manage, the assets, you will always try to find a baseline of that particular, how you can maintain the baseline, isn't it? Let's say you have identified firewalls in your organization. Let's say you have 3 firewalls, 1, 2, 3 firewalls. Now you want to maintain this firewall. So in order to maintain the firewall, you will always try to find out something called baseline. Baseline means minimum security. Okay. This would be the reference point. From that point, you will provide the security to this particular asset to the organization, isn't it? Are you able to follow me? So basically, like I have 100 assets in my organization. So I have to maintain, I have to secure those assets, isn't it? So if I want to secure those assets, I have to always look for what is the baseline security I should provide to my assets. Okay. So when I find out the baseline, on top of the baseline, I can provide any level of security to that particular, device in order to maintain throughout his life cycle. Is it clear? Why baseline is required in organization?
Because it's a
Julie?
standard policy, right? So everywhere
No,
should.
It's a minimum security. Baseline means it's a reference point from which, what I mean to say, let's say I have different assets, okay, in my organization. So I need to find out what will be the minimum security I should provide to each assets so that the assets would be remain secure throughout his life cycle. That's why we always look at to baseline. So what I mean to say, let's say you have given access to manage the firewall in your company. Okay. Now you will always ask, what would be the baseline? What would be the standard I should follow? Isn't it? You will ask these particular questions. So when I say if you are managing this firewall, the baseline is you should not put any rule at the top of the rule base. So that will be your baseline. So you will always follow that baseline. You will follow that minimum security standards in order to maintain your assets. Is it clear? Okay. Now this baseline, after baseline, we have a concept called scoping versus tailoring. Scoping refers a review list of baseline security controls and select only those controls that apply to the IT system you are trying to protect. Okay. And tailoring refers to modifying the list of security controls within a baseline so that they align with the mission of the organization. Is it clear? What I mean to say, scoping means what is your in scope. Okay. What I mean to say, I will review, let's say I have, like in my previous example, I have firewalls. Okay. Firewall 1, firewall 2, and firewall 3. I will review the baseline security control. What will be the baseline security control I should put in order to maintain this firewall or this assets 1, asset 2, and asset 3, isn't it? Now I'll review the baseline security controls and I will select only that controls which will apply for these assets, not all the security control, baseline security control. Okay. For example, if a system doesn't allow any two people to log into a system, there is no need to put a concurrent session control in firewall. What I mean to say, this is my firewall, and this firewall I have wrote a rule like at a time only one person can log into this firewall. Not more than one. So I should not think about concurrent session process. Okay, is it clear? Scoping and so tailoring refers to modifying the list of security controls within the baseline so that they will align with the mission of the organizations. Okay, is it clear? Now, with this, I'm completing domain 2. I am starting domain 3, which is very important domain from the CISSP perspective. The next domain is called security engineering. In security engineering, we will be talking about cryptography in detail, and we will be taking at least 6 to 7 hours in order to complete this particular domain.
So let's move along and talk about the average salary of the cybersecurity specialist. So these people who are working in this field for protecting our data, their average salary in numbers looks like in USA, if you are a cybersecurity specialist, you are looking at a figure of around $102,000. And if you're in India, you're looking at an average base of 8.25, although this number seems very less right now. Most of the cybersecurity specialists are paid a lot more than that, and the job roles which you get decide what kind of an average salary you're getting. So as you go along with more experience, you get more money. The more skills that you have, the different kind of job role that you have, and the different responsibilities that you get you the bigger numbers and get you in the bigger field for that matter. And if you're in UK, you're looking at a figure of around 78,000 pounds. So that is the figures. And the companies which are hiring for cybersecurity specialists in this time of quarantine as well are the industry giants, and you must recognize almost all of these images which are there on the screen, all of these logos. So you can start from the left hand side corner, all of your social media websites, everybody, may it be LinkedIn, Instagram, WhatsApp, or Twitter, or anyone else whoever has an online presence in terms of business are looking for people in cybersecurity. So those are the companies there, and there are other big names who again hire for cybersecurity. Top names would be Mu Sigma, IBM, uh, Oracle, Siemens, Skype, Google, Adobe, Ola, or basically any app which you see on the internet, or which is basically a company who is posting some kind of an e-commerce or anything of that sort, will be having cybersecurity specialists to protect their business and protect their consumers from any kind of cyber breach, made by their data or made by their conversation or anything that anyone is eavesdropping or anything like that. These are the companies who will be looking to hire cybersecurity specialists. So you can imagine the amount of openings there. Almost all of the every day that you live, day-to-day life, everything that you use is some way, some form related to internet anywhere. From you ordering food online through Swiggy, Zomato, or any other food chain or food app, to you buying groceries from Big Basket or Grofers. Every company will have cybersecurity specialists, and it comes down to texting to your loved ones through WhatsApp or any other app that you're using, or Facebook, or watching your YouTube videos. Everything comes for cybersecurity, so everybody is hiring. That's why it is a very much in demand field. So far we have discussed about how much money you will get and what cybersecurity is. But the major thing that we wanted to discuss here are the different job roles which are there in cybersecurity, because as you know, there is no linear path to a successful career in cybersecurity. Most of the people enter the security field straight out of college, or they might do a transition from another IT or another job role that they have. But no matter where you start, all cybersecurity career begins with a general IT experience, and you need to understand basically how the technology works before you even can begin to secure it. You must understand how you have to work with how that particular technology works. Only then you can go about, okay, this is how it works, and this is how it might be vulnerable, and this is what we can do to protect it.
Just a quick at Intellipaat, we provide cybersecurity online training in collaboration with EC Council, completely mentored with industry experts. For more information about the course, please do contact our course advisors. Now, let's continue with the session.
So before even you start protecting it, you need to understand about the technology that you are going to protect, and that's why you must have some IT presence in order to work for any of these job roles that we are talking about, right? So let's quickly jump on and talk about the different job roles which are out there. So there are several job roles, and we are going to be classifying the four of the major roles which are out there. So we'll be beginning with security architect, and then we'll move on and talk about security consultant, and then there is ethical hacker, and then there is security analyst. So a security architect is basically someone who is tasked with designing, building, and implementation of network and computer security for an organization. Security architects are responsible for creating complex security structures and ensuring that they function very properly. They design the security systems to combat different kinds of malwares, different types of hackers intrusions, or maybe DDoS attacks. So basically, these people are the people who design how the your application will be interacting with different things through different protocols. They decide which protocols has to be there, which subnet to go, and everything. So the entire architecture of your security domain is done by the security architect. And in United States, these people earn an average salary of around $118,000, and with more experience you get better at it. So if you are working as a cybersecurity architect, you will be required to plan, research, and design durable security architects for various IT projects that you have. You will be developing requirements for networks, firewalls, routers, and different things related to the network devices. You will be performing vulnerability testing, security assessments, and risk analysis. And finally, you will be tasked with a research and implementation of the latest security standards like 256 SHA, and different security standards are there for different things. So you need to research upon how to implement those and the new security standards which are there, and you have to follow the best practices and stuff like that. And every part of it is basically the job of a security architect. The next job that comes is the security consultant. Now, the security consultant is basically is a catch-all cybersecurity expert, right? These people assess the cybersecurity risks, problems and solutions for various different organizations, and they guide them in protecting the security of their physical as well as physical capital and the data that they have. So you can think about it as it is similar to the word consultant is there. So these people basically are the people who are called by different organizations to look at their preemptive or primitive given security standards which they have, and they are asked to tell if they see any vulnerabilities, or they are asked to consult about how we can go about in creating our own and what are the different standards that we need to have. So these people have to be the experts in the field of cybersecurity to in order to deliver the best knowledge to various different organizations which are working. Not all the organizations which is out there are very expert in cybersecurity. Some are very some people have very small businesses. They don't really care about that much in depth about cyber security. They don't know it, so that's why they hire security consultants who come up and help them set up the networks that they need in order to have their own environment very safe. So these security consultants need to be very flexible and savvy, as they deal with a wide range of variables when they're assessing this security system across various diverse companies and the industries, because they're working with different kinds of industries, different kinds of companies. There will be different security standards involved, so they need to be flexible and they need to understand the whole picture at once, so that they can consult in a better manner, so that the end result is um, a secure one for that matter. So as a security consultant, your daily tasks may include determining the best ways to protect the computers, networks, data, and information systems from potential attacks. You'll be performing again the vulnerability test and security assessments. You'll be interviewing staff and department heads to uncover the security issues. So you'll be talking to everyone about if they know about some potential breach or how did that happen, and you will interview across the people to understand what your security system looks like and how vulnerable it is. And then you will be testing security solutions using industry standard analysis methods, and you'll be providing technical supervision and guidance to a security team. As a consultant, your task is to guide them through the way of reaching cyber security, right? Then the next job role which comes on the hand is of the ethical hacker. Now, ethical hacker is basically someone who is a penetration tester, you can call him as well. So basically the job of these people is to find the weakness in your IT systems, right? Be your networks or applications, whatever. Using the same knowledge and tactics that a cyber criminal hacker would do. So their job is similar to someone who is trying to hack you, but they are doing it for ethical reasons, so that they don't hack you for the reasons that they want money from you. They hack you and find the vulnerability of the system so that your company can work upon it and make their entire infrastructure more secure. So these people find the bugs or the different things which are vulnerable inside the system and report it for you, so that you can be more secure. So penetration testers generally use a series of tools to simulate real life cyber attack. They identify the weak spots and they help the organizations improve their security posture. The average salary of a penetration tester in USA is around $80,000, and many penetration testers and ethical hackers uh, uh, have a very similar job role. So as a penetration tester, you will be expected to perform penetration analysis on the web application, networks, and computer system. You'll be asked to uncover the security holes and pinpoint the methods of attackers and different things that they can use to exploit the weaknesses in your system. So you have to uncover those things as well. Then you will have to research, document, and discuss the findings with the management and the IT team. So whoever is there, you need to tell them about your findings. Okay, these are the vulnerabilities which we saw, and this is the way you might be able to improve it. And after that, you'll be tasked with designing and the implementation of new penetration tools and tests, so that you can check for more vulnerabilities. And if there is some new kind of attack of if anyone has created, then you need to be well versed with it, so that you are ready for those kinds of attacks as well. And then finally, there is a job of a security analyst. So these people are basically the people who are involved with your IT infrastructure. They go through the logs and everything, and they tell you if there is some potential breach which has happened right now. So they can tell it through various different ways. They can, for example, if there is a DDoS attack on your system, so your CPU usage would plummet, or it'll go, and the CPU usage will go high, or there will be some storage problems causing or something like that. So the job of the security analyst is to go through the system, look through the details, crunch the numbers, and find out if there was any potential breach at some given point of time, or if someone tried to breach you at some point of time and fail. So the both of those things, and how they were trying to do it. So the analyst's job is to find out if there was anything happening which was fishy. So that is basically the job of the security analyst. So these are the various different job roles across the domains that you can apply for if you're looking to become a cybersecurity specialist. Let's see a job description stating the same. So this is a job description of a penetration tester given by Cisco. So basically the job description includes performing of penetration tests on web applications, uncover the security holes, and pinpoint the methods used by the attackers to exploit the system, research documents, and discuss the findings with the IT department. And the same thing as I mentioned before. So these are the job in the job description of the penetration testers. You'll find similar things across the domains, because these people will be expected to find different ways to get through your system, so that when, let's say, a potential hacker someday tries to attack you in a similar fashion, they won't be able to do it, because you have covered your tracks before by doing penetration testing. So that is the job description, guys. Let's move on and talk about the skills that you will be needing in order to become a cybersecurity specialist. So in order to become a cybersecurity specialist, the first and the foremost thing that you need to have is some IT background. And for having that IT background, you must understand programming and scripting. So as you would have seen, a lot of people do in various web series, although I would say that is not a very accurate representation of how lives look like as an ethical hacker or a penetration tester. But the programming part remains. So you need to have a very good understanding of how programming works, how algorithm works, how different systems are designed, how scripting is done, and basically the basic understanding of the infrastructure of IT is very, very, very important if you are looking to become a cybersecurity specialist. Then you need to understand different network protocols. So there are different standard protocols which are out there, and many different protocols work in different ways. There is Aloha protocol, there's a lot of different things. Then there are hashing standards which you have to follow, and a lot of different things. So by network protocols, I basically mean you must understand the different security standard things which are out there, different network protocols which are out there, how systems communicate with one another, and how you can make them secure. So understanding the different layers of protocols which are followed as well is also very important when it comes to cybersecurity. And understanding those will basically allow you to understand how the system is communicating with one another, because not many times you just need to penetrate the system. Sometimes people can hijack your data midway. Like for example, if I send a packet from my end to the other end of the server, there could be someone listening on the way and they can tamper with the data. So you need to be secure that while even transferring the data in the pathway, there is no one listening or no one trying to gain some data from the information which is being sent. So that is why it is very important to understand different network protocols as well. And then you will be expected to do penetration testing, and there are various different tools that you can do for doing so. Nmap is a good example of it, and they use various different variety of tools are out there. So depending on the use case, different kinds of penetration testing can be done, and sometimes as simple as DDoS attacks sometimes work. So you need to be well versed with that as well. And once you understand how the penetration testing works, you need to be ready for these attacks. So there's one job where you prepare your system for it, and then there is another job to detect if anyone is trying to attack your system, right? So the penetration testing, network protocols and everything, you do it beforehand to make your system secure. But let's say if we were attacked, in those cases we need to find it as soon as possible before they do major amount of damage, right? So before they hit us with the damage, we need to detect their intrusion beforehand, before they get very deep into the system and extract very valuable information from us. So for doing that, also for doing intrusion detection, there's a lot of different things which are out there. A lot of softwares are available, and you can use various different kinds of metrics to understand if they have intruded your data in some form or the other. For that, again, you need to understand intrusion detection. And then there is something called as a malware analysis. So basically, there's a lot of lot of softwares which are out there which can infect your system, and infecting one system can even infect your entire network security standards. And to understand how these malwares work and warn your team beforehand, okay, these things might affect your system, and you have to be ready for it. So an understanding of how they can attack your system is also very important before you go ahead and secure your system, right? So understanding of those different softwares which basically infect your system is very, very necessary if you're aiming to become a cybersecurity specialist. So that is about the skill, guys.
The first point in this comparison between ethical hacking and cybersecurity, let us check out the mode of working. See, what happens with ethical hacking is that ethical hacking concerns with the company people itself breaching their own security methodologies that are created by cybersecurity experts, right? So cybersecurity experts, they create certain firewalls, they create barriers and all of that. Then later the same company will hire ethical hackers to make sure to find ways on how they can, breach these barriers and break down the firewalls. So it's a game between these two guys, to be very honest with you, because as I told you, a cybersecurity professional has the capability to recognize and resolve any sort of issues that are present. But then there might be some things that are not visible to the naked eye for a cybersecurity expert, right? So there may be backdoor approaches that one can take into the company. This is where an ethical hacker comes into the picture. And then when we're talking about the end goal of ethical hacking and cybersecurity, ethical hacking is completely concerned about exploiting the company itself. See, exploiting in a good way and not a bad way. Understand that, because here we're trying to find out all the weak points, and in fact we're just demonstrating total failure in security. And if you're wondering, hey, isn't that a bad thing? No, here it's a very good thing, because a very good ethical hacker has the capability of hacking the organization and showing the failure. The victory aspect of ethical hacking is to show failure in the company. Because once you know that there is a failure, you can have cybersecurity experts fix that. So what do cybersecurity experts do? Well, this entire field in general is completely concerned about the creation of policies. First of all, after the policies have been created, you have to make sure that there is no unauthorized use of these policies or any sort of violation in these policies that will lead to the unauthorized access of other people as well. So in that particular case, cybersecurity people create the policies. Ethical hackers make sure to find ways to destroy and work their way into the company with bypassing all of these security measures. Then they report it to the cybersecurity team, and the cybersecurity team fixes it. This goes on in an iteration. Coming to the third point in the comparison, it is production environment. See, what actually happens is that, with ethical hacking, we're trying to evaluate the system based on all the policies that already exist, right? These policies have been created by cybersecurity experts that the ethical hackers use and evaluate, and to see how they can get into the system. What cybersecurity is completely doing in the case of production environment in a company is that these guys will take care of the auditing of all of the security technologies that get implemented, right? See, once you have certain technology implemented, you need to audit it, you need to keep it in check and make sure that as a cybersecurity expert, you're not leaving any room for any sort of unauthorized hacking. In that particular case, this is exactly how it works in a production environment too. A cybersecurity team involves auditing the security technologies, while ethical hacking is completely concerned with the security policies that are already existent in the company. And that's a very important difference that you have to know about, because cybersecurity experts can create new policies while ethical hacking experts cannot. They have to work with the existing ones that are there and break them. So with this, we can move on to point number 4, where we'll be talking about reporting. In both of these fields, let me tell you that reporting is very, very important, because ethical hacking actually involves the creation of very thorough documentation to show what loopholes are present in this. So ethical hacking completely involves creating very, very thorough documentation, because using those documentation is how you will explain to the company members, the people who are not into security, the people who are probably a non-technical audience, saying, hey, this is where things have went wrong. This is the thing that we picked up which could lead to a vulnerability, so get it fixed. So to do all of that, you need to have very good documentation skills, and of course ethical hackers have this skill as well. But will you require so much of documentation for cybersecurity? Well, let me tell you, cybersecurity is all about maintainability, right? So having the documentation of how things are going day to day is more important rather than having things which are not in the scope of cybersecurity there as well. So to keep your documentation in check and to keep your daily working in check, you will have documents, yes, but these documents are more concerned about about maintainability rather than the daily operation as well. So in terms of reporting, ethical hacking has a bit of an advantage or an edge here because of the thorough documentation that it offers. And then when we have to talk about client usage, well, ethical hacking, as I just told you, it involves showing the weakness of a product, right? So when you have a client who comes to you saying, hack my product, you're going to take all the measures, all the tools, all the techniques, you're going to hack into the client and you're going to show, hey, this is where the weaknesses are. This is how I breached into the system. This is how people can potentially breach into the system. So make sure you protect these. A cybersecurity expert takes a very different approach, because here all we're trying to show is the latest methodologies, the latest techniques that we have, and how best we can implement them to safeguard all the technology that we have, to make sure that, we don't give a chance to hackers to hack. That's the pretty simple difference that lies in between how clients approach ethical hacking experts and cybersecurity experts, and what they get at the end of it as well. Coming to point number 6, we have to talk about problem solving. See, problem solving is a very important thing, because with ethical hacking, we take an approach of an attacking stance. Because here, ethical hacking experts will show you how an attack can be launched, how it can be succeeded, against a company or an individual or whatever it is, and how data can be stolen without their permission. But with cybersecurity, what we're trying to talk about is we're trying to show if there is any violation in the policies that exist that might, lead to that as well. But then, if there are no violation in the policies, if all of the security measures are right, if all of the policies are right, and if they're perfect, it means there is no requirement for an ethical hacker. Because if your cybersecurity methodologies and tools and techniques are bulletproof, then you would not require ethical hackers, right? But that's not the case. We are hiring more ethical hackers these days than cybersecurity experts, and there's a reason for that. No matter how good your cybersecurity methodology gets, as there is a code that says for every lock there is a key, and for every lock which is probably a cybersecurity firewall, a hacker will know how to work around the key. So in that particular case, ethical hacking is very, very important in solving the problems. Point number 7 that we have to talk about is data access. See, what happens is that with ethical hackers, right, they need to hunt for new methods, they need to hunt for novel things to hack into an already existing security system. So an ethical hacker, if he's a person who is sourced out of the company itself, he or she might not have the access to complete working of the company. So he or she is just given the task to see how you can get into the system and breach the network. But an already existing cybersecurity expert in the company will have complete access to the system, so they will know it thoroughly in and out. So this is where the expertise of an ethical hacker will come to the picture. It doesn't mean that a cybersecurity professional is not an expert, because the cybersecurity methodologies of today are almost bulletproof. I want to say that it's almost bulletproof, and at the end of the day, there's a lot of things that can be beaten, and cybersecurity systems are one of these things as well. So ethical hackers need to have the capability to work completely out of their comfort zone, while cybersecurity people, they will have all the access to the data, tools, methodologies, techniques, whatever you name it, and they'll have to work with that. Coming to point number 8, I'm sure you guys are curious about the job roles that exist in between ethical hacking and cybersecurity, right? So ethical hacking has a lot of roles as well, but the major roles that the world is hiring for right now is penetration testers and security managers. These guys, as the name suggests, a penetration tester is a person who has the capability to penetrate into a company, penetrate into a network in an unauthorized way, and work with it as well. And then when we're talking about cybersecurity professionals, we have CISO, we have SPC engineers, we have security analysts, and many other jobs as well. So if you're thinking about, hey, is there only 3 or 4 roles in each of these domains? The answer is no, because at the end of the day, if you have a product that's probably connected to the internet, you will require some sort of cybersecurity, right? So now think about the millions and millions of computers across the globe that's connected to the internet. You need the toughest cybersecurity methodologies put into place, and you need the most skilled ethical hackers to find loopholes and fix them, right? So in that particular case, there are many other job roles than just the ones that are mentioned here too. So coming to the next point, where we talk about the average salary of these developers, ethical hackers actually get a very good pay, somewhere around $122,000 per annum in the USA and around 12 lakhs per annum in India. And cybersecurity professionals get an average salary somewhere around $135,000 per annum in the USA and 13 lakhs per annum in India. These are the average salaries of both of these domains, and you do have to understand that there will always be a requirement for cybersecurity experts and ethical hackers no matter what. See, the entire world can go into a recession, but people will be still hiring for these guys because they want to keep all their data secure and not lose it just because there's a recession going on, right? So when you think about it, it's a very bulletproof job that pays a very good salary, there's always someone hiring for it. So if you have enough skills, if you are certified in ethical hacking, a lot of potential employers will be interested to hire you as well. Coming to the last point on this comparison, which one is easier to learn? Well, easier to learn is subjective, because whenever we talk about ethical hacking, you need to be creative and you need to have a lot of out of box thinking to be able to crack into system, right? Because see, you have to find out ways in which an actual hacker would hack into a system, and then you will have to trace the same steps as well. So you need that kind of a thinking. You need to have a third person approach here to make sure you find ways, and of course you have to be very very good with the tools that exist as well to break, let's say, a Wi-Fi password, or to break into a very secure network, anything for that matter. And then we're talking about cybersecurity actually involves detailed learning methodologies. You have to learn a lot of tools, you have to learn a lot of techniques, and the other thing is that, right, whenever we're talking about cybersecurity, there is no one solution for every problem. So each of these organizations will have their own methodologies, their own policies, their own structures, right? They have their entire cybersecurity architecture, which could be unique to their organization. So as in when you progress in your career, if you are a part of a very big company, you will understand that their architecture is very different to probably someone else's. So in that particular case, whenever we're thinking about learnability, understand that you can get started with both ethical hacking and cybersecurity in a very easy way. But as you grow into your career, you might move into tools that are unique to their organizations. In the case of cybersecurity, and with ethical hacking, you need to have the capability to learn new tools, because at the end of the day, cybersecurity companies can provide very good tools, very good firewalls, which will prevent ethical hackers from hacking them. But then to allow for all of that, of course, ethical hackers will find their way to get into the systems, or actual hackers as well. So in that particular case, if I have to pick one, I would suggest ethical hacking would be a little easier and a little more fun to begin with as well. But then that's my opinion. Head to the comment section and of course do let us know yours as well. So you might have a question saying, okay, I know what ethical hacking is, I know what cybersecurity is, I understand the comparison that exists, but which is better? Now, again, this is another very, very finicky question to answer, because there is no such thing as one being better than the other, right? So ethical hacking is a part of cybersecurity, and ethical hacking will ask you to think completely like an hacker. Because if you have the capability to think like an actual hacker, it means you can beat him or her at their own game. So you need to play the game. You need to be either as good as the hacker, an actual hacker, or be better than he or she to make sure that you beat them at their game. That's a very important thing that you should know. And then when we're talking about cybersecurity, right, cybersecurity is all about preparing for what comes next, right? So you'll be planning for the next attack to make sure you can stop it in a way. But you're not wasting time thinking about what happened in the past, how to fix it and all of that, because this will eventually happen. You would have fixed a lot of vulnerabilities in the past, but your focus as a cybersecurity enthusiast or an expert is to make sure that you keep your eyes wide open to check what's happening with your product in the near future, because vulnerabilities are always there. Hackers are always waiting on the edge to have unauthorized access to your machine. So in that particular case, you really need to work on the future rather than dwindling on the past in the case of cybersecurity as well. So this is the difference that lies in between ethical hacking and cybersecurity. Do head to the comment section and let us know which you would prefer, or which is which you're most interested in. Basically, is it ethical hacking, is it cybersecurity, and why? So let's head to the comment section. I'll be more than happy to interact with you guys there.
So we are going to be talking about data security now. Now, the branch of cybersecurity that deals with the protection of data in specific is called data security. Now, application, every organization that is operating has a database, right? That may be for a website, that may be for a web application, a mobile application, a video game, a social media website, or just an organization to keep track of its employees, right? So everywhere there is a database that is situated that keeps track of all of that. So data security essentially deals with securing that data, right? So that is pretty common, and let us look at the use cases for what data security covers, right? So data security covers cloud data security. Now, a lot of databases, a lot of online services, ETL services, online processing services are situated in the cloud these days because nobody wants to buy hardware and store it in-house to basically have their servers and have their utilities in the office itself. A lot of people use cloud services like Amazon, Google Cloud, or Microsoft Azure, and it is very important for the data that is there in the cloud, whether it's in storage or it in a processing pipeline, to be secured. So that particular branch that deals with the data security in the cloud is cloud data security. So that is covered under data security. And then one of the most common ways of data security is definitely data encryption. So basically that means any file that is there, any message that you're sending, you can basically encrypt that message through the means of cryptography, have a key for it, and then send it to your recipient, and the recipient would use that key to decrypt it and see its original meaning. This is basically done so that anybody who actually is able to access your system, your storage, is not able to access the actual content of the data without the key or the password. So that is data encryption. Then we have hardware security. So hardwares also have vulnerabilities which hackers can use to exploit and get into the systems. So that should be secured as well. You should use hardware that is secure on a firmware level so that nobody is able to exploit it. Then we have a very critical aspect of security, which is password management. Now, it is very important that you keep a password that is very tough to crack, right? It does not have commonly used words. It has a combination of capital, small letters, numbers, special characters if possible. So that is how your password should look like. Because the more complex your password is, the harder it is to actually crack it due to hashing methodologies. Password management is incredibly critical. Then we have payment security. So payment security deals with the aspect of actually performing online transactions, which involve bank accounts or online money deposits, right? So you need to have measures that ensure the security of those payment methodologies from any external attackers. So say for instance, you're making a payment for a product you've bought online, so it should be incredibly secure as well because it is involving your bank account, and anybody else who is actually able to access that network shouldn't be able to see the credentials that you're using for your bank account, or the actual transaction workflow that is happening between the website or you and the bank. And then we have email and messaging security. So emails within organizations are incredibly confidential as well. Then we have mobile application security. So a lot of you have Android mobile phones, right? There are other options as well, like iOS for the iPhone. In Android specifically, since there is not a strong regulation policy of applications on the Play Store, it is very crucial for the user of the device to ensure that the applications that he is installing onto his mobile phone are safe in nature. They are not asking for any overreaching permissions. So he needs to ensure all of that. And specifically, when you're installing the application and you're trying to run any feature of it, if the application is asking for permission to have read access or write access to the contents of your phone, be sure that that application actually needs it and can be trusted. So it's very important to be aware of the security threats and to implement security measures on your web browser as well. Be sure that you're using a trusted web browser like one of the common ones like Google Chrome or Opera or Firefox for that matter. Be sure that you're not actually installing any sort of malicious toolbar or any malicious extension onto your web browser because those could be really harmful. And be sure when you're going to a website, you're not clicking on random links that install some scripts onto your web browser because obviously web browsers are using JavaScript to run the dynamic elements of the website. So these are some of the most common ways of ensuring data security because obviously if you're working for an organization, it is very important to secure your data as well as your private information. So moving on, let us talk about the need for data security from an enterprise standpoint, from an organizational standpoint, right? So let's talk about an example. So let's talk about the Google data leak that happened in 2018. So essentially what happened was the information of up to 500,000 users was exposed due to software glitches, and this gave third-party applications access to the private data of those users. While nothing of harm came from this, but it was still incredibly irresponsible on the part of Google. So this happened on the now defunct Google Plus service. And Google also had to pay $7.5 million as a settlement for the users that had filed a lawsuit against Google for the data leak, right? So it obviously cost them money. And we can talk about the big basket data breach if we are talking about the more recent ones. So this is an article from India Today. So basically, when you're shopping for any e-commerce organization like Flipkart, like Amazon, you're essentially entering your card details as well, so that your future transactions do not require you to enter them again. So Big Basket is one of those websites. It is essentially used for grocery items to be delivered to your doorstep. So what happened was, due to a data breach, the information of over 40 million users was leaked. Big Basket has now acknowledged this breach and has filed an active police complaint against the hackers. So these are some of the two large-scale examples of what can happen if there is no data security or inadequate data security in these large organizations. Now, let us talk about what is at stake here. So, say for instance, we're talking about Amazon, for example. So, Amazon must have a user database and must have a sales database where they record all of the transactions that happen on their website. Amazon also uses a server, and Amazon is also using a proprietary algorithm in their recommendation engine. So these are essentially four things that Amazon does not want any hacker to have access to. But what if a hacker gets access to all of these four things? It could lead to a monetary loss. So this monetary loss could come from the proprietary algorithm being leaked to the hacker, and then that hacker selling this proprietary algorithm to a third party, and that could basically mean that that third party could get into the e-commerce industry and perform as good as Amazon from a technological standpoint, causing Amazon to lose its market share because it is their proprietary algorithm. Secondly, it could also lead to a lawsuit, right? So that means if a lawsuit happens, Amazon would obviously take have to take responsibility for the data leak of the user, and then Amazon would have to pay a certain amount of money to settle that lawsuit. And overall, if any of this does happen and it becomes public knowledge, it could lead to public distrust. It could lead to investors not investing in the stocks of that company. It could lead to a lot of other things as well that isn't a good look for the company in general. So it is incredibly critical for any company to ensure data security because data is the most valuable commodity today and you need to protect it as at all costs. So moving on, let's talk about the measures that can be implemented for data security. So the first that we discussed earlier on is data encryption. Now, through cryptographic means, there are a lot of data encryption algorithms available for emails, for messages, for the data that is shared between the server and the user whenever the user is transacting with a particular web application. Then we have data masking. So data masking essentially happens on a static level. So that basically means that whenever you're entering your card details, whenever you enter the number of your card details, whenever it is stored in the database, it is actually masked in a way where any external entity cannot actually see the first digits of your card number. And then we have data erasure. So the data that is not required to be stored anywhere should absolutely be erased. So for instance, you have your CVV number on your card, on the back of it, the three-digit number. Now, this three-digit number essentially authenticates transactions from your account. Now, Amazon or any other e-commerce website, when you're trying to buy a product from that website, asks you for that number. And if you enter that number and that number gets stored in the website's database and the website's database gets breached, obviously your CVV number is also leaked. right? And then the attacker can use your card number and your CVV number to basically take money out of your account. So that sort of thing should never be stored. It should be a one-time use only. Whenever they take your CVV number, it should be used and then it should be erased. Then you have data resilience. So data resilience exists for the odd case of when an attacker attacks your database in such a way that your data is lost. So this could be through causing a hardware or software failure or by simply deleting the data. Now, data resilience is obviously ensured by ensuring backups of that data on other devices as well. Let's talk about endpoint security now. Now, as the name suggests, endpoints are basically entry points or end user devices. So these could be laptops, these could be tablets, these could be mobile phones, these could be servers, essentially anything that is existing as a node in the network of things or the internet of things, right? This could also be your smart TV, your smart air conditioner, your smart refrigerator, right? Anything that is connected to your Wi-Fi router or your network. So anything that ensures security on these endpoints is called endpoint security. So if we look at the definition, endpoint security or endpoint protection is an approach to the protection of computer networks that are remotely bridged to client devices. These connections could exist between laptops, tablets, mobile phones, Internet of Things devices, and other wireless devices. So let us look at how endpoint security is important. So say for instance, you have a home network of devices. You have a Wi-Fi router, you have a server, you have a smartphone, and you have a laptop that are present in the network that you have, right? So the reason that you need to ensure that your endpoints are secured is that if the attacker gets access to any single one of the components in your network, he can potentially get access to all of the devices that are present in your network. So that is the reason you need to secure the endpoints as well. Because these days everything exists on a network, and if something can get access to one node of your network, it can get access to multiple nodes on your network as well. So ways to implement endpoint security: educating and briefing personnel on cyber threats. So if you have a family, if you have employees in a business, you need to educate them on how to uh, ensure that they are not victims of cyber attacks or any sort of cyber threats. Right, we're going to be discussing these cyber threats in the next slide, but right now let us understand the remaining ones as well. Next is antivirus with event logs. So on all of the endpoint devices that we have, we need to install security measures if we are especially connected to the internet for that matter. So these could be through the default antivirus that your operating systems come with if they are adequate for the time, or these could be through third-party antivirus softwares as well. Just make sure you go with the antivirus that is popular in nature and actually keeps its antivirus database updated with the recent times. Then we have network security. So in order to ensure that no harmful messages or packets are being sent within the network, it is very important to ensure network security as well. It is also important to ensure network security to monitor if any endpoints on the network security are unknown in origin or are not supposed to be in that network. So that is why network security is important, because once you ensure network security, it is very difficult for an attacker to get access to the devices that are present in the network. Then strong passwords. So definitely use a password that is incredibly strong in nature. And then secure device policies. So you need to ensure that the installations, the software installations happening on your devices are secured by device policies. So that basically means softwares of unknown origins or of origins which could potentially lead to a data breach or an endpoint breach by any means should not be installed and should not be given administrative privileges at any cost. So these are the ways to implement endpoint security.
Now let's go ahead and understand what is SQL injection. So guys, SQL injection is basically a method using which you are able to run commands on an SQL server or on an SQL database through the user interface of a website. And then you are able to do malicious tasks such as logging into the website without even knowing the username, password of an account, or getting or retrieving the details of a particular account or all the accounts which are there on a website by running some SQL commands from the user interface, right? For example, in this session today, what we're going to do is we are going to have a look at a website like this, which is basically going to have the username and password fields. And we are basically going to check when we basically enter the username, we basically enter the password, then we are able to log in to the website. But what happens when you do not know the username or when you do not know the password? How can you inject an SQL query from this user interface and log into the website without even knowing any username and password, right? So that is something that we're going to understand. And the method of passing SQL queries from a website into the database directly is basically called SQL injection. Okay, so now you might be wondering, how does it basically work? All right, guys, so let's go ahead and first understand how does a site basically work. So first thing that you have is a database, right? And inside the database you will have a table which will have all the usernames, which will have all the passwords, and this usernames and passwords will then be basically fetched by a website like this, right? So whatever username and whatever password you will be entering, right, it will be checked against the names and the passwords which are entered over here, right? If they are an exact match, that is that if the email, let's say if the username is Sam and if the password is QWERTY123, if this matches exactly, that means it's a correct input, and then in that case you will get a success message. In case the username is Sam but the password is something else, let's say the password is not matching what is there in the database, in that case the output or the input will be wrong, and with that even the output will be failed, right? So first of all, we will need an application which is going to work like this. And what I've done is I've created a sample application which works exactly like this. So what I have is basically a website. So basically I have written some code in Python, which is basically going to help us have a web page, right? So let's run this code. So let me just run it quickly. Python 3 1.py. And with this, my code is now running. So if I go to my browser and if I go to localhost 5000, this is the website which I created. Now in this website, what I can do is I can enter some username, I can enter some password, and then I can sign in. I can check whether that username and password is correct or not. Okay. So what is the username and what is the password? It will be basically be picked up from MySQL. So this is the username, this is the password which I have in the database as of now. So if I enter a username which is Intellipaat and if its password is Intel123, in that case, I will get a success message over here. So let us try that. Let us enter Intellipaat and let us enter the password as Intel123. Let me click on sign in and you can see the messages. Login is successful.
Just a quick info, guys. At Intellipaat, we provide cybersecurity online training in collaboration with EC Council, completely mentored with industry experts. For more information about the course, please do contact our course advisors. Now, let's continue with the session.
Similarly, if let's say I enter the username as Intellipaat, and now let's say I enter a wrong password. Let's say I enter Intellipaat123, let's say 4. So if I click on sign in that case, it is going to tell me login failed. Why? Because in my database for the username Intellipaat, the password is Intel123. So I can add more usernames over here. So let's say if I add a username, let's say insert into user, let me enter a username. Let's say the username is sample and the password for the same is going to be sample123. Let's say this is a query that I pass and I missed out on values over here, so let me enter that. Okay, so now if I check my database, so these are the 3 records that I have. So my username is sample and my password is sample123. So now if I go ahead and if I try this out, so if I enter the login name as sample and if the password is sample123, if I click on sign in, you can see the password is login is success, or the output is login is success. If I, let's say, enter some wrong password, and if I click on sign in, it will say login has failed. So guys, with this, you now get to know that the website is working, right? And this is the prerequisite that you need in order to understand how SQL injection will work. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to spoof this website into believing that I am a correct username, or the username that I am entering and the password that I'm entering is correct. Let's see how we can go ahead and understand that, or how to do that. Let's go ahead and understand. But before doing that, you will have to know some basics about SQL injection. So let's understand those basics. So guys, these are some commands, or these are some syntax that you need to know in order to perform this attack, right? So first of all, what you need to understand is what is the meaning of hyphen hyphen. So whenever you enter hyphen hyphen in an SQL query, that basically means it's a start of a comment. What is a comment? A comment basically means that let's say in this code, in this Python code, if I want to make this line a comment, which when basically a comment is made, then basically that line is not processed, or that code is ignored, right? So if I wanted to make this line a comment, what I can simply do is I can add a hash in front of it, and now you can see this code has now become gray, which basically means when I will be running this code now, this line will be ignored. So in SQL, if you want to add a comment, the line or the command for that is hyphen hyphen. So wherever you will write hyphen hyphen, all the commands after hyphen hyphen will be ignored. All right. Then you have something called as OR. Now, what is the OR operator? OR operator basically means either of the input should be true. So if I'm using this website, either the username or the password should be correct. All right. To simulate this, let me just go to my database. So let's say I enter something like this. So if I enter select star from user, where username is equal to Hemant, right? This is correct. The username is there, or password is equal to, let's enter something random. Then it should tell us whether this username is correct or not. This is a query. Let's hit enter. It says password in where clause. Okay, so not password, sorry. It will be pass. The column name is pass. So can you see it is still returning me the username and password, saying that these exist. Why? Because I've used the OR operator. But this is not the correct output, or this is not the output that I want when I'm trying to log in. When I'm trying to log in, what I want to do is I want to see whether the username and the password are correct or not, right? So taking the same statement again, if I change this OR to be AND, then it will not give me any output, which means empty set, which basically means that there is no username with the name Hemant and the password this, and hence it will give me a wrong, or it will give me a empty set, which basically means that the user does not exist, and hence I will get a login failed on my website, right? So this is the difference between OR and AND. So in OR, either of the input should be there in the database, and in AND, both the input should be present correctly in the database. Only then it will give us a successful message. What is 1 is equal to 1? 1 is equal to 1 is a statement which is always true, right? And what does that mean? Whenever I will write, let's say if I write when username is equal to Hemant and 1 equal to 1, which basically means that this statement is always going to be true in case the username is Hemant, because the second condition is always going to be true, which is 1 equal to 1, right? So this syntax basically means that the statement or the condition is true, and you can use it anywhere. You can use it while you are working with an SQL query, or when you basically want to go ahead and execute a statement. So now let's go ahead and try these out and understand how will this work when you're working with an SQL query using these syntaxes. Okay, so let's go ahead and write an SQL query, and let's see what the output would be according to what we have just learned. Okay, so coming back to my MySQL shell. So let's say I go ahead and first show you all the records again, which I have in the table. So these are all the records that I have in the table, right? Now what I'll be doing is, let's say I type in select star from user where Hemant, where username is equal to Hemant and 1 is equal to 1. Now, what do you think will be the output of this? So let's try and analyze. So what did we learn in this slide? We learned that when we use and, then both of the input should be true. So do we have username equal to Hemant in the user table? Yes, we do. And this is the condition which we are using. So this is true. Now let's see if this is true or not. And according to what we have learned, this condition is always true, right? Now if you try and execute this, you will get the username Hemant and the password Hemant123. And then if we type in, let's say I type in a query like select star from user where username equal to Hemant and password is equal to, let's say, a wrong password. Let's say it's 12345, right? So in this case, it will not return anything. Now let's try to edit this query and let's try to apply the syntax that we have just learned, right? So what we'll do is first let's comment out the part which we don't need. So we don't need the the part over here. This is correct, but this part is wrong, right? This, because of this, the SQL query is not running. So let's comment this part out. So we'll add hyphen hyphen space. So this part is now commented. And now if we just enter 1 equal to 1 over here and give a semicolon, let's see what is the output that we get. And now, as you can see, you were able to bypass what you just wrote, right? So you commented out whatever was there later and you added 1 equal to 1 before that comment. And because of this, this query is just executing up till here, and whatever was there after and, you have commented it by adding hyphen hyphen, right? So this is the basics of an SQL injection. If you understand this, now it will be very easy for you to gauge what I'll be telling you later, right? So now let's go ahead, guys, and now let's try and understand how we can do SQL injection using a website like this. All right, guys, so what we know of this website right now is that if I enter the username and let's say this is the correct username as I know, let me enter a wrong password over here. So what happens, let's see. So if I enter the wrong password and if I click on sign in, I get login failed. So I want to change this, or I want to achieve that I should get login success over here. So let's see how we can bypass this feature. So as we know right now that the syntax that the current website is running in the background is select star from user where username is this and password is this. So this is how most of the login websites basically work. Now, in order to achieve an SQL injection query or an SQL injection use case, what I will have to do is I will have to change the SQL query, or I will have to try to change the SQL query from this user interface so that I can basically bypass into the system. So how can we do that? So that can be achieved by using the syntax that we learned earlier. And let me first show you how we can do it, and then I'll explain you what would have happened. So before, whatever string that I'm entering over here, that will have a that will have a apostrophe starting before it, or that will have an inverted comma starting before it. So let me close the inverted commas first, and then what I'll type in is I will type in or, and then I will type in the query which is also always going to be true, which is 1 equal to 1, right? And then I will going to close this statement. And after this, whatever is there, I'm going to comment it out by typing in hyphen hyphen and then space. Okay, so this is, the argument that I'm going to pass over here. And now let's click on sign in. So it says this field is required. No issues, you can fill this field. And now let's click on sign in. So now, as you can see, it says login success. Now, how do you think this would have happened? Let me go ahead and show you. So the query that we have in the code is select star from user where username is equal to Hemant and pass is equal to some password. Okay, this is the query which is executing in the background. Now what I've done is I've replaced Hemant with a string which goes something like this. So I first entered inverted comma, then I entered a space, and then I said or 1 is equal to 1 semicolon space comment sign and then space. Now see what has happened. This query has now changed to this query, and I've commented the rest of the part out. Now if you execute this query, what will you get? You will get all the usernames and you will get all the password. Let me hit enter. Can you see? I've got all the usernames and I've got all the password. And because this is something which is not an empty set, the website is now telling me that the login is successful. So guys, this is a very simple and this is a very dangerous SQL injection that we have just done, because not only you have got access to the website, not only you have spoofed the website, but in case you are able to get this result set out through some method, you will be able to get all the usernames and all the passwords that are there on the database of this website, right? So guys, this is how you do SQL injection. Now that we know how SQL injection is done, let's go ahead and understand, is it really important to prevent SQL injection? So you might be wondering now, whatever I've told you, not a lot of people will be knowing about it, right? And that is actually true. Not a lot of people know about how to hack websites, or what would be the purpose of someone hacking your website. So probably it just happens to big companies like Sony, like LinkedIn, like Twitter, right? So why should you be worried about it? So that's a valid point. But imagine right now if you're doing a startup, right? Probably right now the need is not there. But if something like this happens to your website, because as we are growing towards a more technological world, a world which is more online, more and more people are getting the skill sets to work online or use the internet. And with that, if let's say somehow somebody targets your website, it is going to be a huge loss to your business, because the users which were using your website will not trust your website anymore. So to sum up, what is it important to prevent SQL injections? The point is that yes, the prevalence is going to be very less. The attack might be happening to your website or it might not be. The chances of it happening is very less, because there are very less individuals in the world out there who can do SQL injections, right? And who would want to target a very small company that you have just started? But does this mean that you should ignore it? Well, no, because the ease of exploitation for this particular subject that we just discussed is very easy, right? And with that, in the future, as and when we are going into the future, more and more people will get aware about this particular concept, this particular technology, and hence the chances of even somebody playing around with your website is going to get you a huge business loss, right? And that's why the impact of this is going to be devastating. So that's why it is very important to prevent SQL injections, be it a very small company, be it a medium-sized company, and it is important for large companies, obviously, right? And that's why you should learn all the best practices for development. You should include people in the team who are cybersecurity experts. You should have test cases in your development team, which is basically going to go and help you out in understanding if your code is safe or not. Because it does not matter if your code is just working, your code has to be safe as well. And this is why the demand for ethical hackers, the demand for security specialists is now increasing day by day, because companies have now started to recognize that yes, this is a threat, yes, this is something that needs to be addressed. Okay, so with that said, how to prevent SQL injections? Now you will say, okay, so it's very important to prevent SQL injections, but how should you go ahead and advise a company so that they can prevent SQL injection? So let's understand that. So first thing is, you should use the principle of least privilege, which basically means, let's say this website is able to insert or select data out of the database. So this website should have a username which has the least privileges allotted to it, so that it can only do what it is supposed to do. For example, we just saw that if we use this website, we are able to list all the usernames and all the passwords which are there in the table. So probably that should be a permission which should not be allowed to the user who's going to be assigned inside your code. For example, if you have a look at the code, the username that we have given over here is root and that is absolutely wrong. You should never use root, or you should never use an admin user in your code. So it's very important to have a username which is going to have the least privileges, the privileges which will only help you to get the work done, and that should be assigned to your code. So that's point number one. Second point is that all the passwords, all the usernames, if they can be hashed in some way, then also this attack can be basically avoided. How? Because right now we relied on the fact that whatever I'm entering, it is not being encrypted somehow, and then it is plainly being passed to SQL. But what if we put in a system in between which can basically encrypt all the data or all the user inputs that you're giving, and that encryption is basically tested out in your or it is passed to SQL as an argument. So in that case, what is going to happen is you will not be able to run any SQL query, right? So that is also a possible, preventive measure that you can take. And third thing that you can do is you can always employ third party authentication. So you would have seen that a lot of websites now have options like login with Facebook, login with Google, right? So all these big companies, they have gone through a lot of workx, they have been through a lot of situations, they have a lot of people who are working on the security aspect of their website, and you can be rest assured that you as a owner, or you as a manager of a tech team, if you apply your brains and try to create a model which cannot be spoofed, obviously that is not going to help you out, because the kind of feedback which Facebook and Twitter as a company gets, because they have a lot of people like you, right, who probably would be able to test the application before it goes on to production, test out with different kind of scenarios, right? And with that fact, their application obviously is more mature, right? So it's always a good idea, if let's say you do not want to go ahead and just make your application secure, because otherwise your thought would be just in making your application secure, whereas your stakeholders would want more features in your application, right? So if you have to balance both of them, why not use things which are already available? And with that fact, why not use the third party authentication tools which are already available out there, right? So this would be some of the methods that you can use to prevent SQL injections, and obviously there are more ways as well. So you can go ahead and practice the best practices of coding. For example, instead of concatenating the arguments like we just did in the code, you can also pass them as arguments, and that is a topic for a separate discussion altogether. But majorly, if you follow all these 3 points, they should be enough to prevent a SQL injection.
Cracking Wi-Fi passwords with AirCrackNG. Now, this is pretty straightforward how this works, right? AirCrackNG is a network software suite consisting of detector, packet sniffer, WEP, and WPA/WPA2 PSK cracker and analysis tools for 802.11 wireless LANs. So this is a category of wireless that is going on today, and this particular tool helps you to crack the key or the access key or the password for that particular Wi-Fi network, right? So you guys might have wondered how people hack into Wi-Fi networks and gauge the password of that network. This is how you go about it. So for WP encrypted Wi-Fi passwords, which example we are going to be doing today? The example that we are going to be doing today is going to be about WEP, right? So there are other encryption methodologies as well, like WPA and WPA2, but we are going to be implementing WEP. But the method for WPA and WPA2 is identical, so don't need to worry about other methods as well. This is how it works both ways, right? At least as far as AirCrackNG goes. So AirCrackNG first implements statistical methods and then finally implements brute force algorithms. So to find the key, what does is essentially it eliminates all of the possibilities the password can have. Right? So by doing statistical methods, it eliminates a large number of possibilities. Then it begins with a brute force attack. So if the password is found in the statistical methods, well and good. If it's not, we have already eliminated a lot of other options that are possible for that password. Then we can begin with our brute force algorithm. Right? You can customize this as well, depending on what knowledge you have about the owner of that Wi-Fi network or the organization for which the Wi-Fi network is for. And based on that, you can basically implement your WEP Wi-Fi cracking with AirCrackNG. So let us understand how that works with a simulated example of a Wi-Fi network. So if you're using AirCrackNG, it will run in a similar way as this would run.
It took some time, but we finally have the key. So we can see that the password has been decrypted correctly 100%, and the key has been found, which is 9848359749. So the encryption in this case was WEP, but AirCrack also supports WPA and WPA2. So you can crack all of those passwords with the help of AirCrack NG, creating a Trojan with NJRAT. So there are a lot of ways you can actually create a Trojan with, but what we are going to be doing today is creating a remote access Trojan with the help of a tool called NJRAT. So this is one of the most common hacks that is possible today if security is not implemented in the target system. So remote access Trojan essentially is something that gives you remote access to the target's computer or PC or host system or host network, right? So NJRAT, also known as Blada Bindi, is a remote access Trojan or a RAT which allows the holder of the program to control the end user's computer or the target's computer. How does it work? It's a convenient application which helps you in creating your own rack, which directs back to your remote IP. So when you're creating this particular rack, this Trojan, what it'll ask you is what is your own IP, right? And then you'll enter your own IP. And once you've done that, you can start creating the Trojan. It will be created. There will be a file that will be generated. You can send that file maliciously to your victim's computer. And if the victim happens to run the file even once, then boom, you have access to the victim's PC, right? So, which means that you have access to the victim's file system, you have access to the victim's command line terminal, you can remotely operate their computer if you have to. One of the most scary things is you have access to the victim's web camera if that is there in the victim's computer. You can get the passwords that are cached in the victim's computer. You can open the chats in that victim's computer. You can see the amount of damage that you can cause with this particular tool if it happens to run on the victim's computer. So it's usually detected by antivirus softwares, but if you're intelligent with how you implement it, you can basically get access to the victim system. Now, this is highly recommended not to try it with somebody you don't have permission because this is something extremely illegal to do. But this is very much a practice that is followed when you are in an ethical hacking job, and it is your task to basically find how vulnerable your system is to these rats, right? You'll create a rat and see if you're actually able to do anything with that rat, and if the rat is actually detectable by that target system. So NJRAT is a convenient application, helps you creating your own rat, and once the Trojan is launched, like it's packaged, it's created, it's sent and launched to the target system, it remotely connects the target system to the attacker system without the target's knowledge. So you'll just simply click on the executable, nothing will happen, and you'll think, okay, you'll move on. But you have actually started a process which has connected your system to a attacker's computer, right? Now the attacker can see all of these things. You can see it. There is a very convenient drop-down menu on the attacker's end where he can access all of that information that you can see, like the drop-down menu has all of those things, right? So let us implement this in real life by actually implementing this on virtual machines. So we'll do that just about now. So let us implement a rat in real life and practice. So we are going to be using NJRAT. Now this is a tool which is used to create remote access Trojans. So what this does is essentially it creates a Trojan file. And once you install this Trojan file onto the target system, you basically have access to the target system's processes, services, and file system, right? So it's a pretty invasive rat to have. Let us just begin with it. So the port by default is 5552. I'll just simply click on start, right? So once I've clicked on start, we can see that there are no lists available until now because we haven't actually invaded into a system yet. So what we'll do is firstly, we'll create a rat. So we'll click on builder, right? So in builder, we can simply type in the host. So the host in our case is our Windows 10 system. So it's 10.10.10.10, right? So this is where the Trojan, this is where the rat is going to report back to, right? And uh, and then I'll simply click on copy to startup, right? And then I'll click on build. So once I click on build, it will basically open up a browser window. So I can navigate to wherever I want to store my hack. So in my case, let us store our hack in the CEH tools directory. So this is the shared directory, the shared network directory in between all of the folders. So once we store it over there, I'll call it test.exe, right, and click on save. So our Trojan has successfully been created. This is our rat. Now all we have to do is run this rat on the target system, right? So let us get along with that. So currently I am on my Windows Server 2016, and we can see that we have that file available to us, right? So if I simply open up this file, we can see that absolutely nothing happens. Now, this is where the hacker gets you, right? So, according to you, the file did not work, right? But if we switch back to our Windows 10 machine, we can clearly go back and check our status. And we can see that we've hacked the Windows Server 2016 computer, right? So, I can expand this and elaborate on this. If I simply open that up, by right clicking on it, we can get a whole bunch of options, right? So the first thing that we get is the file manager. So if I open that, takes some time, but we can browse through all of the files that are present on the target system, right? We can go to the process manager, right? So this will tell us all of the processes that are running on the target system. It takes a bit of time to load, and as we can clearly see, we can see all of the processes that are running on the server 2016 computer, right? We can see the connections. So depending on the network speed that you have, it may take a little bit of time. So we can see all of the port and IP details. We can look at the registry of the target system, which is very important if you're hacking a system. And you can also access the remote shell of the target system, right? There are other options, very invasive options available to you. So you can also run a file. So this could be from your own disk. This could be a script, yeah, or you could simply access the computer's remote desktop. You can access the webcam of that computer. You can get the passwords. You can even enable and access the keylogger, which will basically tell you whatever the target user is typing onto his keyboard. You can open up a chat to basically send messages to the target system. So as you can see, there are a lot of other options as well that you can implement with this invasive remote access Trojan.
So, firstly, let us understand what the term cryptography actually means. So, cryptography is theoretically defined as the study of the various processes which are implemented to protect information and communications through the use of mathematical concepts and rule-based calculations. So, essentially, you have data. So this data could be a static message that you're trying to send to somebody. This data could also be a communication bit that you're actually trying to send to someone in a streaming format, right? So what will happen is if you want to protect that data, you pass it through some mathematical operations or rule-based calculations, and then that data becomes protected, right? So essentially, if somebody else were trying to actually access that data, they couldn't, right? So this is what cryptography is. It is the study of these processes that help achieve this. Now, the question comes up, why can't we simply send data to our desired recipient without actually having to implement this? So, let us understand that as well. So, why do we need cryptography in the first place? So, imagine that you're the sender of the message, you're the originator of the message, and you have a message, you have a data file, right? So, the blue icon over there represents the data file, and there is a recipient, right? So you're sending this data to the recipient via the use of email, say for example, right? So you send that to your recipient. This is what happens if the message goes normally and nothing bad happens at all, right? But there's an off chance that there is an intruder that has access to the actual connection between you and the recipient, right? And your email line is essentially not secure, right? So this could be in the case when you're trying to send data over a local area network, right? And the local area network is compromised to give the intruder the access to all of the traffic that is present in that network, right? So you send this data file, it goes to the recipient, but it also goes to the intruder. Or worse, what could happen is it could go to the intruder first, the intruder could make some adjustments to it, and then it could go to the recipient, right? Either way, this is not something you want, right? So, how do you fix that? The intruder is able to read your data. Uh, we need some method to make this data unreadable by the intruder. So this data that the intruder also gets access to, even though he has access to the email line, we need to do something with this file that makes it unreadable by the intruder. So we do this with encryption. So what is encryption exactly? Encryption or enciphering is a cryptographic process where we convert plain text, which means the text that we directly enter onto our keyboards or raw data, to unintelligible information or cipher. Right, so unintelligible information means random gibberish, or so it appears to somebody who looks at it from a third person's perspective, random data essentially, by processing the data with an algorithm, right? So you're the sender, right? And you have some data in the plain text format, right? What will happen is you'll convert that plain text data into a cipher by passing it through an algorithm or some sort of a processing framework, right? And once you've done that, you pass that cipher on to the recipient, right? So even if the intruder gets the access uh, between you and the recipient, the person will not be able to understand the original meaning of the message because it has been converted into something else. It has been converted into unintelligible information. And so, what is decryption essentially? Decryption or deciphering is a cryptographic process of converting the plain text, converting the cipher back into the plain text by processing the data with an algorithm. So once the cipher reaches the recipient over the email line, now the recipient needs to actually get the actual information that you're trying to send them, right? So they need to convert that cipher that you've sent them back to plain text. So this process is essentially called decryption or deciphering, right? So let us continue. There is another term that we need to familiarize ourselves with, which is quite prominent today. It's called cryptanalysis, right? So cryptanalysis is the study of deciphering ciphers without knowledge of the encryption technique. So earlier on, traditionally, decryption is done when the recipient's end knows how to actually decipher the cipher, right? They have a key or something, they have the algorithm to reverse engineer the cipher back into the plain text, right? So cryptanalysis, on the other hand, is the study of deciphering ciphers when you don't have any prior knowledge of the encryption technique. So you don't have any keys, you don't know the encryption technique, you don't know the reverse algorithm. So cryptanalysis is the study when you try to convert ciphers by just looking at them and converting them back into plain text, right? So that is called cryptanalysis. A cryptanalysis is what a hacker will do if he's trying to actually get information out of the cipher that he has access to. So there are some security goals that are involved in the process of cryptography. So we just go over them one by one. Confidentiality. So the first principle and the foremost principle, as we all can understand by now, is when you try to send data over a over an unsecure or secure line for that matter, and that data is only expected to be read by a particular amount of recipients or a particular recipient, you need to maintain confidentiality or secrecy with that, right? So in larger companies where data is sensitive, right, and data cannot be read by other people, data cannot be accessed by other people, or it could cause a massive blunder, right? So in that case, you need to absolutely protect the confidentiality of the data. So cryptography is the study that helps us deal with that. It helps us protect the confidentiality of the data. So the first principle that we actually deal with when we are implementing cryptography is confidentiality. The second is integrity. Now, integrity means that the data should have its original meaning, should have its original structure when it reaches the recipient. So if you write something in the beginning, right, and you convert it into cipher, when you send the cipher over to the recipient and the recipient deciphers it, converts it back into plain text, the plain text should represent exactly what the sender sent in the first place. So the data should have maintained its integrity. It should be whole, right? It should not have been manipulated by any attacker in between, or there should not have been any loss of the data in the encryption process itself. So this is another goal of cryptography, to maintain integrity in the data. And lastly, one of the other most important things is availability. Now, availability means that the people who require that data should have it basically instantly, right? They should not have any delay with getting that data. Nobody should be able to interrupt the process of them getting that data, right? So this particular aspect is called availability, which also means that the encryption techniques that we're using, the encryption and decryption techniques that we're using, should be fast in nature. So when it reaches the recipient should be able to decrypt that data fast, because time is extremely valuable, and the recipient cannot sit and decrypt that data for 1 to 2 hours. It should be decrypted in minutes if that is ideal, with the algorithms that are present to the recipient. Right. So these are the three security goals that we deal with when we're dealing with cryptography. So there are categories involved in cryptography essentially. So other than the examples that we're going to discuss after this, cryptography has been divided into particular categories. So let us look at that. So the fundamental categories are private key cryptography. Now, private key cryptography is also called symmetric key cryptography. It uses a single common key on the receiving and the sending end, right? So as a sender and the receiver, you use one key to encrypt and then use the same key to decrypt that data, right? So you're the sender, you have access to a key. Now this key is not shared with anybody at all except the recipients or the intended recipients, right? So this key is present to with the recipient. You have the data with yourself. You encrypt that data using that key and you convert it into the cipher, and then you send that over to the recipient. Now the recipient has the cipher. The recipient will use the same exact key. Now this key is a private key. It has not been shared with to decrypt that data, and that data is converted back into plain text. So even if an intruder accesses that cipher in between, since the intruder does not have access to this key, he will not be able to decrypt that data. Now this is called private key cryptography or symmetric key cryptography. Only one key is involved in the entire process. Now, on the other hand, we have public key cryptography. Now, public key cryptography is also called asymmetric key cryptography. Now, this exactly means that are involved. So, one is a publicly available key. Now, this key could be available to the intended recipients and senders, right? Or this key could be available to the world as well. It does not matter, right? So even if the public key is available to a lot of people who are not supposed to have that, it does not matter at all. So what happens is, in this particular case, the data is encrypted with this public key that may be available to a lot of people who are not supposed to have access to the data, right? With this public key, the only thing that you can do is encrypt this data, right? You cannot actually decrypt this data with the public key. You can only encrypt this data with that public key, right? So You basically go ahead and convert that data into cipher using that public key. You send that cipher over to the intended recipient. Now, the intended recipient has a private key. Now, the private key is only accessed by the intended recipients. Nobody else has access to the private keys. Everybody has access to the public keys. Nobody has access to the private keys. Now, what the recipient can do is decrypt that data with the private key and convert it back into the intended data or the plain text, right? So, the advantage of this is you don't have to keep access, you don't have to keep the public key secret at all. And even if the public key is available to everybody, uh, nobody can do anything with it. If an intruder gets access to the cipher in between the line of communication, he cannot use the public key to decrypt that data, because the public key has been used to encrypt that data, and the data is meant to be decrypted only by the intended private key, right? So this uses a non-secretive public key for encryption and a secret private key for decryption. Now there are comparison points between the two. So public key encryption and private key encryption, the differences. Firstly, in private key, obviously single key required. In public key, there are two keys that are required. In private key, size of the cipher text is less than equal to the plain text. In public key, the size of the cipher text is greater than equal to plain text. Private key cryptography has fast encryption, less resources. So with only a single key, you don't have to worry about a lot of processing power. Essentially, what happens is you can encrypt and decrypt your data extremely fast and use less computational resources, while in public key, there is slow encryption and the usage of high resources. Private key is generally used for large data because of the fast nature of the encryption and decryption processes. So if you have a large data, you will generally go with a symmetric key cryptography method. And for small data, you will go with public key cryptography methods. Now, there is confidentiality, which is absolutely maintained in private key cryptography, but with public key cryptography, although slow, you get confidentiality, authenticity, and non-repudiation. So in public key cryptography, the data has confidentiality, which means that the data is secretive in nature and will only be revealed to the intended parties. The data has authenticity, which means that it can be verifiable where this data came from. It cannot be coming from an attacker or an intruder. We verify that with means, and there is non-repudiation.
Just a quick info guys, at Intellipaat we provide cybersecurity online training in collaboration with EC Council, completely mentored with industry experts. For more information about the course, please do contact our course advisors. Now let's continue with the session.
Which means that the receiving end cannot deny that the data is authentic and has integrity. So there are ways to check integrity of the data, like checksum and other methodologies. With the help of that, the receiving end cannot deny that the data is authentic. So examples of these in private key cryptography, we have 3DES, AES, DES, and RC4 algorithms. In public key cryptography, we have Diffie-Hellman, ECC, EI, Gamal, DSA, and RSA. There are also hash functions. So hash functions are pretty straightforward. I think the easiest to understand out of all of these algorithms. Functions that convert plain text into encrypted text are called hash functions. So essentially mathematical functions. So if you're aware of this, this is what it looks like. You have a function. Within that function, you pass in a variable called plain text, right? So this is your input, and then you get the output, which is the cipher. right? So functions work in exactly the same way as a lot of the other algorithms would work, except you have a lot of flexibility attached to them. You can essentially create any sort of function that you require for your particular use case. Let us look at the examples of cryptography now. So if we move on ahead and look at the easiest and the first example, so this is a sort of a substitution algorithm that we use for encryption and decryption. It's called Caesar cipher, right? So imagine you have the entire alphabetical list available to you from ABC to XYZ. You have all of these letters available to you, right? And say your message is fun. Now, this is the word that you're trying to send to your intended recipient, right? But you can't send that directly. You need to encrypt it, right? So let us take a value n. N is equal to 3. Now, this could be anything. N could be anything at all. It does not really matter what n is. It is up to the encryption algorithm or the encryptor to decide what the value of n will be. Now, this is the only value that is required to be known by the recipient, the value of n. So imagine the letters that come three sides or the value of n to the right. So with F, we have 1, 2, 3, we have G, H, I. So for F, we have I, and for U, we have X. So you can also see in the alphabetical list, the letters have been marked with green, which are present three positions to the right of the intended letters. So what will happen is we essentially convert it to that. So for F, we get I, for U, we get X, and for N, we get Q, right? So this is what happens when we use the value of 3 to encrypt our sentence or word with Caesar cipher, right? So our final encrypted text is IXQ. So by shifting the position of each alphabet forward by 3, we are able to hide the original meaning of the word, right? This is called a substitution algorithm because we are essentially substituting the original letters, right? So F has been substituted by I, U by X, and N by Q, right? So this is one of the first and simple algorithms for cryptography, but it gets you going with the idea. Now, next up, we have another category and type of cryptography. An example would be the rail fence cipher, which is a transposition technique. Now, this is an interesting technique as well. Say you have a sentence that you want to encrypt before sending to your recipient. It's called hello from Intellipaat, right? And what you'll do now is you'll imagine you have two rail fences. Now you can implement this using programming languages, but I'll give you the basic rundown of how the algorithm works visually. You have two rail fences, similar to the boundaries that you have on your home. That is why it's called a rail fence, right? And what you'll do now is simply start writing the letters alternatively on these rail fences. So firstly, you have H, right? So H has been highlighted in the sentence and H has been put on the first rail fence. Then the next letter is E. So alternatively, you'll put this on the bottom rail fence. Now, we are using two rail fences right now. You can use as many as you want, but it's generally preferred that you go with 1/4 the size of the actual string that you have, so that there is actual implementation of the rail fence cipher instead of you actually making as many rail fences as there are letters in your sentence. Then what you'll do is write E on the bottom rail fence, and similar to that, you'll alternate to the top rail fence once again and write L, right? So on and so forth. You'll fill it in a similar fashion. So it'll look something like this, right? So what you will do now is you'll take the entire string that is present in the first rail fence and then you'll append it to the string present in the second rail fence. And if you had multiple rail fences after that, you would have done the same thing with the consecutive rail fences as well. So now the final text will look something like this. It looks kind of like gibberish. Now, one thing you might be noticing is I haven't actually implemented the white spaces, so that is only for non-confusion purposes. You can implement spaces, but since we wouldn't have been able to see spaces over here to avoid any sort of complexity, I removed them. But you can definitely implement spaces as well when you're dealing with programming languages, right? So the final ciphertext will look something like this, right? And this particular algorithm is called a transposition technique because you're not exactly substituting anything over here. The letters are the same as in the original string, but they just have been jumbled up, right? So this is since the position of the letters have been changed, this is called a transpositional technique. The original letters have not been changed, only the positions have been changed. So this is what a rail fence cipher is. The only thing that your intended recipient is supposed to know in this case is the number of rail fences, right? And in the previous algorithm, which we were discussing, which was the Caesar cipher, the only thing that the recipient needed to know was the value of n, right? As to how many letters you're shifting to the right or to the left. That is only required to be known by the recipient. So these particular techniques, the rail fence cipher and the Caesar cipher, are extremely weak techniques. With today's computational technology, they can be broken almost instantly. So these are not ciphers that are used in today's environment, although we use other ciphers. So let us look at one of the ciphers that we can actually use. In this case, this entire process is called steganography, and we'll look at an example of that. Firstly, let us understand what this actually means. Steganography is the technique of hiding secret data within ordinary innocent looking files and messages, right? So what happens is you have your data. The way you will hide this particular data is you'll simply embed it within an image, right? So whenever somebody looks at the image file, they will not see the presence of any data. They will not even see a trace of the presence of any data unless they have the required tool required to decrypt that data from within that image, right? So this entire process is called steganography. This can be useful if you're trying to hide information on your computer system, or if you're trying to hide information within an email. So say there is something that has been talked about between you and the recipient on the phone. You both have the same steganography tool, right? And then you decide to send an ordinary image file over the email to your intended recipient, right? So even if somebody is able to access that mail in between the line of communication, they will just look at an image and they will think, okay, it's an innocent file. There's nothing to worry about over here, right? So this is the entire point of steganography. So let us look at how this works. So we're using a steganography tool. Now this tool, the only people who would have this tool are the senders and then the recipients, right? So this is a tool which essentially helps you hide or encrypt some data behind image files, right? So if any normal person tries to access that image, they will only see the image, while the people who have this tool can actually see the hidden message behind that image, right? So the first thing obviously that we would do is actually select an innocent image where we can hide that data. So we have this image over here. This is a royalty free image that I have selected. So I'll click on that and click on open. Now this image loads up in the application. It's a simple highway sort of image, right? And within this area over here, I'll simply write hello from Intellipaat. Now, this is the intended message. Now, this is the secret message that I'm actually trying to send to my recipients. Now, next thing I will do is click on hide text, right? Now we can see it says the text message is now hidden in the image. Now this application is called Quickstego. You can check it out online as well. It's a free to use application, right? And then we'll click on save image. Now we'll click on save, right? And we'll click on something like encrypted image. We click on save, then we click on exit. Next thing I would do is open up the application again and then click on this open image, right? We find the encrypted image, click on that, and we can see that there is a hidden message attached to it, right? So this is what we essentially get. We are distributing this application to the intended recipients. They use this application to scan through the image and they see our hidden message, while nobody who does not know about this particular case, that the image is not innocent in nature, will be able to see that message. So this is how image steganography works. So now that we understand steganography in action, let us look at another algorithm. Now this is called the one-time pad, right, or the Vernum cipher. Now the important thing to know about this particular example is that this is an unbreakable sort of algorithm. Like you generate a one-time sort of key that is uniquely generated for every instance of a new data transfer that you're trying to do, or a new communication instance. And it's called one time pad because it's only valid once. So it's sort of similar to the OTP that you have, like that you get in your mobile phones when you're trying to log into particular websites, or you're trying to confirm payments. So it's sort of on the same principle, that you get a one time key that you can enter, which actually helps you go through with your particular transaction, verify your transaction, to so to speak. So say you have a word hello, right? Now hello can be converted into their respective the letters can be converted into their respective positions on the alphabet. This is how it would look like if you convert them with respect to the positions they have on the alphabet. So the H is on the 8th position, 5 E on the 5th position. You have two L's, 12, 12, and 15 for the O, right? So you have converted it into that. Now the next thing that you would do, you would generate a random 5 letter key. So it depends on the length of your string. So if you say, if you have a 5 letter, 5 character plain text, you will use a 5 letter key essentially. Now this BXLKD and small can be anything. The only restriction that you need to have over here is that it needs to be of 5 characters, right? So once you've created your randomly generated 5 character key, you will then do the same thing for the key as well. So B is on the second position, X on 24th, L on 12th, K on 11th, so on and so forth. And the next thing that you would do is actually add these two particular numbers, right? So the 8 will be added to 2, 5 with 24, so on and so forth. You get 10, 29, 24, 23, and 19. You can verify this. This is the addition, this is the sum of these two particular individual numbers, right? So when you have that, then what you will do is you'll actually modulo it with 26. You'll find the remainder of these numbers, each of them by 26. So then you get, in that case, you get 10, which means that the number is less than 26. You'll get 10, obviously. When you have a number greater than 26, which is the case for 29, you'll get 3, because 29 is 3 greater than 26. So you'll get 3 for that, and then you'll get 24, 23, and 19, because those numbers are not greater than 26. Once you have done that, you convert them to their respective letters essentially. So if you consider them as positions, this 10, 3, 29, 10, 3, 24, 23, and 19, if you consider them positions on the alphabetical order, convert them back into their respective alphabets. You get JCXWS. Now this is your Vernum cipher. Like, you've successfully converted it into your cipher, right? So the only thing in this particular case that is needed to be known by the decryption end or the recipient's end is this particular key that you have, which is BXLKD. This is the key that is supposed to be known for that one particular instance of communication between you and the receiver, so that the receiver is successfully able to decrypt your key, right? So this is one time pad. So JCXWS is your cipher. Now moving on, we have symmetric algorithms. An example of a symmetric or a private key algorithm would be data encryption standard or DES. Now this is also used today. There are very few weaknesses attached to it, like weak keys and whatnot, but this is the encryption technique that is widely used today as well. So it is a symmetric key block cipher. Institute of Standards and Technology, the NIST. So let us look at how this works. Now, this is a bit complicated, so I'll go through this in a sort of concise manner. This is the diagram of how it looks. So we are going from extremely easy to extremely complex in just a few seconds, right? So say you have plain text. You've converted that plain text into 64-bit blocks, right? So each of these blocks you'll pass through this particular algorithm. So the structure looks something like this. Firstly, the 64-bit plain text blocks is passed through an initial permutation, which means that when the 64-bit plain text block comes into the entire architecture, it is jumbled up. It is jumbled up using a particular permutation table that is there in that part of the algorithm. After that has happened, then you have the 16 rounds. So the DES has traditionally it has 16 rounds. What happens? Uh, each of these rounds gets a unique key, right? So this key is provided by the round key generator, uh, where you actually give a 56-bit cipher key to that round key generator, and based on that 56-bit cipher key, it generates keys for every round, right? So round one gets a key, and based on that key, ciphering happens based on the Feistel cipher technique. In round two, the same thing happens after the data is transferred from round one to round two, and so on and so forth. It is transferred to round 16, and then the key works on round 16 for the ciphering, and then it is passed to the final permutation step. In final permutation, similar to the initial permutation, based on a particular table, the data is jumbled up, and then at the end of it, you get the same amount of data back, which is 64-bit. Now it has been converted into cipher. So the advantages that are associated with DES are each small change in plain text drastically affects the cipher. So this is also called the avalanche effect, essentially, which means that if there is even a small change in the plain text, the cipher changes dramatically, which means it is very difficult to deconstruct the cipher. So it will take a lot of processing power on the hacker's end to be able to deconstruct that data, unless the hacker has any idea about the key, and then depends on plain text. So this means that each bit that is there in the cipher depends on several bits of the plain text. So even if you change something very small, right, like we discussed earlier on, the cipher bits will be changed by a drastic margin. Then we have an example of an asymmetric example, which is RSA, Rivest, Shamir, and Alderman. RSA is sort of a mathematical operation that happens. It is also widely used today, but it is an asymmetric cryptography algorithm which requires two keys, private and public, obviously, because it is asymmetric in nature. Asymmetric means public key cryptography. So be with me on this. This is just the algorithm of how this happens. You might be confused by this, but just stick around. You take any two prime numbers, which are P and Q, consider them P and Q. N is a variable that is the multiplication of P and Q. So you have a variable N. And E is a derived number greater than 1 and less than Q minus 1 and P minus 1, and there should be no common factor between E and Q minus 1, P minus 1. So basically co-prime in nature. So now you have two particular characters or two particular variables called N and E. The public key that will be available to everyone is NE, the combination of NE. This is your public key. Now for the private key is actually calculated, right? So calculate D when ed equals to 1 mod p minus 1 q minus 1. So e was previously computed, right? The algorithm to calculate d would be to evaluate d for this particular equation. Ed equals to 1 mod p minus 1 q minus 1, right? And then once you've calculated d, the encryption formula would be cipher equals to plain text into E mod n. So this is on the public end side. So anybody is encrypting that data will use this particular algorithm. For anybody who is decrypting that data, they need to know the D value, and that is the private key essentially. The private key is D. They know the private key. So they'll calculate the plain text by multiplying the cipher with D mod n. Right. So you can see how the private and public key concepts have been implemented in this particular algorithm, as we can see. Right. So you convert the plain text and the cipher into numeric format, and then you apply the mod operation to that with the private and the public keys. And then you essentially get your encryption and decryption. Next up, we have the password storage method. Now, an example of hash functions, essentially, where we are actually using hashes in real life, right? So one of the examples for this would be bcrypt. Bcrypt is a hash algorithm. So you create an account on a website, right? And then the website asks you two things, among many things. It may ask you for a lot of other things as well, but the two primary things it asks you for are your username or email and your password, whatever you want to create your password as, right? So these are the two parameters. So whenever you actually create your account in most websites and most secure websites, your password is converted into an encrypted password by passing through an hash function. So your password is in plain text format, right? And it is passed through a function, a hash function, and it is hashed into an encrypted password. So when it's passed through a function, you get your cipher. This particular cipher or encrypted password is stored in the website user database, right? So whenever you create your social media accounts, stored in the databases of the target social media company or the company that you're or the organization where you're creating your account. So naturally, the next thing that you would do is at a later time, you will log into the website, right? So you've created your account and say 1 day later, you log into that website. Then upon login, it asks you of two things. It either asks you for your email or your username, and it asks you for your password, right? So what you'll do is essentially enter the password, and what the uh, browser will do for you whenever you type the password, it'll use the algorithm that is intended by that website, and it'll convert your password into plain text there and then without anybody actually seeing it in the line of communication between the client side and the server side. The password is converted into encrypted format in the user end itself. The password is converted using bcrypt or some other algorithm, and it is converted into the encrypted password. So what is actually passed onto the website is the username and the encrypted password. The encrypted password is then compared to the password present in the user database. So firstly, the database will look for your username or email. Once it finds that in the primary key section, sort of, and then it'll match the password present in that row, the encrypted password that it has, with the encrypted password that it has just received during your login attempt. If the passwords match, if the encrypted ciphers match, you successfully log into your account because there is a match in passwords. If you don't have any two-factor authentication available or something, you'll successfully log into your account there and then, right? So the advantages to this, even if an attacker gains access to the user database, right? The attacker can't actually gain access to your account as the password in the database isn't in plain text format, right? So it's pretty straightforward. If you convert your password into a cipher, which is actually happening at your browser end whenever you're trying to actually enter your username and password and log into your account, it is converted into an encrypted password and then sent over to the server, right? But say a hacker actually hacks into the database of the company or the organization or the website that you have created your account on, and it gets access to the SQL database, say for example, that is present for users. So the SQL database will contain a column called the password, right? So the passwords present in that column will always be encrypted in. So when the hacker tries to copy that encrypted password and put it into the login tab where your username and passwords are supposed to be entered, we can see in the second image, in the second sort of block over here, that if we pass the encrypted password through that function, we get something entirely different. Now, this something entirely different is then passed on to the website and it is compared with the already present encrypted password over there, and there is not a match, right? So, this essentially tells us that you can convert this password on if your algorithm is good, essentially, the function is good, you can convert the password only one way. You cannot convert the encrypted password back into the password. You can only convert the password into the encrypted password. So this is a very good implementation used in password protection, right? So as you can see, this ensures a lot of security measures because for the hacker to be able to reverse engineer that password would almost be impossible and is impossible in most cases. So we've looked at a lot of examples and concepts. So let us see some of these things and how the real world implications of these things work in a practical environment with the cryptography demo with regards to ethical hacking. So currently we have our virtual machine environment open and I have installed an application called Hashcalc. Now this application actually converts text files or any other file into their respective hashes, right? So we have a lot of hashing algorithms available to us. We have MD5, MD4, SHA1, SHA 256, 384, 512, so on and so forth, right? So what we can simply do over here is I can go ahead and create a new text file, right? So let us call this plain text, right? And if I open that, I can write some words in it. So hello from Intellipaat, right? So once I have written that, right, I'll save this. So now I have my plain text, which has the message hello from Intellipaat. So in the data browser over here, I'll click on find file. And then the next thing that I would do is go to desktop and find my file, which is over here, plaintext.txt. I'll open that up and then I'll simply click on calculate, right? So once I have clicked on calculate, we can see that I have my respective hashes available to me. So I have MD5 hash, I have SHA1 hash, I have my RIPE MD160 hash and CRC32 hash, right? So I'll just put it on the left hand side over here, right? And then I'll go ahead and open another browser of hashcalc, right? Now the next thing we would do is go to the plaintext.txt file, and within that I'll make some changes. I'll change the last letter to S, right? So when we do that and put an exclamation mark over there, we've only made one character change to the entire plain text. Mind that, and I'll save this over here. We've only made one character change. We've changed the T to S. So we will now close this up, browse again in the desktop, browse to the plain text. We have our plain text txt over here. We click on that and then we click on calculate, right? So I'll put it over to the left hand side over here so we can do a side by side comparison, right? So we can now see that the MD5s are totally different. The SHA1 is totally different. In the beginning of the first SHA1, we have 4299866, and the next one we have completely different hash. We have for other hash algorithms as well, we have completely different hashes, right? So we can now understand that even changing the plain text slightly can change the hash so much that they are such good viable options for password storage or any other sort of encryption as well. In most cases for password storage, we want algorithms that cannot be decrypted at all. So they are one-way algorithms, and we make sure that they cannot be reconstructed backwards. So let us use another application called CryptoForge, which actually encrypts files and helps us decrypt them. So for instance, we have this text file over here, confidential.txt. We open that up and we can see that there are some details over here, some fake details, Visa credit card number, bank account number, and card PIN. So some people like to keep this information on their computers. It could be risky if you don't actually encrypt those files. So be sure to encrypt them. So I'll close this up, right? So after I've installed CryptoForge, I get this option to right click on the file and get this encrypt option over here. So I'll click on that. So once I've clicked on that, I can simply enter in a paraphrase, right? So let us enter QWERTY 123 and confirm that and click on OK, right? So now we can see the original file has disappeared over here. We can see we have confidential.txt.cfe, but we don't have confidential.txt anymore. And this is essentially encrypted now. So I'll copy this file and then go to my network folder. I'll go to that. I have two options available. I'll click on server 2019. This is another virtual machine that is running in the background, right? I'll click on admin and then enter my server 2019 password. So once I have done that successfully, I'll go to the users folder, right? And then I can simply go to the public folder and then paste it over here, right? So it's currently in my server 2019 virtual machine. If I switch back to the server 2019 virtual machine, I can search for that file. So I have it currently available over here. We can see confidential.txt.cfe. So if I open it with Notepad++ or any other text editor, we can see that we can't actually see anything in this. It's all encrypted, right? We can't actually access the contents of this txt file anymore, right? So the next thing that we would want to do is actually, so once I CryptoForge, I'll simply go ahead and click over here. So once I click on that, it asks me to enter the paraphrase, right? So I'll type in QWERTY 123, click on OK, and we can see the file has been converted into a normal text file again. If I open that, I can see the information that was previously available, right? So that is about it with the hands-on section.
Coming to the first question on the Stop Ethical Hacking interview questions and answers set, it states what are the advantages and disadvantages of hacking? Well, we're talking about the general term of hacking here, and if you're wondering about are there even any sort of advantages to it, well, yes, that's the entire point of ethical hacking, right? So one of the most important advantages is that it can be used as a way to ensure that, you can fix all the bugs and the loopholes that are present in the system. And at the end of the day, if you do fix all of this, it means that it will not allow actual hackers to create a nuisance by accessing your data in an unauthorized way and a lot more. And of course, if you yourself are hacking into your company in an ethical manner to test the security features, it means that when an actual hacker does try to get in, that he or she will fail. Therefore, it will prevent data theft. And of course, any sort of malicious attacks can be kept at bay as well. But now, the disadvantages of hacking in an unethical way talks about massive security issues because, at the end of the day, it's illegal. The second thing is that you can have unauthorized system access, which is not recommended, and stealing private information can become very easy. And of course, violating privacy regulations can get out of hand as well. So when you ask this question in the interview, make sure to talk about both the advantages and the disadvantages of ethical and unethical hacking as well. Coming to question number 2, it states what is the difference between asymmetric and symmetric encryption? Well, whenever we talk about asymmetric encryption, one important thing you really have to know is that it lies in the name. So with asymmetric encryption, having different keys for encryption purposes, and of course there's another different key for decryption purposes. But in the case of symmetric encryption, as the name suggests, both the keys that's used to encrypt and decrypt are exactly the same. And the point is that with asymmetric encryption, right, it's really powerful, it's more secure, but it is very slow to implement in real life. So whenever someone talks about implementing just asymmetric encryption, it's always recommended to take a hybrid approach to find the best way, the fastest way possible. And then when we talk about symmetric, of course, when you directly compare it to asymmetric encryption, it's pretty fast. It's actually really fast, but then the key needs to be transferred over an unencrypted channel, which could lead to some sort of deficiencies, and that could lead to potential hack as well. So if your product is time sensitive and if you really like having security on the go, then you would be using symmetric encryption. But if you'd prefer to take more time out of your day, then of course asymmetric encryption is more secure, and that's the way to go. Coming to question number 3, it says how can you avoid ARP poisoning? Well, ARP poisoning is one of these types of network attack that can make or break a product, right? So either you're trying to protect a website, you're trying to protect a brand, a product, whatever it is that you're doing. Once you are, victim to this, things go really out of hand. So how can you avoid ARP poisoning? There are 3 main ways to do this. One is by making use of what we call as packet filtering. What packet filtering does is that it filters out and blocks all the packets which actually clash with all the source address data that's coming in, to make sure that all the incoming sources are continuously tracked and monitored. And the second thing is that you can from trust relationships, right? See, organizations have to develop protocols, and the dependency on trust has to really be as little as possible, because at the end of the day, you will never know when trust is broken between 2 organizations, right? So keeping that in mind, protocol over trust relationships is something that I would definitely recommend. And when you're thinking about ARP spoofing softwares, right? Because there are programs out there that have the capability to assess and certify the information completely and check for its validity, of course, before transmitting it, right? So this information you can have complete control of. You can spoof the information, you can block it, you can send in an entirely different information that's spoofing, and you can do a lot of things with these ARP spoofing softwares that will make sure that you do not, you can avoid ARP poisoning basically. What can an ethical hacker do? Well, this is a very generic question, very simple question with a very specific answer. So basically, do not get carried away. Keep your answer very concise. So an ethical hacker, what he or she does is that they are a person who is completely capable and proficient at working with computers and thoroughly experts in networking, because at the end of the day, they use all of this skill and technique that they have to infiltrate either a network or an environment or a website or whatever it is, to make sure that that they do it so that actual hackers don't. So they do it, they report what the vulnerabilities are there to the security team. The security team fixes all of that to make sure that an actual hacker will not exploit that and have unauthorized access. So it's a way of the company hacking itself and or hiring a person to do it for them to show vulnerabilities such that they can fix it and prevent unauthorized access. So coming to question number 5, it states, why is Python utilized for hacking? One important thing you really have to know about Python is that it's used literally everywhere, be it artificial intelligence, be it web development, game development, hacking, whatever you think about, Python is there, right? Similarly, in the case of hacking as well, here it's a widely used scripting language for hackers, especially in today's world of trending programming languages and scripting languages. And it has some very nice features that makes it very important for hacking. It has so many libraries that it comes with, and this intense kind of functionality that Python provides, right? So you will have to do very little to get a huge output. So keeping that in mind, it always is an added advantage for a hacker. So as minimal as you do, but having a result which is pretty big. So comparing all of this, powerful Python is by itself, followed by all the libraries, the modules, the functionality it provides, it is definitely one of the reasons why Python is utilized for hacking. Now, coming to question number 6, it states, what is farming and what is defacement? Well, whenever we talk about farming, right, so farming is one of these strategies where the attacker who's planning an attack will compromise the DNS. DNS basically stands for domain name system. These servers are completely compromised on the user PC. So what this does is that there is a goal where traffic is completely directed from the site of requirement towards a malicious site. So farming literally means compromising the DNS to move traffic away from the actual site into a malicious site too. Now, coming to defacement, right? So defacement is one of these other strategies where the hacker actually completely attacks the firm's website and then changes the entire contents of the website with something else. So you might have, hackers' names, images, or some messages, background music, videos, or whatever that didn't belong to the original owner. So that, right? So all of those details are, considered in defacement. So changing the entirety of the website could be one of the things. The content of the website, how the website works, does the website work or not at all? So all of these things come under defacement and farming too. So coming to question number 7, it says, what is cuff patty? Well, cuff patty is one of these offline dictionary attacks that takes place especially over a WPA or WPA2 networks by making use of the PSK based verification that we have. When you can think of an example, WPA personal is something that also come to cuff patty as well. So whenever dictionary attacks are considered, right, for example, like cuff patty here, what we're trying to do is we're trying to have an enhanced attack to see if there is a computed PMK document that is available for the SSID that we are trying to assess to see if we can attack or not. If that's the case, then of course the attack take place. So this is basically an offline dictionary attack, and it is as simple and straightforward as that. Coming to question number 8, it states, what is network enumeration? Well, network enumeration is one of those revelations that happens to gadgets and hosts on a network. So what's basically happening is that they tend to utilize all the obvious disclosure protocols, right? So when you can think of an example, think about ICMP and think about SNMP and how they gather data. So even though on the front they may look like it works similarly, but there's a lot of different things that happen. They check different ports on remote hosts, right? So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to have known services to use, but we're trying to further recognize what's happening with the remote host, what's the function of this remote host and how it's working as well.
Just a quick info, guys. At Intellipaat, we provide cybersecurity online training in collaboration with EC Council, completely mentored with industry experts. For more information about the course, please do contact our course advisors. Now, let's continue with the session.
So to understand all of this, to get a better idea of the gadget or the host in the network, to see if any sort of data can be obtained from it, that is basically network enumeration. Question number 9 states, distinguish between phishing and spoofing. Well, phishing and spoofing, as the name suggests, actually are very different underneath the surface, even though they seem very similar on the top. Let's say one person goes on to download a malware on their PC or let's say on their network, right? And the other part, so one actually, phishing you can consider to be an example of having a malware downloaded on your PC or a network. And the other part is that you can give monetary data to a person who's a scammer online and all of that. And this, all of it alongside, a delivery of this kind of a malicious software to your PC, that's spoofing. taking money from you, right? Gathering something for recovery purposes, that's phishing. Spoofing involves a method of delivery into your network or into your machine, but phishing always talks about taking something away or recovering something from your PC. That's the basic difference between phishing and spoofing. Question number 10 states, what is network sniffing? See, whenever we talk about sniffing, right, it's usually system sniffing that comes into picture, because here we're trying to use all the tools to make sure we can have the capabilities to monitor, assess and analyze what is going on with the PC system that we are sniffing on. So sniffing is this kind of an illegal access over a machine where you have all the details and all the control out of it. So you can either steal data, you can make use of its processing power, or a lot more things. Now when the same thing happens over a network, we call it as network sniffing, because here there's two cases that we do sniffing. One can be for ethical purposes and the other one of course is unethical purposes, right? So system admins, what they do is they make use of all of these tools, be it analytics or be it system monitoring as well. This is done to make sure we can avoid any sort of traffic bottlenecks that happen, and we analyze and assess every single state. This is one way of utilizing it ethically. But network sniffing illegally is when you can utilize and you can sneak in softwares which are untrustworthy, and of course at the end of the day you can pick up a lot of scrupulous information such as email IDs, delicate information. You can hijack the machine, you can have a lot of personal details, intrude privacy and a lot more. So this is network sniffing. Coming to question number 11, it states, what do you mean by DOS or DOS? What are the regular types of DOS assault? Well, DOS actually stands for denial of service. It's one of the most malicious attack that takes place. It's a pretty common attack that gets executed on a network or a system that's present. So what we usually do with DOS is that we flood the entire system with traffic that is absolutely meaningless, or we can consider to be useless as well. So all of this inrush of traffic, so what it does is that it'll take your entire network and it'll crash it out. So when that happens, right, of course it's going to cost you time and money. And there are many types of DOS attacks that take place. You have the buffer overflow attacks, you have SYN attacks, teardrops, smurfing, and of course you have viruses as the general form of DOS as well. So when you're a denial of service literally is that you'll be breaching and you'll be flooding system with traffic to make sure you halt whatever is going there, and that whatever system it's there or whatever network it's there, it will not be able to provide service anymore. That is how the name came about, literally calling it denial of service. Coming to question number 12, it says, what do you understand by footprinting in ethical hacking, and what are the techniques used for footprinting? One thing you need to know about footprint is that it's a very simple thing. It's about accumulating, it's about revealing as much as information, as much as data possible, even before we gain access into the network that we're going to. It's almost like assessing without having complete access over it. The techniques that are very popular are basically open source footprinting. We have scanning, network enumeration, and stack fingerprinting. So when we talk about the open source footprinting, here what we're trying to do is we're trying to search for all the contact data of the administrators, that we try to maybe guess for the password and social engineering. We understand, we can try in a couple of passwords considering their name, their phone number, their email to see if any of those work. And then we have network enumeration. Our attempt to distinguish the domain names and to see how they differ from the network blocks that are present in the target traffic as well. Then we have scanning. With scanning, what we try to do is that once we know that the network that we want to attack, the second thing is to check all the IP addresses that are connected on the network and then to spy on them, right? So to distinguish the active IP addresses, we use ICMP, which is basically the Internet Control Message Protocol, and that will act as the functioning IP address. It will reveal a lot of details that you can use even before you hack into the system, or in fact you can use those details to hack or breach the system as well. Coming to stack fingerprinting, so this is basically the final stage of what happens in a footprinting step is executed, because what we are trying to do here is that once you know the host, once you know the port, once you have mapped everything by completely understanding the network, once you have all of the details, that is when you have reached the stage of stack fingerprinting, because here you completely have an idea of what's going on, what hosts, what ports, how they are mapped, how they can be breached, and it's basically a plan of action. So all of these techniques can be used and implemented to perform footprinting. Coming to question number 13, it's a very simple difference question. It states, what is the difference between and hashing? See, encryption and hashing both are pretty similar when you think about it on paper, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of differences as well. But the most simple difference is, you can get carried away with this question. I really suggest you keep it very concise, because as an ethical hacker, there's a good chance that you should know about encryption and hashing, right? So when we talk about encryption, the main differences lie in reversibility and irreversibility, right? So when you encrypt data, you can decrypt it later by using a cipher or a key. But whenever you're hashing something, hashing is totally irreversible, right? There's no way to go to the source once you have the product. That's one important difference. The second difference is what encryption always talks about is how you can have confidence over your data, about your network and about your product. But what hashing talks about is, of course, confidentiality is prime in hashing as well, but it makes sure that integrity of your data is true, that nothing can be beaten, it cannot be messed around with. So depending on that moment, whatever is more important, right, be it data integrity or data confidentiality, you would go on to pick one of these two methodologies, or sometimes they go hand in hand too. Now, coming to question number 14, it says, what is the CIA triangle? CIA is basically an acronym that stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. With confidentiality, we talk about how the information secret, first of all, to make sure that people do not get access to it who are unauthorized. When we talk about integrity, here all we're trying to do is we're making sure that the information that is present cannot be altered unless it is authorized. So it means keeping the information unaltered or at the time. And then when we're talking about availability or talks about both confidentiality and integrity in a way that the data is only available to authorized parties and not someone who doesn't have access to the data. So keeping your data secret, keeping it unaltered, and keeping it only accessible to authorized parties is all about the CIA triangle, or what we call as the confidentiality, integrity, and the availability triangle as well. Now, coming to question number 15, it says, what is the difference between vulnerability assessment and penetration testing? So vulnerability assessment can also be called as VA, and penetration testing can also be called as PT or pen testing for that matter. So if you're asked this question in multiple ways, do know that they are the same. So what we talk about vulnerability assessment is that it is one of these approaches that we use to find flaws that is present either in an application or a network, right? So it's all about, think of an approach like you're traveling on the surfaces hunting for things that you can pick up. It's almost like, it's an overview of what you can assess and what you can pick up. Now with penetration testing, we'll find all of the vulnerabilities in the vulnerability assessment stage, and here we try to find all the vulnerabilities, like how an actual hacker would do and perform all of those as well. So it can be considered as the analogy to digging for gold rather than traveling on the surface. So you'll be digging deeper, you'll be trying to actually get into the system and break through as well. So that is the basic difference between vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. Coming to question number 16, it says, what is a firewall? Well, firewall, as the name suggests, is probably the most important thing whenever we talk about network security or whenever we talk about ethical hacking, right? Because this is either a device or a piece of software that we use to make sure that we can allow traffic, we can block traffic, or we can monitor the traffic in detail based on a couple of rules. So all of these are usually placed either inside the network or just on the boundary or outside the network, or in fact all of those at a time as well. So whenever this goes on, firewall is basically inside the system. Whenever it's present, it's usually based on to provide access specifiers and access methodologies to the people inside the company. When it's placed at the boundary of trusted and untrusted networks, it is trying to monitor the incoming and the outgoing traffic. And when it's outside the network, what it's trying to do is it's trying to analyze and assess for potential hacking scenarios as well. Coming to question number 17, it says, what is data leakage and how will you detect data leakage and how will you prevent it, of course. Data leakage, as the name suggests, means that data is going out of your organization without you knowing it, or even if you have no knowledge over it, there's a very good chance someone can misuse the data, right? So that's one very important thing. So to detect data leakage, right, you have many things, and first of all, to detect it, you have to understand where it's going through. You have a lot of things, right? You can have printouts, you can have laptops, lost and found items, you can have emails, unauthorized data to public portals, you can have pen drives, you can have pictures. So there are multiple ways through which data can go out of an organization. For each of these, of course, you will have to cater to individual solutions to make sure that, let's say things that you cannot upload on websites, you cannot put in pen drives into your organization's laptops as well, or let's say you cannot have an unmonitored email that goes out of your network, you cannot print confidential information. There's so many things depending on the organization that you can do to make sure that data leakage is prevented. And then coming on to the 18th question, it states, what are the hacking stages? What are the step-by-step methods through which hacking takes place? Explain each stage. See, hacking, or whenever you're targeting any sort of machine, actually happens in 5 important phases. The first step is surveillance. Surveillance is the first step where we're trying to analyze, where we're trying to gather as much data, we're trying to perform vulnerability assessment, we're trying to understand the target as much as possible by getting details, in a very detailed and in-depth way. And then after we do surveillance, we do scanning. Scanning involves trying to go through the data that you have collected to see if you can find any sort of find casualty. There is a very good chance you can use all the computerized tools that you have, all of the softwares where you can have port scanners, port mappers, vulnerability scanners, and you can use all of these tools to see if you can find a way in, and then getting access, right? So this is where the actual hacking happens, because this is where the hacker actually gets into your machine through all of the data that's obtained from surveillance and scanning, and actually gets into the network. So this is the step that you will get hacked through. And of course, after that, once the hacker has access into the computer or into the network, they must make sure that they keep access no matter what, right? So they can have future exploitations, future assaults. You can have backdoors, you can have rootkits, you can have trojans, you can have a lot of ways that the hacker can continuously come back and monitor and in fact hold access as well. That's the simple step of access maintenance. And then covering tracks, right? So once hackers have got all the stuff that they need to do, what they have to do is they have to maintain access, and they have to keep away from getting detected, right? If a hacker is detected in a system, it means that the company or the network or whatever is going on will find that out. So you have to cover your tracks every single way. You have to keep it in a way that it's basically tiptoeing through a network is what we call, to make sure that you are undetected yet you have unauthorized access. Now coming to question number 19, it states, what are the tools used for ethical hacking? Well, again, this is a very generic questions where you can get carried away. So make sure you're keeping it concise when you're answering this. Understand that there's many tools that you can use, especially in the case of ethical hacking, or what we call as moral hacking as well. But many purposes that you can have a result towards if you are using these tools. For example, we have Nmap. Nmap actually stands for network plotters. So what network plotters is that it's an open source tool that's basically used for security auditing and the purpose of network discovery. And then you have Metasploit. Metasploit is one of the most popular, one of the most powerful exploit tool out there, which you can use to perform basic pen testing. And after that, we have Burpsuit. Burpsuit is one of these really big platforms that exist today, because this is where we're trying to use and try to see if we can play around with the security testing of all the applications that are present on the internet. And then you have Angry IP Scanner. So here what we're trying to do is it's one of these lightweight cross-platform information processing tool that is basically used to assess ports and addresses, so we can scan and get all the details as required. And of course, we have Keenable. Keenable is a popular password recovery tool with all the Microsoft operational systems out there. So Etcap is one of these network capture modules. It actually stands for local area network capture, and it is used for man-in-the-middle attacks that we perform, especially whenever we go on to perform attacks after the stage of network security. So these are some of the really popular tools in ethical hacking, and do understand that there's a lot more tools. You do not have to just state these that are present on the screen. You do have leeway to talk about the tools that you might have used, and of course how you have used them as well. Coming to question number 20, it says, what is MAC flooding? MAC flooding, as the name suggests, is one of these other techniques that we make use of whenever we require any sort of protection, whenever a network switch is actually compromised. So here in MAC flooding, what happens is that the network switch completely with huge amounts of data, of which is of course definitely more than what the switch can handle. So what the switch does at the end of the day, when it sees a lot more data that it can handle, is it becomes a hub, and it starts transmitting every single packet over every single open port that exists. So doing this means that it is literally giving the hacker a highway to steam through to attempt to send his or her packet into the network and steal whatever information is required as well. So think about it like a dam, and think about sending in so much water that the dam floods open and the water is let out, right? Similar analogy here as well. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why it has the name MAC flooding too. Coming to question number 21, it states, explain how you can stop your website from being hacked. Again, this is a general question, so make sure always never to get carried away, never to start your answers with stories. Keep it very concise, and that's what I would recommend as well. So to make sure your website doesn't get hacked, always make sure you're using a firewall, because if you have a firewall, it means that it can drop all the traffic that's coming in from suspicious processing addresses. If you do not have a firewall, you can easily be open to a DOS attack, and then you can encrypt all the cookies that come in and come out, because you can have session poisonings and cookie poisonings that can happen. And using the encryption of cookies, what you can do is you can prevent all of this, because at the end of the day, what you're trying to do is you're associating cookies with the consumer information. You can have a lot of arrangement that's made, right? So once you get the cookie to be slow, once you get the cookie to be encrypted, you can work with it easily. And then you're validating and confirming the user input, because this is a place where you can stop the type tampering that gets happened whenever a user is confirmative, and verifying the data before processing it as well. So this is one of the most important things, especially whenever you're working on your website security. And then of course we have the header sanitization and validation. So here what we're trying to do is we're actually beneficial against cross website scripting, be it XSS or any other types of methodologies that involve verifying and sanitizing headers. We're trying to pass the parameters over via the addresses, type parameters, hidden values, and everything. So all of this is at the end of the day done to make sure we can be safe against XSS attacks as well. So these are some of the steps that you can use to stop your website from being hacked. But at the end of the day, does it completely stop? That is subjective. But depending on rather having either none or everything of these, I would really prefer having everything of these as well. So coming to question number 22, it states, what is Burp Suite? What are the other tools that it contains? As we already discussed previously, Burp Suite, this could be a follow-up question to that. Burp Suite is an integrated platform that we use for attacking the applications present on the internet. It contains a lot of tools. In fact, it contains a plethora of tools that a hacker would require to hack into any applications, right? So think about the functionality. You have the proxy, you have spider, you have a scanner, you have intruders, you have repeaters, decoders, comparers, sequences, and you can literally go on and on whenever you talk about Burp Suite. And in this question is somewhere where you can actually go on and on, because if you've either used Burp Suite, heard of it, or you know how powerful this suite is, it would really add value to your application and your candidature as well. But then understand this, Burp Suite is a very powerful suite. It's a very powerful platform which provides a lot of tools. So at least mentioning 5 or 6 of these functionalities and tools will help you a lot. Coming to question number 23, it states, what is SQL injection and what are the types of SQL injection? Well, one thing you really have to know is that if you do not work on handling the user input in a very effective way, it will definitely lead to an SQL injection in one point or the other, because here what we're trying to do, or what a hacker would eventually do, is they would inject SQL queries into the system, into the database, and this will give them unauthorized access. And with unauthorized access, they can do anything, right? So they can execute any sort of administrative operations that pick up data, delete data, modify data, and they can do everything basically. So this is SQL injection. So there are many types of SQL injections, but the 3 most popular one is error-based SQL injection, you have blind SQL injection, and of course time-based SQL injection as well. Coming to question number 24, it states, what is SSL and why is it not enough when it comes to encryption? SSL is only used for identification, identity verification, and you really have to know this, and this is how you should start the answer. Because with SSL, people think that it is hard encryption, that it is a barrier to hackers. Well, no, with SSL, all you try to do is understand what goes on, what's the identity of the product that's right With SSL, how it's meant to be is to provide you a way that you can prove a person that's engaging on the other side whenever they say whoever they are, because you cannot have imposters have the SSL verification done too. So in that particular case, SSL and TLS, right? So these two are actually used by almost everyone online, because everyone who are present online is first of all a huge target, and there's a lot of implementation that goes on. That goes on, especially with SSL and TLS, and at the end of the day, the entire world knows how powerful identity verification is, even before beginning any sort of valid or invalid communication too. Now, coming to question number 25, it states, what programming language is used for hacking? Well, again, this is a very subjective question, because depending on the requirement at that moment, maybe the project that you're working on, the company that you are being hired for, they might ask any one of these 5 languages, be it Python, C, C++, Java, Perl, or Lisp. So having a bit of proficiency in all of these languages will definitely help, because even though these are the most popular hacking languages that are present out there, each of these languages have their own niche applications, and each of these have their own sort of best approaches we take towards programming, and it is very educative, it's very informative, and of course, more the information the merrier in the world of ethical hacking, right? So considering all of that, it definitely helps to have good amount of knowledge on Python, C, C++, Java, Perl, and the working of Lisp as well. Coming to question number 26, it says, what is the meaning of a spoofing attack? We've discussed this before, but let me reiterate on this because it's a very, very important question. A spoofing attack is when a person tries to be someone that they are not. Of course, it can be done with malicious intent, where a person tries to impersonate another user, another device, or whatever it is on the network, so they can use that as leverage to launch an attack on the network host. This is done to either steal the data, to bypass access controls, to basically wreak havoc in the network. And then there are many types of spoofing attacks that gets deployed to achieve the end result, whatever it is. The end result may be stealing the data, having a denial of service later on, or having access which is undetected, and a lot more things too. Coming to question number 27, it states, what are the different types of spoofing? This definitely can be a follow-up question to the 26th question, but you have to understand that there's 3 types of spoofing. We have the ARP spoofing, we have DNS spoofing, and of course the most popular we have is IP spoofing attacks that takes place. So whenever you ask this question, you can talk about these 3 spoofing attacks that are there. Question number 28, it says, what is active and passive reconnaissance? See, whenever we talk about active and passive, as the name suggests, there is something that has to do with participation, right? See, with passive reconnaissance, what we're trying to do is we're trying to gain information regarding the targeted computers or the targeted networks without having to participate right then and there, or to actively monitor it. Now, what happens in active reconnaissance is that whenever the hacker actually engages the target system, you'll actually be performing a task there. That's the active part of it. You can be doing a port scan, you can be doing a lot of network scan, you can be doing vulnerability analysis, you can be doing this kind of a reconnaissance step where you're actively participating to sit and find out where there's a vulnerability, or find out where you can access the system through. That is active reconnaissance, and the difference between passive reconnaissance as well. Now, coming to the 29th question, it says, differentiate between a MAC and an IP address. See, MAC stands for Machine Access Control. This is an address that gets assigned to each device that is present on a network. Your mobile phone will have a MAC address, your computer will have a MAC address. Any device that basically has the capability to talk to the internet or a network gets a MAC assigned to it. So whenever we talk about IP addresses, right? So IP addresses are these way of distinguishing 2 devices in between, in the same network or on a different network as well. So whenever you have the capability to say, yes, this is the machine that's connected through the network, and then yes, this is the IP address through which you can have a personal gateway to that particular machine on the network and provide valid identification to the router, that is IP address as well. So the MAC address cannot be changed, but the IP address definitely can be. Now, Coming to the 30th question, it says, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? See, be it in the field of ethical hacking, be it in the field of anything in the world of technology, right? A certification is going to add a lot of value to your career. In terms of learning, in terms of you being trained by industry level experts, in terms of you being hands-on working with industry level projects, job prospects, basically a wealth of knowledge and a lot more things. So I'm sure if you're at this point of time, you would know that a certification would add extreme amounts of value to your career and learning, right? But what does it do to the interviewer? Well, the interviewer will know that you are very interested in a career in ethical hacking if you're certified here, because it shows that you've put in your time, your money, your efforts and your dedication to become an expert into that. So that shows that you have a strong aspiration, a passion towards ethical hacking. And of course, if you've done this through a certification program, it means that you are willing to put your time down to learn something new, to work on it. And this in a team player environment, in an actual production environment, will mean a lot to the company, and that is exactly what the interviewer will be looking forward to as well. So my suggestion whenever you're answering this question is to, of course, talk about what certifications you've cleared, what examinations, what programs you've been enrolled to, and all of that. Once you've spoken about what the certification programs are, do not nag a lot about it, but rather talk about how you've used it. See, anything in the concept of cybersecurity or anything in the field of IT in general is used to solve a problem that is making the human life difficult. So what problem have you solved after you've been certified or after you being an expert into it? So have you thought about a solution to a problem that doesn't exist, or have you solved a problem in a different way than someone else as well? So talk about the practical aspect, because that is where all the heart of the heart of an ethical hacker definitely lies. And so you can answer this in many ways. I would definitely suggest you guys use this.